This is a CBC News Special presentation.
There you're seeing some arrivals of members of Mark Carney's new cabinet and potentially members of family members for some of those new cabinet. Prime Minister Mark Carney promised to get things done today here at Rideau Hall. He will unveil the team he has chosen to help him do it. He was, as you know, elected on a pitch to Canadians to be ambitious in building a stronger economy in the face of unprecedented threats.
I'm in politics to do big things, not to be something.
In his first press conference after the election, Mark Carney laid out his priorities,
Bringing down costs for Canadians and helping them get ahead.
saying bold action is needed and reaching out to do it.
I am committed to working with others, governing as a team in Cabinet and caucus, and working constructively across parties in Parliament.
His first hurdle, a face-to-face meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump.
Canada chose a very talented person, a very good person.
The talks described as constructive, with plans to negotiate a new way forward. Carney also stuck the landing on the threat to Canada's sovereignty.
There are some places that are never for sale.
Now Carney will face new challenges as the central banker turned prime minister faces one of the greatest economic threats in Canada's history, and governing in a minority parliament with an official opposition denied a victory and now rebuilding, and a couple of fed-up premiers denied their wish for a change in Ottawa. Today, Mark Carney chooses his team to get to work. This is the swearing in of the Prime Minister's new cabinet. Good morning, I'm Rosemary Barton, right here outside of Rideau Hall, where this hour Prime Minister Mark Carney will arrive to name his new cabinet. We are expecting a massive overhaul of the cabinet, a smaller team that the Prime Minister hopes will help him deliver his agenda while dealing with U.S. President Donald Trump. We've already seen some of the people come by, some of the new ministers, some staffers, and of course some family members here for this special day. I'm joined this morning, of course, by the host of CBC's Power and Politics, David Cochrane. We've already seen some people roll in here, David. Lots of new faces. This is not Justin Trudeau's government or cabinet. This is a whole new thing.
Yeah, it's going to be, we're told, at least half or more of the faces being sworn in today are going to be new faces here, though there's some familiar faces. I think that's Anita Anand there. I got a real bad glare on my screen, Stephen Guilbeault. It's hard for me to see the faces. I think that might be Jill McKnight, the new MP from Delta.
And Jill McKnight.
Yeah, she's replacing Carla Qualtrough in the riding of Delta.
Buckley Bélanger is also there.
Buckley Bélanger, of course, is the breakthrough Saskatchewan winner for the Liberals in the riding of Desnethé. He's a former provincial cabinet minister in the NDP government there, Rosie, and also a former power panelist on Power and Politics.
Really?
So,
I did not know that.
Yeah. Like it gives you.
It all starts there.
It all starts there, yeah. So look, we're expecting at least half of the faces sworn in today will be new faces. We know that some big jobs are going to be changing, and we know that some of the new people who were just elected in this 2025 election are going to be getting some of those new jobs. Tim Hodgson, who's the new Liberal MP for the riding of Markham-Thornhill, we saw him come in today. I'm told he's going to be working in the Natural Resources and Energy file, a place where Jonathan Wilkinson was, a name we are told has been dropped from cabinet to make way for the new blood. We saw Gregor Robertson go in, the former mayor of Vancouver, who's going to be the new housing minister. And we've also seen Rebecca Alty, who is the new member of parliament for the Northwest Territories. So there will be northern representation in this cabinet.
Representation from right across the country, if I
Every
understand.
province will have at least a cabinet minister or a secretary of state, because this is the other new thing in this, is the tiered structure of this cabinet. Not new to Westminster parliamentary tradition, but new to the Liberals since Justin Trudeau was elected in 2015, where everybody across the board was a full cabinet minister. What we're told today is to expect a structure of fewer than 30 cabinet ministers with up to another 10 secretaries of state. So we know Wayne Long, for example, from New Brunswick. He is here. He's not going to be a full cabinet minister from New Brunswick, I don't believe. Dominic LeBlanc, I haven't had this confirmed, but I'm going to guess he's staying. My sense is Wayne Long has been one of those secretaries of state, right? And so it's a question of how they round that out, how they fill that out. They're promising gender parity, but also renewal. So who is in the big jobs? That's going to be the key thing, and how do they do on the gender front there?
And how do they do with some of the new faces? We also saw, as you said there, Gregor Robertson headed. I'm just looking over my shoulder to see who else is arriving.
Elizabeth Olszewski has arrived. She's the new MP from one of the Edmonton ridings, and that would give Alberta cabinet representation. It was between her or Corey Hogan.
Right.
Got indications last night it would be Eleanor Olszewski. We see Marjorie Michel, who is a new MP for Papineau, which is a riding people will remember because that was a seat Justin Trudeau has held for a number of years.
Deputy Chief of Staff.
Former Deputy Chief of Staff. Going in some role, because there's also the House leadership functions, right? House leader. We saw Stephen McKinnon come in. Some of the rumors was that he might very well be moving into the House leader portfolio because we know what kind of a Prime Minister I think Mark Carney wants to be, but what kind of a parliamentarian is he going to be? We don't know yet. And navigating the minority parliament as a first-time Prime Minister, that's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Okay, as we wait for more people to arrive, remember this is, Mark Carney had a cabinet obviously before the election, but it was really based on the people elected under Justin Trudeau. This is really his first chance to make his imprint on the team here that he wants to surround him over the next however many of years. We've got some of our colleagues here with us as well at Rideau Hall. The CBC's Ashley Burke is over there. Ashley, what have you, obviously you've been working on this over the past number of days. What have you seen as people come in terms of an indication of what the Prime Minister is trying to signal with this?
Well, Rosie, we're seeing a lot of new faces, as you both mentioned, and a lot of people that we'd heard might be in cabinet, some new rookie MPs. And as you mentioned, about 50% of the people we're going to see walking up behind us and headed inside to be sworn in, they are new to Mark Carney's cabinet. His office says that Canadians sent a clear message that they wanted change, that was the mandate that they were being given. And Mr. Carney wants to differentiate himself from his predecessor, Justin Trudeau's government. He faced attacks during the election that he was just like Justin Trudeau. And one way to try and signal that he's going to be different is by changing the members that are going to be on his front bench. Sources have also told us that a lot of people that were on his initial cabinet, they're going to be gone. We are not going to be seeing them here today. People like Jonathan Wilkinson, who is the Natural Resources Minister. So we're also looking to see who's not walking up behind us as well today.
Okay.
And another change that we'll see different from the Trudeau government is also...
Ashley, I'm just going to interrupt you, sorry, just because I can see pictures that you can't see. Just want to identify some of the people walking up. Dominic LeBlanc, Sean Fraser, who left politics, decided to run after a call from Mark Carney and is now in cabinet. Julie Debrugen, Nathalie Provost, and I'm not sure who that other person is there. Someone will come in my ear and tell me. Ashley, sorry to cut you off. You can keep going there.
Nope. No problem. There were questions around whether someone like Dominic LeBlanc will be staying in the same role. He was one of the cabinet ministers that was in the White House just last week meeting with Donald Trump that Mark Carney had. So will he be keeping someone like him, Melanie Joly, who's in foreign affairs, as well as David McGuinty at public safety? Will they stay in those roles or not? That's something we're going to be watching for today to see if they move out any of them out of those positions and someone else new in.
Okay, Ashley, we'll come back to you through the morning, of course. Thank you so much for that. Also helping us with our coverage is the host of CBC Radio's The House, Catherine Cullen. She's in another key location here at Rideau Hall. Catherine, just your thoughts on what you've seen so far.
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, listen, it's a sunny day. The vibe, though, it's not sunny ways, right? A lot of us were here in 2015 in this very spot and remember Justin Trudeau bringing his cabinet in. And they had just won, of course, a majority government from Stephen Harper. There was a sense of elation. And I'm struck as the people come up today when we ask the new cabinet ministers, how are you? Even their response is a little bit more restrained, just this sort of like quiet little thumbs up that we're getting from some of them because the times are different. This is, certainly at this moment, it is a minority government. The threat of Donald Trump, the threat to Canada's economy, the energy is different. And you just have to think back to Mark Carney here less than 2 months ago, kicking off the election campaign. What did he promise to Canadians? He said, I know we need change, big change. Talked about change in terms of not just words, but action. And we're going to see that today in the cabinet, the dramatic changeover, not just of many of the faces that were in Justin Trudeau's cabinet that are no longer members of this cabinet, people like Jonathan Wilkinson. And yes, some are being kept. We've seen the folks walking up the driveway like Sean Fraser, Stephen Guilbeault. But a lot of these people are also political rookies. And I think that's going to be an interesting thing to watch here. Now, we have people like Gregory Robertson, former mayor of Vancouver, Buckley Boulanger, former cabinet minister in Saskatchewan, who have a bit of political experience, but many of the people, too, will be new to politics altogether at a pretty dramatic time, a time where Canadians are expecting a lot of Mark Carney's government. So today, a demonstration of what some of that change looks like, perhaps in terms of action, in terms of the team that he's going to have around him. But, you know, someone was telling me Mark Carney is not someone who speaks in terms necessarily so much of hope. he prefers to talk about a plan. And so we're getting a sense of the people who are going to execute the plan today, but the expectations for them are certainly going to be high.
Okay, Catherine, thank you so much for that. That's the CBC's Catherine Cullen over here too at Rideau Hall. One of the things obviously the Prime Minister needs to do today is signal that this is a new team, that this is not just the same people who work for Justin Trudeau, while trying to keep some of that experience in place, as Catherine was talking about. You saw Dominic LeBlanc walk up to Rideau Hall. Be very surprising if he was moved out of his key position of trade. We have a few other people helping us back in the studio. We might not, we'll get a quick thought from them because I know there's more people coming. Vandana Cutter was a former advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Fred Delory is a former Conservative cabinet Conservative campaign manager, and the CBC's Aaron Ware is a senior writer. Good to see all of you. I'm just going to interrupt for a moment because I see Melanie Jolie arriving here. It's nice to have a sunny day, but it makes it very hard to see who is arriving. So Patty Hydu, Wayne Long apparently also arriving. Maybe Vandana, I'll just get your first take as we see this next group of people arrive in terms of what message you're taking from it so far.
I see a mix of continuity. So I think I also see Mel there and Patty Hydu, Minister Jolie and Patty Hydu there, and also some new faces. I think they also recognize that as much as they won the government, there's work to do in certain communities. So that's why you see Randeep Sarai, you see Shafqat Ali, and I think that's Wayne Long at the end. So I think just showing a difference in change, but also good changes that they need to have in order to help support the country.
And Aaron, I'll get you to weigh in too in terms of some new faces and some that we've seen before, obviously, that have been in previous cabinets.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to see Patty Hydu and Mel Jolie there. It'll be interesting to see what jobs they're in. I think even for the ministers that are staying, there's a question of whether they're going to stay in the same positions. I mean, I think the big one, of course, that everyone's sort of waiting for is finance, to see who goes there. I'm also kind of interested to see where and how Mark Carney sells this as the cabinet, you know, sort of the crisis cabinet that he has sort of set up with, you know, talk of not only, you know, this once in a lifetime crisis, but all the other things he's facing in terms of national unity, in terms of housing, you know, all of the sort of big challenges that are sort of breathing down the neck of this government. You know, Catherine talked about this not being like 2015. I think that is probably a reflection both of Mark Carney's sort of general approach to the job, but also possibly to the times they're living in. And I'm interested to see how they sort of sell this cabinet as the group of people who are in the right jobs for this particular moment.
Okay, I think this is mostly family members arriving, although we'll get a closer look here. Generally, it's been groups of ministers arriving, 3 or 4 at a time, and then members of their staff and family members who want to be here for what is usually a pretty special day for people, particularly if they've never been elected before, never been in cabinet before. Fred Delory, I'll just get your take as well from what you're starting to see in terms of the message that it sends.
It's an interesting mix. There's certainly a lot of new faces. Wayne Long, who was one of Trudeau's biggest critics in the previous government, you know, he was pro-Energy East. He was a big advocate for that, and he, you know, was the first to say Trudeau had to leave. So seeing him there is fascinating, but also seeing a lot of old faces. You know, as Catherine and Weary had mentioned about the mood is different than it was in 2015. The economy was great in 2015 when the Liberals took over from Harper's Conservatives. Things were very different then. After 10 years of Liberal rule, we're at where we are. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be real change and if there's going to be people in these key roles that can drive that change.
I did see there as we were walking by Chrystia Freeland's husband. I know that there had been questions about whether she would be in cabinet, but she is in cabinet. Be interesting to see what kind of portfolio she is given as we see more people arriving here for Mark Carney's new cabinet. Again, he had a cabinet before, of course, when he was Prime Minister for after the Liberal leadership race, but he was building that cabinet based on what Justin Trudeau really had left him. And today marks, you know, a turning point for him and for this government as they begin to assemble the team of people that will help lead this country over the next months and years. We'll see for how long, because it is a minority government. So interesting mix so far. Mm-hmm. Some people, you know, don't have a lot of experience, so that's always a challenge. I guess they might get those smaller roles, secretaries of state, instead of cabinet ministers per se, but also broad representation right across the country.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, Rosie, just whether there are a lot of new people in the key jobs.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you look at a guy like Tim Hodgson, for example, who we've seen go in, and we're reporting last night, we expect him to go into probably the natural resources and energy file, certainly something on the economic and development side of the cabinet ledger. You know, he's not someone with political experience, but he is the chair of the board of Hydro One. He did work with Mark Carney at the Bank of Canada as an advisor there. He has a background in the finance sector. You know, there's Chrystia Freeland. She's coming in, and there's Joanne Thompson, Gary Nanasangiri. And then, is that Adam Vancouverdin? The sun is blocking out.
Yep.
And is that the new MP for St. Boniface with them? That is what I'm wondering. Or is that McLean? That's Stephanie McLean.
Yeah.
Now, Stephanie McLean is interesting. She is the new MP for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke. She has cabinet experience in an NDP government in Alberta. She was a status of women minister, if I remember correctly, in the Rachel Notley government for a couple of years. So her and Buckley Boulanger, the Saskatchewan MP, is also a former provincial New Democrat cabinet minister coming in today. Joanne Thompson was the fisheries minister prior to the election. We don't know if she will stay there or not. We don't. Chrystia Freeland, there was a lot of rumors, Rosie, we all heard this, that she was going to be leaving. Right, potentially going to a diplomatic post. The rumor was High Commissioner to the United Kingdom because Ralph Goodale's tenure is up there, I think, on Canada Day. But that doesn't appear to be the case. She's going to stay in cabinet. It suggested to me she might sort of stay in a similar role, focusing on internal trade, focusing on transport. And Gary Nanasangiri was the Minister of Indigenous Crown Relations. Some talk that he may end up moving to a different role like public safety. So we'll have to see if that's where Gary Nanasangiri goes.
I think it's interesting here, too, to think about you know, Mark Carney is arriving as Prime Minister, you know, elected Prime Minister this time after an election, to think about who he owes things to, because sometimes that's what cabinet is also about. It's not just about representing the country geographically and from a diversity perspective, but also by signaling to people, you had my back, thanks for running again. And so some of that is also to keep in mind here. We've seen David McGuinty arrive, François-Philippe Champagne, Anna Gainey there on the far right.
Ruby Sahota and Meninder Sidhu. So Ruby Sahota and Meninder Sidhu, two Toronto area MPs, early supporters of Mark Carney in the leadership. Minister Champagne, the question is, does he stay in finance? It was suggested to me that you'd only take Minister Champagne out of finance if you're going to put someone like Tim Hodgson in there. The indications we have is that Tim Hodgson's not going in there, so the smart money would suggest that maybe he's going to stay, unless we see a man like Carlos Leitao walk up, a former finance minister for the province of Quebec. That would be the other person with the obvious credentials to go into that role. But whether Dominic LeBlanc never got to deliver a budget as finance minister. Minister Champagne hasn't. I don't know if you want to go to a third minister before you get to your first budget. I'm not sure. David McGuinty, there's some speculation he could end up as the defense minister, though we're not sure where that goes because we have not seen Bill Blair. No. That is an interesting thing. So some names you would expect to see we have not seen. Jonathan Wilkinson is not here. We have a statement from Jonathan Wilkinson confirming that he's not in cabinet, and you read it. He doesn't sound entirely thrilled about it. Yeah. Anna Gainey, of course, former president of the party. Her husband, Tom Pitfield, was the executive director of the campaign.
Instrumental in getting Carney elected.
And has been filling in as the principal secretary to Mark Carney during the transition. Whether that becomes a longer-term job for Tom Pitfield, we don't know. But certainly it's a couple of political power brokers inside the Liberal Party.
Okay, and so I'm not sure how many people have arrived so far. Maybe someone who's better at counting will get in my ear and tell me. Here's another group of people arriving. Here's John Baricelli, Stephen Fuhrer, who was previously a Liberal MP, Richie Valdez, who was previously in cabinet, Joel Lightbound.
And I think that is Mandy Gull-Masty, who's a Quebec MP from one of the Abitibi ridings. This is someone Louis Blouin was saying to keep an eye on yesterday, and as usual, Louis Blouin was right. I mean, she was a deputy chief of the Cree First Nations of Waswanipi. I apologize if I got that wrong. Richie Valdez was the first Filipina cabinet minister in Canadian history. Joel Lightbound had been a parliamentary secretary to Health, Finance, and Public Safety, I believe. Had disagreed with some of the spending policies of the Trudeau government. government and other things, sort of lost his Parlsec position. But interesting, he is here from the Quebec City region, and Louis Hébert, I believe, is riding, not Jean-Yves Duclos.
Yeah.
And Stephen Fuhr is, of course, a British Columbia MP, and would be, a new addition to the cabinet there.
All right, so we're expecting 30 cabinet ministers. Is that as many as 30?
As many
and then,
as 30,
and then 10 or so secretaries of state, which would be people like John Zigarelli there, for instance, who was just elected for the very first time. He was previously in charge of Justin Trudeau's tour operations, I think, inside the Prime Minister's office. One of the people that organized that India trip that the Prime Minister took that resulted in many stories and controversies. He was, I'm not saying he was behind those, but he was involved in planning that trip.
Well, and his director tour, he would have planned like all of the
trips,
Prime Minister's trips. That's just one that
That's
really
just one that stands out.
And Randeep Sarai, who we saw come in there. A lot of Canadians would have first heard of Randeep Sarai, who is, he is an incredible political organizer in the Lower Mainland area. He's a Surrey MP of British Columbia. But he was notable on the India trip because he's the person who invited Jaspal Atwal to come to that social function where a man described and known in Indian media as a Khalistani terrorist for his role in an attempted murder of a Indian cabinet minister on Vancouver Island who was attending a wedding, got invited by Randeep Sarai and caused no end of trouble on that trip. Time heals all wounds. That's 7-8 years ago now, and Randeep Sarai is a cabinet minister.
Okay, here's more members of people's family and supporters arriving too. They'll all make their way into Rideau Hall here, into the ballroom where they will get seated and be able to watch. There's Dalton McGuinty showing up for his brother there, where they'll watch their family members get sworn in their new roles. Always an important day for people in terms of what they've put on the line and wanted to do here. As they take this on for, again, we don't really know how long. It's a minority government up to 170 right now, though, with a number of recounts set to happen still in a couple of key ridings. So we'll see what happens with those. Yeah.
And Terrebonne could change hands about 9 more times, right? That was Liberal bloc, and then it was a 1-vote win on a judicial recount. But now there's concerns about bad mailing addresses for mail-in ballots, and who knows where that one's going to go. But Rosie, it's interesting looking at some of the choices that are in there. Shafkat Ali, Maninder Sidhu, Ruby Sahota, 3 from Brampton, right? They lost Kamal Khera, who had been the health minister, was a Brampton MP. She was the only Brampton MP who lost their seat for the Liberals. That was the big Conservative gain in the Peel region in the election. Clearly, trying to buttress that 905 wall that has protected the Liberal downtown Toronto fortress in so many different elections. And also, going back to Randeep Sarai, another Sikh Canadian, a bit of outreach there to that region, to that community, because, they found, the Liberals did, towards the end of the campaign, that their support amongst first-generation immigrants in that area was holding. It was the second and third generation, younger families, more worried about safety, more worried about affordability, more worried about a mortgage, drifting off to the Conservatives in an area that had been reliably strong for them in 15, 19, and 21. Some signs of weaknesses in 25. And so clearly, rewarding them for their own merits, but also trying to strengthen geographic areas there.
That is it for the arrivals, we are told. So the only person left to arrive now is the Prime Minister, who will probably be arriving just behind. He'll walk over from where he's currently living. Ashley Burke, over to you.
Yeah, the cameras have all turned around and they are facing this way now, pointed at just over to this direction to my left. And we're expecting the Prime Minister to walk up any moment now and head inside Rideau Hall to name his new cabinet. As you mentioned, up to 30 members of the core group. We are expecting the core senior cabinet ministers, but also a second tier of about up to 10 of the secretaries of state as well. And, one of the things we're going to be watching for today is gender parity. The Prime Minister, right after he won the election, he had his first press conference, and he said that he was committed to hitting that. So an equal number of men and women around the table. That's something that he was just a bit short of in his first initial cabinet. 13 men and 11 women were part of that. So we'll be watching today to see if there is gender parity and if it's just for the senior ministers, or does that include as well gender parity when it comes to those secretaries and states too? And as well, how does he deal with an issue that he saw a lot of blowback around, and that was removing the title of the status of women and gender equity from one of the ministers' titles and putting that as a portfolio under Stephen Guilbeault. Is that a title that he brings back today, or is it a secretary and state position? What happens with that? So that's one of the other things I'll be watching for today. Rosie.
Okay, thanks for that, Ashley. I'll go back to Catherine Cullen now, who's also seen all the arrivals, and whether anything stands out there for you, Catherine, in terms of what you think the Prime Minister is trying to signal today.
Yeah, it was interesting. As François-Philippe Champagne was walking up, we shouted out, what's the mood? Because, you know, you can always depend on Minister Champagne to have something to say. He said, it's a new beginning. One of our Francophone colleagues shouted out, new beginning, does that mean a new job? And he just said, ça va bien. But I do think that that speaks to the many layers of what's going on in a cabinet in terms of the hopes and expectations. So you see these folks walking up the driveway here, very happy to be taking on these new roles. Certainly, though, knowing they have challenges ahead of them. There is the question of, as Ashley was talking about, gender parity. There is the question of representing all the regions across the country. But then, particularly with this new tiered structure, even within the cabinet itself, there is the question of how they are all going to be fit in, who is going to be a Secretary of State, who is going to take on a more important role, just all the expectations that the folks who build the cabinet have to think about. And then those who didn't make the list. So we talked earlier about Jonathan Wilkinson, people like Cody Blois, who was named the Minister of Agriculture in the last cabinet, very enthusiastic about that portfolio. Didn't see him walk up the driveway today. So a lot of expectations to be managed. Our colleagues have taken a look, Rosie. 24 of these folks new to cabinet. 13 of them are new MPs. So also interesting to think about this mix of experience that they're trying to highlight, be it in the private sector with somebody like Tim Hodgson, who was the chair of Hydro One, who was a special advisor to Mark Carney at the Governor of the Bank of Canada, as compared to other folks who have experience. Steve Fuhr, former fighter pilot, right? Somebody who was a previous Liberal MP and actually came back to run again with Mark Carney. So trying to balance all of these things and make sure everybody understands what their role is capable of doing it well, and managing all the feelings inside caucus about who is and isn't on this team.
Yeah, you're right, Catherine. That is now the challenge, because this is also, as well as Mark Carney's new cabinet, Mark Carney's first opportunity to disappoint a lot of people who he helped to get elected. We'll see how he manages that piece of it. Thanks, Catherine. So as Catherine said, there are 24 new cabinet ministers, 13 of them new MPs, 10 secretaries of state, 9 of them are new. And David, as Catherine pointed out, and I'll bring in the panel in a moment, that then means that there are some disappointed people right now, people who are no longer in cabinet.
Yeah, there are 11 ministers dropped from Mark Carney's first cabinet. Now, one of those is Kamal Khera, who lost her seat. So obviously that is not a choice of the Prime Minister. That was a choice of the voters in Brampton. But Bill Blair is not here today. He is out. He was the Minister of National Defense. Jonathan Wilkinson, the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, he's out. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, New Brunswick MP and Cabinet Minister, was President of the Treasury Board. She is not here. Kamal Khera, of course, was the Minister of Health. She lost her seat. So she is out of this cabinet. Terry Duguid, who was Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and also was the national campaign chair for the Liberals in the election they just won. He is out. Nate Erskine-Smith, who had been the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, he stayed and ran again because Justin Trudeau, I believe, put him in cabinet, and Mark Carney kept him in cabinet, and he was offered the housing portfolio. Rachel Bendayan, who had been the Minister of Immigration, she is out of this cabinet, or at least is not here, that we have seen today. Elizabeth Briere, who had been the Minister for the Canada Revenue Agency. Ariel Kayabaga, who had been the Leader of the Government in the House and Minister of Democratic Institutions. Cody Blois from Nova Scotia, the Minister of Agriculture. All
right, here comes, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly because I believe the Prime Minister is arriving here, David. At least that's his detail arriving before him.
Okay, just one more name. Cody Blois, Minister of Agriculture, he's out. Two Nova Scotia MPs here, though, Sean Fraser and Lena Metledge-Diab. And Ali Assasi, the Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement, he is also not here today. So 11 dropped from just the March cabinet. 10 of them had been reelected and likely would have been hoping and expecting to maybe get back into the cabinet under Mark Carney.
Lots of laughter there in the background. I'm not sure if that's because the Prime Minister is hiding behind the tree, waiting for the signal to come out. But he's just walking over, obviously, from where he lives on the grounds here of Rideau Hall. Here he is. Just arriving on his own. for this moment, though I think I saw a couple of his children as we were coming in here, also here for the day. I would imagine his wife is also here. This is a big moment for people and their families, certainly for the Prime Minister, as he really signals and puts his own stamp on cabinet. We'll listen here.
How are you feeling today?
Ready to go.
Lots of changes, eh?
All right, there you go. Feeling very good, ready to go is what he says as he makes his way inside Rideau Hall. The ceremony itself set to start at 10:30 Eastern, so people will get themselves organized and then the actual ceremony will get underway. I want to bring in the panel now, if I can, back. They're all back in the studio, the Power and Politics studio, helping us with our coverage. Vandana, maybe I'll just pick up where David left off there. That is a lot of people who aren't there. It's not just people who were in his original cabinet, but it's also people who have been cabinet ministers for Justin Trudeau for a long time, maybe ran hoping they'd be back in cabinet and are not. I'm thinking, for instance, of a Bill Blair or a Jonathan Wilkinson. How difficult is that to manage?
I mean, that's a difficulty across any cabinet, across any government. I mean, there's only so many positions and there's a lot of talent across your caucus. But I think what Mr. Carney understands is, one, the ability to make tough decisions for the goals he wants, which is, you had regional diversity, there's ethnic diversity, there's diversity across faiths and regions. And as I look at the people coming in, there are a number of issues that came out through different communities that having representation at the table would be very helpful. But to make those decisions happen, to make that vision come forward, you also need to make some tough decisions. And I think, people also need to understand that there is ability to move up. I mean, ministers and MPs at some point, most of them want to go into cabinet at some point. So you need to showcase that there's a place for them to move forward and reward behavior. If you've done a fundraiser, you've been traveling to the campaign, if you've been doing good work, sharing and advocating for your communities. Now, a lot of caucus do it, not all of them get in, but I think for him to have that balance of having a fresh face, rewarding some good people, but also keep some good continuity of people that have faith in, people like Dominic LeBlanc, Melanie Joly, I think is really important.
How do you then, though, Fred, manage the disappointment in caucus? That was, obviously this is a different prime minister, but that was a challenge for the past prime minister. And you have to somehow have people believe that there is still opportunity for them and that they are still valuable members of the team. I will point out that Ariel Kayabaga has put out a release saying, that she was glad she was in the previous cabinet. She continues to believe in the prime minister. Those are all good signals for him. But that is a management thing that has to happen going forward.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Former ministers like Wilkinson and Bill Blair were very senior players for the last number of governments here, or years here in Ottawa. So for them to be out, that's a big change for them. And it's rare to have something like that. Usually when ministers leave, it's scandal or they retire, not usually pushed out by your own prime minister. And Wilkinson was one of the first supporters of Carney when he ran for leader. He was out there, he decided not to run for leader himself and did a video with Carney almost right away when Carney launched. So that was an interesting move there. Terry Duguid, who was the former, who was the campaign co-chair, very senior role, not in cabinet. That's remarkable as well, and that's going to be a lot of hurt feelings, and it's hard to see how those folks come back and what kind of interest they'll have in this parliament. Will we see by-elections in these ridings potentially in the next year or two?
Okay, Fred, thank you for that. I just see Adrian Clarkson, the former Governor General, coming over here, so I'm just going to say, I am on TV, but I do want to say hello. Hello. And David's here too. And John Rosenthal, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, that's live TV. That former Governor General, you want to say hello. Aaron Weary, just your thoughts on the balance here that was struck by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some interesting exclusions and people who have been taken out of cabinet. I mean, I would have thought, to Fred's point, I would have thought Jonathan Wilkinson would have still been there. Jean-Yves Duclos might be associated with the Trudeau government, but, former economist, I might have thought that would fit with the sort of what Carney's looking for. And Nate Erskine-Smith, I believe he scored one of the first interviews on his podcast with Mark Carney. So maybe he's just going to focus back to podcasting. But, a good communicator, had just taken the job in housing, and seem to be kind of on the rise. So I think that's an interesting person to drop from cabinet too. I mean, I guess the question then becomes how many of these people who have been dropped from cabinet, now decide maybe they're not going to run again, or even decide they're going to leave early and open up by-elections.
Yeah.
I think there's also a couple interesting, names missing from the list of people we've seen. Carlos Leitao, the former Quebec finance minister, Claude Gay, former IBM executive. Those guys had been, those two had both been sort of tabbed as potential finance ministers. So far as we can tell, they're not getting finance because they're not getting anything in cabinet. And I think there's some surprising, names missing from the list, I'd say, at this point.
Well, and also one of the other things that we should watch out for here as well is the number, and we'll count them up, but the number of people from Quebec, because of how central Quebec was to the Prime Minister's win. I don't know if there's a larger number of Quebec cabinet ministers. I'll take a look at the list when I have it, because we are starting to get the list, but we can't tell you about it quite yet. I don't know. I don't know what happens to people like a Bill Blair, for instance, who, it had been talked about that he might retire many times. And if he's not in cabinet, I don't know, Vantana, whether that is something that that precipitates the departure and how that would be viewed just after an election. It's probably not. It probably wouldn't be viewed well, but I do wonder whether that does cause people to think about what their futures are.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, Bill Blair and Jonathan Wilkinson would have been honored to have served at some point, and I think they would have had a proper conversation by the Prime Minister where he probably laid it out what has to happen and in a sympathetic way. So I think that'll be important. But also, I don't think it participates anyone leaving right away, but also thinking about what is the next time looking for me. Now, that being said, there are a lot of roles in government. There are committee roles, there's party roles, there's roles that people still play to be senior and to be show leadership within the caucus. And that's going to be important too. So there's still a lot of options there. So I can see, in the first government, Bill Blair wasn't in cabinet, but he was helping with the file in terms of legalizing cannabis. So there's other things that they can be a part of that can also make them feel the time they have there is worthy, but also doesn't mean that, renewal is part of politics. People will move on and find other things to do. And if Bill Blair or Jonathan Wilkinson feel like, okay, this is great, I'm going to support the caucus and the Prime Minister where I can, but maybe next time it's time for some fresh blood, I think that's okay too.
Yeah. Okay, let me bring back David Cochrane here, we're just managing the wind and paperwork and Governor General's arriving and greeting us. I mean, I do wonder about, let's talk about some of the new faces. I don't want to just, talk about the people who are not there. It's obviously a difficult day for them. But the new faces and the places they come from and the groups and communities they represent does signal renewal, and that was probably one of the most important things that the Prime Minister needed to do here today.
Yeah, there was a lot of push. You were hearing it from people who work in government, like civil servants, and also people who work around government, lobby groups, business groups, who wanted to see a lot of change in the cabinet positions, not just a reshuffling of a lot of the experienced hands, because they feel like just you need more energy, more urgency, and some new ideas. So looking at the new people, that we've seen come in today, like Shafkat Ali, Ontario, Brampton, Eleanor Oshevsky, Alberta, right? There was no one from Alberta in the last cabinet. Jill McKnight from British Columbia, Rebecca Alty from the Northwest Territories. There was no one from the North, though Mark Carney was born in the Northwest Territories and he grew up in Edmonton, as we all know the biography by now. Maninder Sidhu from Brampton, Mandy Golmasti, one of the Abitibi ridings in Quebec is here. Heath MacDonald from Prince Edward Island, that province, back into cabinet in some form. Julie DeBruzen is here from Ontario, as is Tim Hodgson, Marjorie Michelle, Quebec. Lena Mettledge-Diab from Nova Scotia. That's going to, I think, surprise some people. Had been a cabinet minister. She's Halifax West, I believe. Had been a cabinet minister in the Nova Scotia government. Curious to see if she got a full cabinet post or whether she's the Secretary of State. But Sean Fraser, obviously coming back. We reported last night he is the Minister of Justice. I think he's also going to have some responsibility for regional development through the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. There's a lot of Ontario here in the new 1, 2, 3 4, 5, 7 of the new ministers are from Ontario, a lot of Quebec, which is not surprising considering they delivered 44 seats and really kind of ensured that Mark Carney and his Liberals finished in first place. Ontario is where they fell short, though. They overperformed in British Columbia, getting about 20 of the 43 seats there. And so you're seeing Randeep Sarai, you're seeing Jill McKnight, you're seeing Steve Fuhr, you're seeing Gregor Robertson come in because of that. But they do have here at least one from the north in Rebecca Alty from the Northwest Territories. Not every territory, obviously, is going to be represented, but you do have every province, every sort of region represented in some capacity. And I know Ranj Pillay, the outgoing Premier of Yukon, who's just announced his resignation, he was, I think he spoke to you and me over the last couple of days. He said he was really watching for this, I think
he was here. I think someone spotted him.
Yeah, he's here for the swearing in. It caused a lot of rumors. He's not going into the cabinet, everybody. He's just here because he's in town. But, you do have, a Prime Minister born in the North. You do have an MP elected from the North. You have people like Buckley Boulanger, Rebecca Chartrand, who and Mandy Golmassi, who represent northern or more remote parts of southern provinces. So they would have Indigenous populations. They'd have communities that are, have accessibility problems, certainly in winter, and deal with the remoteness from large urban centers when it comes to, economic development, when it comes to services, when it comes to healthcare personnel. So you have some of that experience at the table now.
But I was going to say also, I think, speaks to the Prime Minister's personal interest in northern sovereignty and security, right? That's something that he's focused on, that he wants to make a priority. And so having those people as part of cabinet to help that conversation move forward, even supply chains and trade corridors, right? Those things are all interconnected.
Well, and what was one of the big problems of the Trudeau government and the Trudeau years is that they were overrepresented by urban progressive cabinet ministers. So even in things like, where you don't see, say, the rural nuance, as a guy, I'm not a hunter with a pickup truck and guns, but I got a lot of family members who are. When you talk to the Toronto MPs about their gun control legislation, then I go home to St. John's and talk to my uncles, for example, who hunt, they have a very different view on what they're doing on gun legislation and these things. So, avoiding or erasing some of those blind spots, because they did promise to do more gun control, they did promise to do more things on public safety, but there's how do you make the cities and the suburbs safe from illegal gun crime mostly, without trampling on sort of the values and culture of people who live in the more rural and ex-urban parts of Canada. So having representation from these areas, that's going to matter, right? It's going to help them erase some of those blind spots if they're listened to and if they're in the cabinet portfolios where you're at the table talking about these things in a big way.
Well, and I wonder, I'm going to just go back to the issue of the secretaries of state. Maybe I'll bring in Aaron here. I am getting people emailing me asking, well, what is the difference? There is a difference, and the Prime Minister has signaled, too, that he wants there to be a difference. He wants there to be a central cabinet, and then another, as David's been saying, tier where people are doing different work. Doesn't mean everyone's going to every meeting, but that there's a focused group, well, focused, it's 30 people, but a group of people focused on the priorities of the government, and then others who are focused on other issues. What do you make of that structural change, Aaron?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting way to kind of keep the cabinet, to a somewhat manageable number, and then, but also sort of increase the number of people or sort of, keep it to the usual number of people who are sort of involved in managing the government or leading files. It's a bit British, owing, I suspect, to Mark Carney's time there, this idea of having sort of a cabinet and then having a ministry. In Canada, for the last little while, we've sort of combined the two and just said that every minister is in cabinet. And what Carney is doing here is essentially saying there are ministers who are in cabinet, and then there is a ministry that includes these secretaries of state. Right. In previous times they might have been called ministers of state or what have you, but this kind of calling them secretaries of state, I think, makes a clearer distinction between cabinet and these other duties. And these other secretaries of state are going to have specific jobs, I take it, that, in some ways I think we've seen ministers have in the past, but these will be kind of more specific, focused files. They aren't necessarily connected to a line department like defense or finance or industry.
Right.
But they still give you someone, not only, for internal reasons you can promote and reward, but also people that you can sort of give tasks and duties to that you maybe don't want a full minister having to take on.
Right. Okay, thanks, Aaron, for that. I'm going to bring in another voice now, if I can. Brian Clow is the former Deputy Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and he's in Toronto. Brian, thanks for making some time for us.
Good to be here.
Maybe let's just talk from your experience about how you do this, how you figure out who should be in cabinet, and the things that you have to consider in order to put one together.
Well, first and foremost, it is complicated, it's complex, it's never straightforward. You've got to consider a whole bunch of things. And even when you think you've got it right, there will be some curveball, perhaps a security issue, some new development that makes you reconsider the whole thing, and that may cause some final last-minute changes. So that may be why we saw a lot of speculation of certain people in and out, even up to the last minute, because changes can happen right up to the last minute.
I don't know how much,
I was going to say, as you've noted,
ahead,
you're dealing with a lot of emotions, and you're dealing with a workplace where you're both making dreams but also crushing dreams. And while there will be a lot of happy people today, there will be a lot of disappointed people in that caucus today.
Well, let's talk about some of the disappointed people first. I don't know how much you saw, but there are, I think, as many as, David, 11 people who have been dropped from the previous Carney cabinet, and some of those obviously have been in cabinet a long time under Justin Trudeau, thinking of Jonathan Wilkinson, Bill Blair. What do you make of the decision to lose some of the people with, a lot of experience as a signal about renewal? Because obviously that's important for this Prime Minister.
Well, this was Mark Carney's chance to put his stamp on the cabinet, and I think he did that, bringing in new faces while keeping some key critical experienced faces at the table. The good news is the ones who are not in cabinet are not lost. They're still in the caucus. They are still a part of the discussions, and they're still in the room. So in a way, I look at it as additive. You're going to have a lot of voices advising the Prime Minister both in cabinet and out.
How do you then manage those people, though, the people that are disappointed today? What are there ways to give them other roles, to make sure that they feel valued inside caucus, and that caucus feels valued too, because that's the other kind of struggle and challenge in this.
Yeah, it's a challenge for sure, because there's nothing like the cabinet table. It is where the key decisions are made, and everyone knows that. It will be interesting to see, and it will be a challenge for this Prime Minister and this Prime Minister's office to keep in touch, particularly with the folks who've been dropped. But I would also say there's an onus on the folks who have been passed over to stay a part of the team and stay constructive. And just in the last few years, some ministers who've been dropped from cabinet, I think, did it with class and honor, and others maybe not so much.
What about some of the new faces that we've seen? Tim Hodgson, for instance, Joel Lightbound, people that either knew Mr. Carney before or have been around a long time and have not been in cabinet. What do you think the new faces are trying to suggest to us, and what do you make of some of them?
Yeah. I think it's a good thing to see a lot of these new faces. Adam Van Couverton, John Zaricelli, Marjorie Michel. These are people who are competent. They are qualified, and they're going to bring some new energy to these roles. I mean, we'll have to see exactly what these roles are and where they land, but I think overall it's a good thing to bring in new energy. I think any new team needs new energy.
David, you want it in there?
Yeah, I just want to say our colleague Louis Blouin is texting me with information that he has confirmed in his reporting. And Mélanie Joly is leaving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to become the Minister of Industry. And Joel Lightbound is coming in the cabinet, will be the Minister of Transformation of Government. This was Ali Assassi held that role very briefly in the initial Carney cabinet. Joel Lightbound from the Quebec City region is coming in there. So if Joly is leaving Foreign Affairs to go to industry, that means Anita Anand is moving to a different portfolio as well.
Okay. What do you make of that, Brian? The fact that Mélanie Joly, who's been front and center in much of the Canada-U.S. relations, will be moving to a new portfolio?
Well, I think she'll continue to be front and center on that file. It's a huge responsibility, industry, innovation, economic development, and it still has a lot of interaction with the United States, so I think we'll still see her very key on the U.S. front.
What has to happen next? So the swearing in will happen, and then how quickly should we expect these people to get down to work and get staff in place, and it be more than just the Prime Minister and his office?
Right. Well, some more than others. The U.S. file, there's a few ministries and ministers that have a lot of work ongoing on that, and particularly given there appears to be a shuffle of some of those roles, those ministers are going to have to get briefed up really quickly. Develop new relationships if needed. And then, of course, the House comes back quite soon. The House leader is going to have a lot to do. I haven't seen if the House leader has been announced yet, but that role, I think, will need to be paid attention to because we are in a minority parliament, even if it's a strong minority. So that person will need to get down to work fast as well.
Yeah, I think we heard that it was Steve McKinnon. I don't know that if you've heard that as well, but that would be a sort of a trusted hand, someone that knows Parliament pretty well.
Steve knows what he's doing there.
Yeah. Any last thoughts on what the Prime Minister is trying to signal with all of this today, and whether you think he's succeeded? I know we'll see the titles and the roles shortly, but in general,
I think he's clearly trying to put competent people in place and people who he can trust and will have his back. And that's what I think you see with both the returning faces and the new faces.
Okay, Brian Clow, thank you for coming in. Appreciate your expertise as always.
Thank you very much.
Going to bring in the host of CBC Radio's The House, Catherine Cullen. Catherine?
Hey, Rosie, one moment that I don't know that the cameras caught earlier, I think you folks saw Dalton McGuinty walking up, right? Of course, brother of David McGuinty, known as a cabinet minister, Dalton McGuinty himself, the former Ontario Premier. And we did shout out to him, how are you feeling today? And he joked that it is great to be on this side of it. And I do think, actually, as much as it's a joke, it does sort of speak to what Brian was just talking about, the amount of responsibility that folks are taking on today. Again, as we have talked about, at a time of great consequence for Canada, certainly in terms of the relationship with the United States, but also the domestic agenda that Mark Carney has set forward. He's pledged to be ambitious. A couple of things to look at as we wait to hear what roles folks are taking on. One thing I think we want to look for is how the ministerial titles and the departments are used in all of this. Certainly, if we think back to Justin Trudeau, for instance, creating Crown and Indigenous relations and Indigenous services. So something like that. I don't know that we'll see things on that scale, but different ways of making a statement about what the priorities of your government are, how they intend to move forward, things that can have knock-on effects in terms of the machinery of government, how different pieces work together. So that's one thing to watch for. Also, I know you and Aaron were talking a bit about this idea of secretaries of state. Now, it's been explained to me that on the one hand, by having fewer people who are going to be in that core discussion, who weigh in on every issue, that can lead to a bit more focus, getting things done a bit more efficiently, particularly when you're in a situation where, there's a memo that's going to go out and everyone around the cabinet table wants to have a say. Well, fewer folks involved in that. Of course, the flip side of it, some of the challenges that may come with this sort of tiering of cabinet is, yes, the sense that certainly there are some ministers who are in the core and some who would perhaps, the secretaries of state who might like to be, but also balancing a sense of priorities, I think, right? I mean, we talked at the beginning about Mark Carney saying he doesn't want his government to be about words, he wants it to be about action. What does this say about where his priorities are and how much attention he is going to give to specific issues, Rosie? If you are somebody who is in one of these communities or interest groups, Jean Chrétien has just arrived, Rosie. I don't know if we can get that shot up, but he is holding court with reporters as he tends to. I don't know that we have a live camera there.
He's doing a scrum. I don't know that we either.
Okay. Anyway,
we do not.
Having a chat with the media and quickly be quick. Okay. Well, maybe we'll see if he happens to walk right by us. We'll see if we can get a word with it. But as I was saying, Rosemary, if your area of interest is one that is handled by a Secretary of State, whether you think that is sort of minimizing that particular role. So just one more thing, Mark Carney and his team will have to think about juggling.
Okay, thank you for that, Catherine. Appreciate it. I'll let you see if you can get Jean Chrétien to come over and chat with you. He's got a large group of journalists surrounding him now, as often happens when former prime ministers enter the room or enter the event. That is a live look inside Rideau Hall, where people and family members are getting seated and ready for the swearing in to take place. If you haven't moved your portfolio, you will be presented to the ministry, not necessarily sworn in. Okay, here we go, Catherine.
Rosie to wrap up her thought here. Yeah, sorry. Hi, Rosie. Hi, Mr. Chrétien. So how are you feeling today, sir?
I think it's a good day, and we'll have a new cabinet and a new parliament within days, and we have a virtual majority. You know, we're close to a majority, so it will be very stable.
Virtually a majority.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And, you know, hey, Monsieur Trudeau managed to stay with the minority almost 4 years. So I don't know why this gentleman with more people will not do the but we'll see.
What's your advice to this cabinet?
Do their best.
Question français, vous avez fait beaucoup de cabinets, vous?
Ah, j'en fais depuis 1967.
C'est difficile
de faire des
au
monde. Personne de votre gang.
C'est difficile de faire des cabinets pour un premier ministre. Il y a beaucoup de gens déçus.
C'est sûr, c'est une journée difficile. Il y en a qui sont contents et d'autres qui sont en maudit.
Quel message il essaie d'envoyer?
Un bon message.
That's as far as my microphone goes, Rosie.
Well done, Catherine. Well done.
The fact that sometimes you have to disappoint people making a cabinet, he was saying there in French.
Yeah. Thank you. Well done there, Catherine. Pulling off your microphone to scrum a former prime minister. Thank you for that. Chrétien also saying that it's a virtual majority, very stable majority. What he actually said was that people are en maudit, is what he said in French. That means that some people are pissed off today, and he's probably right about that. That is the inside of the room there at Rideau Hall, where, as I said, people assembling for the swearing-in ceremony set to take place in about 5 minutes or so. The room's not full. I'm going to guess they won't be quite on time. And as I said, there will be people who will have to take the swearing in, the oaths. Other people who are just perhaps staying in similar roles will just be presented as part of the new ministry. I'm going to bring back the panel that's back in the Power and Politics studio. Look at that, Vandana. Jean Chrétien says it's a virtual majority. There's no reason why it can't last 4 years. Yeah, lots of pressure there for Prime Minister Carney.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to the fact that, there is, to make, they're short of, 2, maybe 3, depending on Terrebonne. But I think you can definitely find, synergies. And Mr. Carney has confirmed that he will work with other parties to find those synergies, to find where they can get votes and things across the table. I also think it's important that the Conservatives have also said that when it comes to Canada, sovereignty, they will support the government. So I think there's a lot of goodwill here right now. Let's see how long that lasts. But I think there's obviously a strong path forward. But I think, as you heard from Brian Clow, change is good. But I do want to pick up on something that Aaron said earlier about Secretaries of State. But I think this actually returned to the Chrétien era level of government, which is probably why he's so happy. But having a small cabinet focused on key priorities, but also I think Secretaries of State will have specific files they have to stay on top of, but also reporting into that minister and having ministers also kind of supporting them. And I think they'll be evaluated based on that as well. And a different cabinet culture. I think here I can see Mr. Carney wanting a cabinet to have debates and discussions based on, and that's why you see the diversity of the team. So if you have a comment on someone else's file, that might be welcomed here. And I think that will show that he wants people who are competent. And if you have a file that you want to bring, you better be ready to support it. And if not, other cabinet ministers have the ability to weigh in on them.
Yeah, we just saw David Lametti sitting down there. He has been advising the Prime Minister, is I think, that as far as we can go, no official role. The former Governor General, Michael Jean, also there. We're told David Johnston is also there. Governor Generals generally show up for these special moments as well. Confirming just some of the numbers that we're seeing in Cabinet, 14 women and 14 men. The women's Secretaries of State, there's 4, and men are 5, so not 6. Quite there. 6?
Yeah, John Zericelli
slips over onto the next page. All right. So almost there. And by my count, 6 cabinet ministers from Quebec, because that was also part of what we were considering there as we look for clues as to what the Prime Minister is signaling and who he wants to have a seat at the table. Fred, maybe I'll bring you back in there just for some comments on your thoughts about the structural change and then the gender parity and the fact that has been, to Justin Trudeau's credit, that was his thing, and it has been around now since 2015. I don't know if Conservatives like it, but there might be pressure in future times for it to continue.
Well, it's interesting. We talked about the return of ministers of state or secretaries of state, however we're calling them, junior ministers. It's been around since the 60s that we've had them in our system. Trudeau got rid of it, and he got rid of it really because he made 5 or 6 women junior ministers, but elevated them to be full ministers so he could have gender parity. It was a bit of a fake gender parity in 2015. This cabinet, though, the senior ministers, is true gender parity. So that's interesting they did that. One thing that I found interesting today, though, and I was happy to see, no opposition members, no floor crossers. You know, always nervous when you're this close to a majority. Would you see a Conservative or a Bloquiste or a New Democrat actually take a role in government? There was no rumor of that. There was nothing really big on that, but it was, you know, in 2006, I recall when Harper formed government, I was surprised sitting with a Conservative MP. We were watching CBC and we see David Emerson roll up, just elected as a Liberal crossing to us. So it was definitely a possibility here. So obviously I'm happy that it didn't happen.
It could still happen, Fred. I hate to tell you, but
well, you're not getting the prize of cabinet.
It could still happen. Yeah. No, you're not. You're not. But we'll see where that goes. I'm not sure it's something that the Prime Minister himself is super keen on. Is what I've been told. Although if someone put up their hand and said I'd like to come over, would you decline? I don't think you would. Aaron, what did you make of Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, talking about the stable majority? Certainly the Prime Minister Carney, seems to view the minority that way as well. That he's got some time and some space here to get some things done, and he's going to need it because he's got a lot on his plate.
Yeah, look, it's as strong a minority as you can pretty much possibly have, right? He's only a couple seats short. It is, by math, it is the largest minority in Canadian history, if the current numbers at least hold up pending recounts. And beyond just the Liberal seats in that math, you've got an NDP that is in no position to force an election anytime soon. That should conceivably give you enough votes to get things through the House. The Bloc Québécois has talked about, at least a year of cooperation. Yeah. There should be some room here for the Liberals to maneuver and to sort of carry on and advance their agenda. The caveat to all of that is there's a world of difference between a minority, even the strongest minority, and a majority. And you can't really take that for granted. Joe Clark is the eternal lesson in that regard. The PC government in 1979 that thought it was comfortable, thought the Liberal Party opposite was in no position to force an election, and then next thing you know, they're in an election and the Liberals are back in government. So, the Liberals still have to be careful here, but they do have, as these things go, they do have a fairly strong hand to play.
Okay, thanks for that, Aaron. People are still filing in here. Some of the invited guests, former Governor General, members of Indigenous and Inuit groups. I think I saw Jerry Butts, who's been helping the Prime Minister to get elected, as well as others. They're all going to take their seat. Janice Charette there, the former clerk of the Privy Council. She's also been helping with the transition piece here. So all these people will make their way in, and then things will get underway. But we are running a little bit late. Should point that out at this stage. 24 new cabinet ministers, 10 secretaries of state, 9 of them new. Of those 24 new cabinet ministers, 13 are new MPs, people who have never done this at all before. So steep learning curve for some of them. I'll bring back the CBC's Ashley Burke, who's still outside here with us at Rideau Hall as we wait for things to get underway. Ashley.
We're expecting the Prime Minister after the ceremony to come outside a little later this afternoon and take questions from the media, and that we're told that he'll be standing in front of the cabinet ministers, but not the secondary tier, the secretaries in state. And as you mentioned, when it comes to numbers, there were 38 people that walked up that driveway to join the team today, that ministerial team of both the secretaries in state, but also the cabinet ministers. And when you compare that to Justin Trudeau's cabinet last year, at its peak, it hit 40 members. So they are trying to keep the core group of cabinet ministers down to a smaller number, but there's still going to be a lot of people that are part of this team. And the decision to these secretaries in state was to keep a smaller amount of people at those regular cabinet meetings so that they can be more efficient when they make decisions, and then call in those secretaries of state for their expertise when issues on their files come up. We're also told that it's going to be really rare that the entire team of all of those 38 people meet at the same time. They're going to be bringing them in and consulting with them just on certain scenarios there. So that's kind of what it's looking like in terms of numbers.
Well, and that kind of makes sense for, I think, who the Prime Minister has indicated he is, which is someone who wants to get things done quickly, takes decisions quickly, and tries to drive the agenda forward. So that also makes a lot of sense. Ashley, thank you so much for that. I'll just point out in terms of numbers of the size of cabinets, a January 2015 shuffle, Stephen Harper's cabinet got tied for 40 members, tied with another conservative, progressive conservative, Brian Mulroney. In 1984, his cabinet had 40 members. So you might think 30 is a lot. It's been bigger. It's been smaller, though, too, because Mark Carney's previous cabinet was much smaller. I think it was only 24. But that was sort of a transitional piece to get them through the election to this moment, David.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 28 and 10 is the split here, right? 28 full ministers, 10 secretaries of state. The regional spread is going to be interesting. There's a lot of Ontario faces here. I counted 14 Ontario MPs coming in here today, which is obviously very important. Well, it's Canada's largest province. It is the province where the Liberals underperformed, though, probably costing themselves a majority government. But still, 14 members of the ministry, shall we say, are from there. I've seen 9 Quebec members of Parliament, 5 from British Columbia, and then 1 from the North, 1 from Manitoba, 2 from New Brunswick, 2 from Nova Scotia, and 1 from Newfoundland and Labrador, and 1 from Saskatchewan. So it's interesting to see just how it sort of splits out, right, in terms of where the power positions are going to go. Like, we know that Mélanie Joly, thanks to our colleague Louis Blouin, is leaving Foreign Affairs and moving into industry. I know this is something that she's coveted for a while. She wanted a domestic economic portfolio because obviously she has leadership ambitions down the road and wants to move into a situation, a portfolio like that where she has a chance to perform on the economic side. It's an economic portfolio. And this has been part of the conversation, right? That Mark Carney, coming, from the central bank world and the Goldman Sachs background and the Department of Finance, had recruited people like Tim Hodgson and others to come in and help drive the economic agenda. And when you're promising, gender parity in your cabinet, Michelle Cadario made this point on my show last night, of course, former Deputy Chief of Staff to Paul Martin, is how many women are you going to have in the core economic roles? Well, right out of the gate, we do know that Mélanie Joly is in the industry portfolio. So that's one there. And, if Vandita's speculation, I think yesterday, or other, might have been that Christian Freeland would stay in transport and work on interprovincial trade. That seems like that was a good fit, right? It's domestic facing, given what Donald Trump said unprompted in the Oval Office last week. I don't think she'll be replacing Mélanie Joly in Foreign Affairs, but she works well with that First Minister's table and with the premiers.
And to Brian Clough's point, Mélanie Joly in that role as Minister of Industry can still play on the Canada-U.S. relations file. This is the Prime Minister's wife, Diana Fox Carney, here with 2 of his children who have arrived for the swearing-in and are just talking to former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien as other people make their way in. Things are slated to get underway pretty soon. I think the other thing we should watch for is sort of first of all, the actual titles of the ministers when we get that, because those can and likely will change to better indicate the priorities of the Prime Minister, right? Minister of Finance, yes, that's going to stay the same, but there are other things that are going to move around, and that will also require sort of government machinery changes in terms of where those portfolios live, in what departments they live, and then how they work. And those are all things, too, that will speak to, I think, the Prime Minister's vision for building the Canadian economy, right? And they will have to reflect that because there are big changes that he wants to make on that front.
Well, there's the spend less and invest more slogan, right? That we heard during the campaign. So the transformation of government portfolio, which appeared in the first cabinet shuffle in March, which Ali Assassi, was the first minister. Joël Lightbound, Louis Blouin tells us, will be moving into that portfolio this time round. That's going to matter in terms of service delivery. And you also remember throughout the campaign and in the platform, Rosie, Mark Carney put a lot of emphasis on artificial intelligence and the ability of AI and technology to change service delivery and function inside government using machine learning and modeling and that sort of thing. So where does that fit into this? Is that part of the government transformation? Is that something that fits under the industry portfolio? I don't know. But that is going to be something that needs to fit into this structure somewhere, because for him to put such an emphasis on it and then not emphasize it and define it in his cabinet structure, how does that get implemented? Because that's where you're going to find the cost savings, that they want to balance the operational spending of the government within 3 years to free up cash to use. Any borrowing to do is for capital investment, economic stimulus, building assets and things like housing.
Well, and the other piece too that we'll watch for is who gets put in. I mean, you've been talking about Tim Hodgson for Minister of Natural Resources.
Yep.
Who gets put in the other piece of that, which is Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. The other part that the Prime Minister himself has spent so much of his professional life talking about. And if we saw Minister Wilkinson, not part of this cabinet, who the other piece of that is in terms of driving that message forward, I think will be interesting as well. Those are all parts of the story that the Prime Minister and his office are trying to tell today about some of his priorities to, yes, deal with the real threat of President Donald Trump, but also the other response to Donald Trump, which is to build a one Canadian economy, as the Prime Minister calls it, and find ways to develop pipelines, energy resources, critical minerals, to look for ways inside this country to strengthen it. And some of those people will have a lot to do as well.
Yeah, I've already had texts from people in the government of Alberta since our reporting last night that Tim Hodgson was going to go into the natural resources file. You know, they had been able to work with Wilkinson to a degree. They had been able to work with Seamus O'Regan when he'd been there, you know, coming from an oil-producing province of Newfoundland and Labrador. This is going to be an interesting reset in that relationship at a really difficult time, right?
Because he's very business-oriented.
This is it, right? Like coming from Hydro One, for example. I know it's hydro, not conventional energy, as the Prime Minister likes to call it, but oil and gas. You know, it is more of a green energy when you think of hydro. But he does come from that Bank of Canada advisory role. He does come from the financial services background, but so he comes at it from the perspective of a business person. And Mark Carney, while you know the net zero push and while dealing with climate change has kind of been at the core of sort of his value set in public life for the last decade or more, he has expressed a flexibility and a willingness to be flexible on things like an emissions cap, which he still believes in as a policy instrument, but maybe not with the rigidity that you know the Trudeau Prime Minister's office and certainly Minister Guilbeault and Minister Wilkinson might have believed in as a way of reducing emissions. I think also based on the conversations I had with some of his policy people, you know, throughout the election campaign, the disruptive shock of the Donald Trump presidency means you've got to take some water in your wine on these things. That even if you do believe on getting, you know, to 2030 targets, 2035 targets, because of the disruption to the basic economic, you know, safety and health of that North American trading partnership, you've got to do some things that maybe in 2015, when everyone's a little bit, you know, more optimistic and aggressive about the ability to hit emissions reductions, you've got to do it a bit differently now because of what Trump is doing to the world economy, not just the North American one.
Yeah, and the reality that there may be opportunity for development on some of those energy projects that wasn't there before because people are feeling differently about the Canadian economy and about expanding markets to other places. Okay, if you're just tuning in, we are a little bit delayed here in terms of getting the swearing in of Mark Carney's cabinet underway. That is inside Rideau Hall, that beautiful room there. Well, you will see lots of family members in the front row, the Prime Minister's wife and some Governor Generals. All those seats on the right of your screen, those light blue seats on the right of your screen, are the people who will make up Mark Carney's ministry and will be sworn in today and presented to the Governor General, Mary Simon, as members of that new ministry. This is the team that's going to lead Canada over the next months and years in this minority government situation and have to make some really tough decisions and push forward what the Prime Minister has outlined to be a very aggressive agenda with some of the goals and targets as early as July 1st. I'm going to bring back some of the people in the Power and Politics studio. Aaron Wary, just bring you back on some of the things that we've been talking about there. Maybe I'll bring you in on that issue of natural resources and environment and what kinds of things the Prime Minister, given his past commitment to fighting climate change and his talk during the election campaign of energy development, what we should watch for there.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very interesting to see where they move on energy policy as it relates to climate change. You know, the Prime Minister has talked about, you know, boosting both conventional energy and clean energy. And, you know, that has been interpreted as an openness to new pipelines to carry oil and gas. But I think it's one thing to say that in the kind of abstract. It's another when it gets down to discussing, specific proposals, specific projects, and exactly where those would go. I also think, he comes in with so much history on the climate file and, a reputation, I think, well earned as being kind of ahead of the curve in the finance world when it comes to taking into account climate change, that I think there's going to be some pressure on him to show exactly what that looks like in practice. Now that he's Prime Minister, even if there are obviously these pressures coming from the on the economy side as it relates to Donald Trump, if he dramatically walks back from climate commitments, I suspect the environmentalists and environmental groups will not look on that too kindly.
Okay. All right. So there are some things happening. Thanks for that, Aaron. There are some things happening inside the room there as they get things underway. Just some of the direction of what they should be doing inside the room, because there are lots of friends and family and staff members. Many of the people, of course, that helped the Prime Minister and MPs get to this point today during the campaign, which, as you well know, is a real renewal, a real kind of surprise story of rebirth for the Liberal Party from January back to where they are now. Not sure this is where anyone expected to be 3 months ago, watching the swearing in of another Liberal cabinet. So that will get underway very shortly. I'm just going to make sure that I'm not going to miss anything. All right, here we go. The Secretary to Cabinet, the Clerk of the Privy Council, and others making their way in. They, of course, are part of the official part of this ceremony, the actual swearing in that has to take place. The Governor General and her husband, Whit Fraser, will arrive shortly as well. And the other thing that today unlocks really is the work, right? Government can really get back to work in full.
Ministers designate, Secretaries of State designate, the Prime Minister, Their Excellencies, the Governor General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Fraser. Pour débuter la cérémonie, veuillez vous lever pour accueillir les ministres désignés, les secrétaires d'État désignés, le Premier ministre et leurs excellences,
Prime Minister and Her Excellency, the Governor General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Fraser.
Okay, big standing ovation, rounds of applause for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Very different than the first time he did this, when he had not yet even been elected as an MP. This is much more of a celebration of the win of the election and this day forming his new cabinet.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir. Merci. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken McKillop, and I'm the Secretary to the Governor General, and I'd like to welcome everybody to Rideau Hall for the swearing-in of the 30th Canadian Ministry. I'd like to also take a moment to share with you a traditional activity that was initiated just prior to the beginning of the ceremony, the lighting of the holik, a traditional Inuit lamp. This lamp is used in the North to bring light and warmth to the home. We light the holik to mark important events here at Rideau Hall, such as today's ceremony. And we are grateful for the presence of Elder Ina Zakal from Pagnatring Nunavut, who lit the holik and will maintain its light and warmth throughout the ceremony. Nagrumik.
I would now like to invite Algonquin Elder Anita McGregor to say some words of welcome.
Oh, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. Oops, just gonna. This is like a reunion, our bi-monthly meeting. I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands, and for those of you who don't know what unceded means, is that we never signed treaty, and this goes back to the Royal Proclamation of 1763. So when I come here too as well, I find it very special because this was an important meeting place too prior to contact, and we would meet and talk about what's going on the land, similar to what we're doing and the responsibility that all the ministers in the cabinet have today. I also bring my eagle feather. And our understanding is the eagle soars highest and has a higher view. And that's also the responsibility also of governance, to have a higher view, to project, because we're also here for the next 7 generations. And one of the biggest teachings too as well, I always bring this, is the spider, the interconnectedness of everything on the land, but also as a global nation too. So one of the biggest teachings too is what we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. So that's a big responsibility. So I'm going to honor our ancestors with a little prayer to welcome everybody. And I say, Miigwech. On Jenigashki Tochama Dose Conche no go mammy kakina pamats jigton as well goje. Schwemish no in abigus. Miguechoji kakina gagishan don oje mam de gain in the Kimenon. Skaki question cousin in the Kimenon. We don't go kakina pamats jig conje and agadwab on kakina guchin in the Kimenon. Miguechoje kakina ete kijigo kieses to be kieses a shijunang shak. We don't go no gusnon oje and agadwab on kakina guchia nibi a shiz nimishomsinon. On Jay Nagdawab done Kakina Guchia Pamad Sajik. I should we don't call Kakina Pamad Sajik and Abigus. We got on in a 7, Kagimi Jin, Chimino Pamad Sian. We don't call Kakina, Mom to get a joke as a chick. Mom to get we don't call Kakinan and Gino and Doganak. Mom to get in a Shomsinan, a Gokmasnana Shitchen, a Dabano G-Shuck. Come, Mom to get come a shed in as well, Goje. Shwen Mishnon, I should we don't call Kakina. We snajik the Magus a jik, Akus a jik, Kaye. We me God with jik, no gum Chiwanaki watch, a shit Chimino Pamatsu watch. Me, me gwetch. And again, as I said last 2 months ago, me gwetch is thank you in Algonquin, and I say it 4 times because this area is so special because it's the confluence of the rivers coming together, and it reminds us too as well that we also, our responsibility is balance, and the balance of the elements and the interconnection of everything. So, miigwech and congratulations to everybody. Merci.
Miigwech, Elder McGregor, thank you very much for being here today. Mr. John Hannaford, Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary to the Cabinet, will now seek the Governor-General's consent to proceed. Maintenant que la gouverneure générale a
Now that the
signifié
Governor
son
General
approbation,
has
nous
given her
procéderons à la
consent,
sermentation
we
du
will
30e
proceed
Conseil des
to
ministres
the
canadiens.
swearing-in ceremony of the ministers.
Designate will please come forward as they are named. Les ministres et les ministres
Ministers and
désignés
ministers
sont priés de
designate will
s'avancer
please
lorsqu'ils
come
sont
forward
nommés.
as they are named.
L'honorable Dominique
The
Leblanc,
Honourable
President
Dominic
du Conseil
LeBlanc,
privé du Roi
President
pour le Canada
of the King's
et
Privy
ministre
Council
responsable du
and
commerce
Minister
Canada-États-Unis,
responsible for
des affaires
Canada-US trade
intergouvernementales et
and
de l'unité de
intergovernmental
l'économie canadienne.
affairs.
The Honourable Dominic LeBlanc, President of the King's Privy Council for Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
Moi, Dominique Leblanc, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance,
to the best of my ability and knowledge, I will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the King's Privy Council for Canada, Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and one Canadian economy.
Okay, there's Dominic LeBlanc, not staying in his role, but sort of changing the role slightly, now responsible for Canada-US trade, intergovernmental affairs, and this notion that the Prime Minister has talked about one Canadian economy. I believe it's the Prime Minister who decides who gets sworn in first, and he's chosen Dominic LeBlanc, which should tell you something about the importance Minister LeBlanc has here.
Yeah, Adam Van Couverden will be the best athlete in this cabinet. Dominic LeBlanc will be the best political athlete in this cabinet. So he's managing the Canada-US trade, which is mostly a relationship management thing through Howard Lutnick and others in the Trump administration. And the one Canadian economy, while there will be responsibility for internal trade, this is about getting the provinces to move fast on lowering their trade barriers. The feds can only do so much. They need the provinces on board. LeBlanc is very good at that table with the provincial and territorial leaders. So he's the relationship guy in this cabinet.
That is what he's good at, building those political relationships.
The Honourable Melanie Joly, Minister of Industry, Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for the Quebec region.
I, Melanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely declare that to the best of my skill and knowledge, I will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Industry, Minister responsible for the economic development of Canada for the regions of Quebec.
I, Melanie Joly, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Industry and Minister responsible for Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions. That's good. Thank you.
All right, Melanie Joly moving away from Minister of Foreign Affairs portfolio, but into something that she has long wanted, as we were talking about there, David, and that is a more economic portfolio that will still allow her to play on the Canada-US relations file, because she too has a lot of vital relationships with people down there.
Yeah, and the consequence, the ripple effect beyond the theater and the drama of Oval Office visits happens in the portfolio that she now runs, right, as Minister of Industry. This is where, the support measures will come for the auto sector, for the aluminum sector, the steel sector, and others that are affected. This in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance. So still a key role on the fallout for Donald Trump, but an economic portfolio for Melanie Joly.
And an important minister to have in Quebec as well, given the aluminum industry and others. All right.
I, François-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely declare that to the best of my skill and knowledge, I will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
I, François-Philippe Champagne, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and National Revenue. Merci.
All right, so there was a question to the Prime Minister last week about whether François-Philippe Champagne would stay in this portfolio, and the Prime Minister joked, "Did he ask you to ask me that?" Well, he's keeping him in that role, and as you said there, David, adding national revenue. That's a big vote of confidence in Minister Champagne, particularly because obviously this is something the Prime Minister is going to have a hand in as well.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, Mark Carney may be his own de facto finance minister, but Minister Champagne, he's going to be busy because the government, the country, does not have a budget, Rosie. When Parliament does resume in just a couple of weeks, the King's speech is going to be the big highlight, but they've got to pass supply, so they have, legal authority to keep spending money, and then bring in a budget. So Minister Champagne's got his work cut out for him.
And again, these people are, the order here is chosen specifically and indicates very much the priorities of this government. Anita Anand then, moving from Minister of Industry to Minister of Foreign Affairs. Anita Anand, one of the people who was not going to run again, had some conversations with Mark Carney and changed her mind.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Moi,
Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Foreign Affairs.
All right. So Anita Anand becomes the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. I know she also was interested in Minister of Finance, but not everyone can get that job. This is a big job and an important moment for the country as well.
Minister Anand has been Minister of Procurement during the pandemic, Minister of Defense, Minister of Transportation, Minister of Industry, and now the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's a lot of the big portfolios in the core of government. Like finance is really the only one that is missing, and justice from like the core central portfolios. But her and Melanie Joly essentially switching jobs here, with Melanie Joly also, of course, taking on the Regional Economic Development portfolio for Quebec. But Minister Anand will now be Canada's face to the world. But you also wonder, too, how much of a hand Mark Carney is going to have in foreign affairs as well, Rosie. Like, he's very much an internationalist and wants to play in that world and in the finance and trade worlds.
Yeah, so there will be, I'm not going to say difficulty, but there will be a balancing act between what the Prime Minister does and what these ministers do, and how he delegates some of those powers.
And for the economic development of Northern Ontario.
I, Patricia Haidu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. I, Patricia Haidu,
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Agency for Northern Ontario.
Okay, Patty Hajdu becoming the Minister of Jobs and Families, responsible for Northern Ontario. She, of course, an MP from Northern Ontario. I would say Patty Hajdu sort of more on the progressive left side of the party. So that is, you know, as well as the fact that she's been a capable minister for so long, might also be a signal that the Prime Minister is thinking about that flank of the Liberal Party.
It's also interesting, Rosie, we're seeing some doubling up of responsibilities, right, in terms of multiple, what have been separate portfolios or separate responsibilities. Like Patty Hajdu takes on Jobs and Families from Stephen McKinnon. She also adds the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Minister Champagne, Finance and National Revenue. Melanie Joly, Industry and Quebec Regional Economic Development. So even in with the Secretaries of State, a lot of these portfolios are being grafted onto larger ministries.
Yeah, consolidating some of these things that maybe previously would have been separate roles, putting them all, grouping them together. All right, here is the Minister, Stephen Guilbeault. He is staying in this role that he got the last time. Did he have official languages last time as well, though? I'm not sure.
He did, but it was not teased out in the title, so people thought it had been eliminated.
Problems, right.
I, Stephen Guilbeault, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages.
I, Stephen Guilbeault, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages.
All right, Stephen Guilbeault, who has been key to Mark Carney's success in Quebec, a person though who comes with, you know, I'm not going to say baggage, but there's lots of people that dislike him in this country, particularly out west. The one thing they didn't want to see was him attached to any sort of environment or energy role. He's staying in this role that is, you know, about sort of a response to Donald Trump, about Quebec, about official languages, and the things that, again, the Prime Minister has been pointing to is why Canada is a sovereign state that will never be part of the UN.
Yeah, the noise you heard was Scott Moe and Daniel Smith's blood pressure going up, but he's
maybe going down because he's not in. He's not. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Honorable Sean Simon Fraser, Minister de la Justice
and Attorney General of Canada and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Promotion Agency.
Sean Simon Fraser, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. As Minister of Justice, I will see that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with the law. As Attorney General of Canada, I will uphold the Constitution, the rule of law, and the independence of the judiciary and the prosecutorial function. I, Sean Simon Fraser, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada and Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Economic Opportunities Agency. As Minister of Justice, I will ensure that the law is respected in public affairs. As Attorney General of Canada, I will ensure that the Constitution is upheld, as well as the independence of the judiciary.
So, Rosie, this is an interesting one with Sean Fraser as Minister of Justice, Attorney General, and also Minister responsible for the Atlantic Canada Opportunity Agency. Talked out of retirement, convinced by Mark Carney to run for office, offered a cabinet portfolio, if he did that didn't have a large public stakeholder presence that required national travel, because he wants to be home in Nova Scotia more with his wife and young kids. This is an important portfolio, but it will allow him that flexibility to do it. Also notable, he is now the second member of what I call the Freedom 25 caucus. Nita Anand, Sean Fraser weren't going to run again when they were down by 25 points. All of a sudden, when Mark Carney came in and it changed, they're back. They're into cabinet. Wayne Long, one of the early adopters of that as well, going to be sworn in later as well.
Ministre du Transport et du Commerce intérieur.
And internal trade.
Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Chrystia Freeland.
I, Chrystia Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Okay, Chrystia Freeland in Cabinet, with staying in that portfolio as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Of course, Chrystia Freeland, you know, in many ways, part of the reason why we are where we are today, but she gets to stay in Cabinet.
Yeah, the reports of her demotion were greatly exaggerated.
Well, I wasn't sure it was a demotion either. I thought it was maybe, you know, a way to handle maybe having a rival inside your cabinet. But that's also worth noting here that she was a leadership rival and she is in cabinet. And that also probably important to signal to other people that there were no hard feelings.
Yeah, there were reports last night that she'd been dropped entirely. There were rumors she was going to go to the United Kingdom as the new High Commissioner. None of those things turned out to be true, as she is going to stay as the Minister of Transport with responsibility for internal trade. So there, another interesting point, Melanie Joly, Rosie, not the Innovation Minister, the Industry Minister. So they're switching that title back as a signal of priority.
I, Gary Ananasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
I, Gary Ananasangari, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety.
All right. Gary Ananasangari, sworn in as Minister of Public Safety. He was the Minister of Justice, I believe, previously. And now he's moving into that role, which means that David McGuinty going to a different spot.
Yeah, he'd also, I believe he was also in Indigenous Crown Relations, was one of the functions that he had in the previous role. There was some rumor going around that maybe Minister Ananasangari, he was Minister of Justice and Attorney General and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. So he had a lot on his plate in the smaller cabinet. Public safety, it's interesting, David McGuinty was on the couch in the Oval Office in that role just a week ago because the border issues and the border plans dealing with fentanyl and migration are part of that. And Ananasangari, a real strong political organizer from Scarborough and a lawyer, moves in there now.
The Honorable Richie Valdez,
Minister of Women and Equality and Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
Mabuhay. I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State, Small Business and Tourism. Moi, Richie Valdez.
I, Richie Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
Okay, Richie Valdez, taking on Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Small Business and Tourism. She had previously been part of that. So putting a couple things there together should tell you that Richie Valdez is very emotional at every cabinet ceremony. Stephanie. She feels all the feelings every time, so that's not a surprise there if you've been watching.
An interesting note here, though, Rosie, is that there was no portfolio for women and gender equality in Mark Carney's first cabinet. He was criticized for this, and here it is a full ministry, not a Secretary of State position. It's the small business and tourism that is the Secretary of State position, but Minister of Women and Gender Equality, a full ministry. Women voted heavily for the Liberals, so it didn't hurt them last time. There's a recognition, I think, to secure it up.
Yeah, I also think that cabinet was a transitional cabinet. It was really about just getting the Prime Minister through the campaign. This is a more complete view of how he thinks government should work, and so that's why that is a full portfolio.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
All right, Steve McKinnon, now moving to the role of leader in the House Leader, which is in a minority government a really, really important job, and it has to be someone who has experience in the House to manage that kind of stuff and has some knowledge of parliamentary procedure too.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that. He also has a reasonably agile political navigator of difficult times. He had been just in cabinet as Minister of Labour, then Minister of Jobs. He had gotten a full ministry portfolio. This is going back more to a parliamentary function. So I'm curious to see how Minister McKinnon feels about that, moving to the House Leader thing from having an actual line department. He dealt with some labor disputes, of course, last summer, dealing with economic, railways and at ports. But he's going to be really important. Minority Parliament, rookie Prime Minister. Steve McKinnon's got a lot on his plate.
The Honourable David Joseph McGuinty, Minister of National Defence.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defence.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defence. Thank you, sir.
All right, David McGuinty making his way from Minister of Public Safety to Minister of National Defence. Remember, McGuinty's first time in cabinet was when he was appointed by Mark Carney. He's staying in there, but now moving away, I guess a little bit, but he will still have a role to play on the Canada-U.S. relations because the Prime Minister has committed to getting to that 2% GDP increase in defence spending before before
by 2030,
2030, I think, at the latest.
He also wants to build out some domestic defense manufacturing and procurement capacity. So look, he's in that second row of ministers, but this is a front row department, right, for David McGuinty. Also in the Oval Office meeting a week or so ago. And there is going to be this is a priority for the Carney team, to build up national defense, because the conversations with the United States, Rosie, are not just economic, they're also about security, and also discussing with European allies about new defense partnerships as well.
Right. That's right.
The Honourable Joanne Thompson, Minister of Fisheries.
Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Fisheries.
Okay, I'm going to correct myself. Justin Trudeau put David McGuinty in cabinet, not Mark Carney. So Mark Carney kept him there. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, he was part of the Freeland promotion
that's
cabinet.
That's right.
Well, Joanne Thompson was the Minister of Fisheries. She was handed that job. She was the only sitting member of the Newfoundland and Labrador caucus who sought re-election. They put her in the Minister of Fisheries job right before the election, and just as they cut the crab quota. And so that you
She
remember
won anyway,
on day one of the election campaign when Mark Carney, or his first stop was in Sunday night in St. John's, there was a crab fishery protest. This is why you don't have elections in Newfoundland in the spring. They'll learn that. But she survived it. She got re-elected, and she's returning to cabinet as the Minister of Fisheries, an important economic and cultural portfolio for the East Coast in particular.
President of the Treasury Board.
I, Shafqat Ali, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Shafqat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Shafqat Ali, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board. Thank you.
Okay, Shafqat Ali, a new face in Cabinet, taking on the role of the President of the Treasury Board, first elected as an MP for Brampton Centre in 2021. So this speaks to what you were saying there, David, trying to get a strong Ontario presence at the Cabinet table.
Yeah, this is a big jump up, at the core of the machinery of government for a first cabinet post. Minister Ali, I don't believe he's even been a parliamentary secretary or anything to this point. He's been on committees, right? And so that gives you a sense of like the workings, the inner workings of at least the legislative and study process. But in terms of managing the flow of money and getting things moving quickly, which is going to be a significant priority for the Carney government, because the Prime Minister has made it clear he wants to go fast. Yeah. So Minister Ali is going to be right at the bottleneck for things moving through the machinery of government as the President of Treasury Board. So congratulations. Better hit the ground running.
Rebecca Alti, Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Alti, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Alti, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Okay, Rebecca Alti also getting a big promotion, MP for the Northwest Territories, and she is now taking on the role of Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. Interesting to note that the Prime Minister has kept those two departments separate Indigenous services and Crown Indigenous relations. That was a shift that Justin Trudeau made, splitting those two departments so that one was about dealing with the future relationship with Indigenous communities, and the other was about providing services to them and dealing with funding issues.
But here we have, Rosie, a northerner with a full cabinet portfolio.
Yeah.
She had been the mayor of Yellowknife prior to running for federal politics, and people will remember her being there during the evacuations and the wildfires.
Right.
So she has some experience in tough moments.
Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Honorable Rebecca
Honorable
Chartrand,
Rebecca
Minister
Chartrand, Minister of Northern Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Economic Development Agency for the North.
I, Rebecca Chartrand, do declare I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Rebecca Chartrand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
All right, Rebecca Chartrand, also a new MP, took that riding of Churchill, Manitoba from the NDP. A Métis leader with lots of different kinds of experience, now taking on the role of the minister responsible for the North, which, as we've been talking about, also a big priority for the Prime Minister in terms of the response to Canada's sovereignty.
And geographically, too, Rosie, this is an area where Wab Kinew, the Premier of Manitoba, has put on the table for the big national projects that Mark Carney wants to collaborate with.
Point.
Opening up the Port of Churchill, getting a transmission line going up into Nunavut, for example. They've pulled back, power contracts they had with the United States. They're reserving that from Nunavut if they can. The Premier of Manitoba has made clear. So an opportunity here to collaborate with Rebecca Chartrand, taking on this role as Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs and Minister responsible for Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. So again, that regional development focus tied in with a larger portfolio.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. L'Honorable Julie Davila de Brussen,
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Julie Aviva de Brussen, je déclare
Julie de
fidélité et
Brussen,
sincère
do
allégeance
swear
à Sa Majesté
that I
le
will be
Roi
faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and his successors.
I, Julie Aviva de Brussen, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Julie
de Brussen, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Julia Viva de Brusen, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change. I,
Julie de Brusen, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Okay, Julie de Brusen taking on the role of Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, MP for Toronto Danforth, elected back under the first Trudeau government in 2015, and has had a lot of parliamentary experience dealing with the environment and climate change. As parliamentary secretary, I think, in fact, to the minister.
Yeah, and also to the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. So despite representing sort of a riding in the heart of Toronto, she has played in the natural resources world and been a part of the environment and climate change. It'll be interesting to see if Minister de Brusen is going to be as front and center as Stephen Guilbeault had been, as Jonathan Wilkinson had been. That may be difficult to do with the shift in priority and focus of this government. They want to build, baby, build, as they say. So I'm curious to see exactly where this fits in, where it slots into the political priorities and the public-facing part of it in the Carney government.
And as we see these new cabinet ministers come up, they have multiple oaths to take, as you can hear there, so it takes a little bit longer. And we're about to see that again right now.
Refugees and citizenship. I, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Lena Mettler-Diab, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Lena Mettler-Diab,
I, Lena Mettler-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Lena Mettler-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Lena
Mettler-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
I, Lena Metlish-Diab, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, Lena Metlech-Diab, the MP for Halifax West. This is a big portfolio as well, given some of the challenges that Canada has been facing and the commitment to keep a cap on immigration and to cut down temporary residents, international students, and those things. But I understand she was a Minister of Immigration provincially in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, in the Stephen McNeil governments in Nova Scotia. She's also been an Attorney General, a Minister of Justice, Advanced Education, Acadian Affairs, and Francophonie at the provincial level. So there is overlap in the experience. But, you know, a provincial immigration portfolio in Atlantic Canada is more about provincial nominees trying to get economic migrants come in, you know, to fill skill gaps, these sorts of things. So some familiarity with it, but a much bigger, much more difficult, much bigger job at this level. And this is one of those, I think, surprising elevations to cabinet. I think this is an interesting move to see Minister Diab.
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Agni Mandy Galmasti, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Agni Mandy Galmasti, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Agni Mandy Galmasti, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill, knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous Services. Thank you.
Okay, that is Mandy Galmasti, the new MP for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, and she has been previously the first woman elected Grand Chief of the Cree Nation. So she comes with all sorts of different skills and experience that would make her probably well placed for that portfolio of Indigenous services.
Yeah, she is one of 3 Indigenous cabinet ministers by my count, Rosie. We've seen Rebecca Chartrand take the oath. Mandy Galmasti has just taken hers. Buckley Belanger from Saskatchewan is also in the crowd. Don't know if he's going to be a minister or Secretary of State. I believe he's going to be a Secretary of State, in fact, for rural development. But this is important, right? If you want to have an agenda of resource extraction and economic development and energy corridors and new projects, you have to continue with reconciliation. So the ministers of Indigenous Crown Relations, Indigenous Service, and having that perspective and representation from those areas at the cabinet table, that is really going to matter for the delicate conversations that need to happen to make sure that traditional rights and resource privileges are respected, but also so the economic growth agenda the country kind of needs right now can also proceed.
Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
The Honourable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
I, Tim Hodgson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Tim Hodgson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to him in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of it in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Tim Hodson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Thank you.
Okay, Tim Hodgson, the MP from Markham Thornhill, first-time MP, becomes the Minister of Natural Resources, but he has extensive experience. He was the chair of the Board of Directors for Hydro One. He's held all sorts of board positions. He worked at Goldman Sachs, as did, of course, the Prime Minister. He was an advisor to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. So he's also presumably friends with Mark Carney, and has come into this role, which again has taken on new importance in light of Donald Trump and in light of some of the things the Prime Minister promised through the election campaign. And I should tell people we're about halfway through this swearing in now here, David.
Yeah, Tim Hodgson's going to have a lot of pressure to deliver politically because of what we're seeing in Alberta in particular, and to a lesser degree, but not an insignificant degree, in Saskatchewan. Also, to just in general, with the economic agenda of this government, you need to get projects moving and economic development happening in the natural resource sector. That has become an imperative coming out of this. The Conservatives certainly made it a centerpiece of what they wanted. Mark Carney has adopted it, and Tim Hodgson's really going to have to deliver on that.
Minister of the Transformation of Government and Public Services and Procurement.
Minister of Government Transformation, Public Works and Procurement.
I, Joel Lightbound, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Joel Lightbound, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Joel Lightbound, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the trusts reposed in me as Minister of the Transformation of Government, Public Services and Procurement.
Okay, Joel Lightbound entering cabinet for the first time, if I'm not mistaken. He's an MP for Quebec City. Was often critical of the Liberal government under Justin Trudeau, and he now becomes the minister from the Quebec City region, which means that Jean-Yves Duclos, who had been a cabinet minister for a long time, is no longer in cabinet, speaking of those who have been left out today.
You know, and he's got procurement and he's got government transformation. And so these are two things. Like the transformation title is a new one Mark Carney created in his first cabinet. So clearly that signals a priority for the new Prime Minister. So that creates some pressures to deliver there from Mr. Lightbound, but also procurement. It goes too slow, it costs too much, it takes too long.
Yep.
Things I also think the Prime Minister would like to see change. So this is something a more conservative-minded Liberal and Joel Lightbound has been tasked with.
Heath MacDonald,
Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
I, Heath MacDonald, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Heath MacDonald, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you.
Okay, that is Heath MacDonald, the MP for Malpec. I guess I shouldn't make it sound French. It's Malpec.
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 Great oysters.
Just what I do. They are. And he becomes the Minister of Agriculture.
Yeah, and this writes a snub from the first Carney cabinet where there was no member from Prince Edward Island in cabinet. Heath MacDonald, new to the federal cabinet, though he has provincial experience in the government of PEI. He'd been a Minister of Tourism and Economic Development, which, let me tell you, is a big one, for Prince Edward Island, but also a Minister of Finance. So he has some experience in cabinet at the provincial level and now becoming, Prince Edward Island's face at the cabinet table here, taking on the agriculture role, which Lawrence Macaulay had held at one point in his long career as a parliamentarian, as well as Veterans Affairs in his career. But Heath MacDonald replacing Lawrence Macaulay at the cabinet table after a brief interruption of about 2 months.
The Honourable Jill McKnight, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. The
Honourable Jill McKnight, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
I, Jill McKnight, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Jill McKnight, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Minister of Veteran Affairs and the Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you.
All right, Jill McKnight, the MP for Delta in British Columbia, becoming the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of Defence. One of those BC ridings that the Liberals held, and that is vital to whatever happens next. And certainly they need some representation from British Columbia around the cabinet table as well.
This was Carla Qualtrough's riding, who held a number of senior portfolios in procurement, amongst others, during her time in the Trudeau cabinet. Announced last fall she wasn't going to be running again. Jill McKnight was kind of identified as cabinet potential, former executive director for the Delta Chamber of Commerce, sort of right out of the gate, the importance of that region politically, the suburban riding sort of south of Vancouver itself. She won that reasonably handily as the Liberals really overperformed in BC, winning 20 seats.
Honourable Marjorie Michel, Minister of Health. I, Marjorie Michel, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Marjorie Michel, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi,
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully and honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant oath to do for His Majesty. Moi, Marjorie Michel,
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the trusts reposed in me as Minister of Health.
I, Marjorie Michel, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skills and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Health.
Okay, Marjorie Michel becoming the Minister of Health. She, of course, the MP who took over the riding, Justin Trudeau's riding of Papineau, was the first Black Chief of Staff, was Deputy Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Trudeau. And that was the only time that we saw Justin Trudeau during the election, was when he came out to Papineau to help Marjorie Michel win that riding, which she did, and is now in cabinet.
You know, it's interesting, too, Rosie, her father was the Prime Minister of Haiti.
No.
Mark Michel, really? yeah. She's a Haitian heritage background in
Did not
Montreal.
know that.
And, you know, has also worked, I think, you know, a senior role in campaigns and stuff for the Liberals over the years. But certainly, Justin Trudeau has kept a very low profile since his resignation and his departure. But he did go door-to-door with Marjorie Michel, who's a good friend, a loyal staffer, and now his successor in Papineau.
Yeah, he said, I'll come and help if you want help, and that was one of the places where he was asked for some help in it. Certainly the people of Papineau don't hold any hard feelings against him or the Liberal Party, given her win.
And community resilience, and Minister responsible for Prairie's Economic Development Canada.
I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do this as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Eleanor Angela Olszewski, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Emergency Management and Community Resilience and Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development, Canada. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Eleanor Shevsky, the MP for Edmonton Centre. That's an interesting. Minister of Emergency Management existed before, I think, in some form.
Preparedness is what it was called.
Preparedness.
Yeah.
Community resilience is kind of interesting. And also the fact that there is a minister responsible for the prairies in some ways, I think is important here.
Yeah,
too.
the regional economic development component, we're seeing that lumped in with larger portfolios. What I find interesting about emergency management and community resilience, of course, Alberta back at the cabinet table, you look at Jasper, you look at Fort McMurray, you look at wildfires in the western parts of this country in particular. She's right there, right? She's from Medicine Hat. She grew up there. She's in Edmonton, a lawyer before getting into politics. But unfortunately, this is a portfolio with an acute relevance to the communities near her riding in the center of Edmonton.
Yep.
The Honourable Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development, Canada.
The Honourable Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for Pacific Economic Development, Canada.
I, Gregor Robertson, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Et les peuples canadiens. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Gregor Robertson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing and Infrastructure and Minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development, Canada.
Okay, Gregor Robertson, probably a familiar face to many people, served as the longest-serving mayor of Vancouver from 2008 to 2014, now becoming the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure,
Pacific Economic Development.
Oh, you're right. So doing that again, but housing and infrastructure. I mean, okay to put it together, but that's a big portfolio then.
Well, they've kind of tried to link those in the last couple of cabinets with housing, infrastructure, and communities. This is an appointment that has frustrated some progressive members of the Liberals who really like Nate Erskine-Smith, the Beaches MP, the downtown Toronto MP, who has been dropped from cabinet for Gregor Robertson. When he was mayor of Vancouver, housing prices went up, development charges went up. Now, the mayor's not totally responsible for that. Those are council decisions. But he's bringing a record on this file into the ministry. It'll be interesting to see how whether he's learned from that or whether it's used against him.
And again, another area where the Prime Minister has some big goals in terms of getting things built.
I, Maninder Sidhu, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Maninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Maninder Sidhu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of International Trade. Thank you.
Okay, Maninder Sidhu, not someone I knew as a backbencher, but first elected in Brampton East in 2019. He previously, according to the bio we have here, did have a customs brokerage business, which I would imagine would help if you're becoming the Minister of International Trade. But this is, as we were talking about, kind of the third wing of trade.
Yeah.
And I guess this job would be to focus on opening up new trade relationships around the world.
Yeah, this is the job essentially, I believe, that Mary Ng would have had in the last cabinet when she was Minister of Trade, or at least in the last Trudeau cabinet, excuse me. Dominic LeBlanc had this and other functions, but Maninder Sidhu, who had been a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion and International Trade, he's worked in foreign affairs and international development. He's got the junior level skill set to bring into the senior level job.
And Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. That I'll have Evan Solomon.
The Honourable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
I, Evan Solomon, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III. As a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Evan Solomon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
Okay, again, a familiar face to many Canadians. Evan Solomon, a longtime broadcaster at most recently CTV. He becomes the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, which is, again, something that is important to the Prime Minister. That is a new title, a new role. Not sure exactly what it will, how it will work, where it will be, what department it will live in. I'm not even sure how that would work.
Yeah, I guess it shows, Rosie, there is life after power in politics, because Evan Solomon, of course, did host a show that I now host back before things ended abruptly with the CBC. But he has been a good friend of Mark Carney for quite some time and left his job working in the Eurasia Group, where people like Jerry Butts, who's also an advisor and friend of Mark Carney, there's a closeness there from a lot of these guys. And the minute Evan Solomon announced that he was going to be running in a riding in Toronto, it became pretty apparent he would be on the short list for cabinet ministers should Mark Carney win government. And Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, we need to figure out precisely what that means, but the regional economic portfolio is a pretty standard one there.
The designated secretaries of state will please come forward as
The
they are
Honourable
named.
Ruby Sahota, Secretary of State, Combating Crime. The Honourable Ruby Sahota, Secretary
The
of
Honourable
State,
Ruby Sahota, Secretary of State, Combating Crime.
I, Ruby Sahota, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Combating Crime. Moi, Ruby Sahota, j'ai prometté de déclarer.
I, Ruby Sahota, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, and that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Combating Crime.
Okay. Ruby Sahota becomes Secretary of State. So this is one of these junior roles, as we said, not important roles, but not at the cabinet table for all the decisions. And her portfolio is combating crime. So that's a new one, and I think that speaks directly to the riding where she is.
Public safety is a big concern in Brampton and in the 905. It certainly was with second and third generation immigrant voters, as they found out throughout the campaign. I don't take this role literally. It's not a Batman vigilante type role.
I don't think so,
but
no.
it probably would work with the Minister of Public Safety and maybe with the Minister of Justice to sort of like be an ambassador or a liaison on these particular issues, just to bring urgency and propulsion to things rather than actually manage a department. So how these roles are expected to function is going to be interesting to see.
Well, I wonder if there's a gun element to that, because in
I
the
suspect
previous,
so.
in the previous one, their guns were kind of hived off as well.
Buckley Belanger, Secretary of State, Rural Development.
Tanse Buckley Belanger in Sekason, ni asas giwit no segaste giwit saktawaste. I, Buckley Belanger, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will bring in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Buckley Belanger, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the power and trust reposed into me as Secretary of State, Rural Development. Thank you.
Okay, Buckley Belanger.
Belanger.
It's very hard for me to unfrench a thing. Buckley Belanger is the new MP for that northern Saskatchewan riding. Has an extensive background at in municipal level and the provincial level politically, and is now a Secretary of State.
And he was a journalist who opened up television and radio stations and worked with them all across the northern parts of Saskatchewan. Of course, used to be a panelist on Power and Politics for a while there, where we connect with him in his home in Isla La Crosse in Saskatchewan. But Buckley Belanger is a Secretary of State, not a full cabinet minister, which is interesting. Saskatchewan, the province without a full cabinet portfolio, only has a Secretary of State there. But it is Secretary of State for Rural Development, so certainly you're looking at the nature and structure of his riding of Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River. It fits the riding, it's just in that second tier of ministries.
Just a few of these Secretaries of State left, just so you know. After that, there'll be likely a family photo, and the Prime Minister is expected to take some questions from reporters at around 1:40.
Defense Procurement. Stephen Bradley
Fur, Secretary of State, Defense Procurement.
I, Stephen Bradley Fur, do swear I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephen Bradley Fur, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of his Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephen Bradley Fur, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts proposed to me as Secretary of State, Defense Procurement. Thank you.
Okay, there's Stephen Fur. He's becoming the Secretary of State for Defense Procurement. So I would imagine that role housed in the Defense Department, working with the Minister of National Defense. He, of course, was a fighter pilot.
Yeah, he was elected as an MP in 2015 in the Trudeau wave before a loss, but then it came back in Kelowna this time. 2-decade career as a Royal Canadian Air Force pilot. I believe it was he was a CF-18 pilot. And his time in Parliament was spent working on national defense and subcommittee on national defense, and also a member of the NATO Parliamentary Association. So he brings the professional, previous political experience and some political time there. And defense, procurement, he'll be working with both of those portfolios, I suspect, to help bring some, because this is something they want to see some more movement on, and it's going to be a big spend.
And again, an MP from British Columbia here. Another voice at the
Secretary of
table.
State, Children and Youth.
I, Anna Gainey, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Anna Gainey,
I, Anna Gainey, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Anna Gainey,
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Moi, Anna Gainey,
I, Anna Gainey, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Okay, Anna Gainey, the MP in Montreal for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount, now becoming the Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Again, Anna Gainey and her husband, a real power couple behind the Liberal Party. She previously the president of the Liberal Party. Her husband currently acting as principal secretary to the Prime Minister, though not expected to stay in that role, but also key to Mark Carney's re-election. So that's part of what's going on there.
Yeah, and just a bit of trivia for people, if the name Gainey sounds familiar coming from Montreal, that's because her dad is Bob Gainey, the former captain of the Montreal Canadiens and general manager, a Hockey Hall of Famer. So she's very much of the city of Montreal. Now, the children and youth focus, we'll need to see what these roles actually are and how they function in government.
And where they're situated, too,
exactly.
is what I'd want to know.
Wayne Long, Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency, and Financial Institutions.
I, Wayne Long, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Wayne Long, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency, and financial institutions. Thank you very much.
All right, a very happy Wayne Long there, named as Secretary of State for Canada Revenue Agency and financial institutions. I would guess that's attached to the Department of Finance, which now also is putting the CRA, the Canadian Revenue Agency, or the National Revenue, together with Finance. Wayne Long from New Brunswick. I would say that this is probably a dream here for Wayne Long.
He wasn't going to run again, remember?
Yes,
he was that Freedom 25. He came back when Mark Carney came in, and he said he felt a sea change on the ground, and he was energetic and enthused to seek re-election in his riding in St. John. He's a guy who's not afraid to break ranks, though, with prime ministers. He did that. He was the, Ken MacDonald called for a leadership review, but Wayne Long called for Justin Trudeau to step down. And also back as early as 2017, when Bill Morneau was trying to change the tax rules around small businesses and how they were incorporated, Wayne Long came out against that and added fuel to the opposition to that measure.
Stephanie McLean, Secretary of State for Seniors.
I, Stephanie McLean, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty, King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Stephanie McLean, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Seniors. Thank you.
Stephanie McLean becoming the Secretary of State for Seniors. She too, an MP from British Columbia. As David mentioned before, she was an MLA in Alberta as a New Democrat for a couple of years.
And she was a cabinet minister, Minister of Service Alberta, and Minister of the Status of Women. She was also the first Alberta cabinet minister to have a baby while in office, and went on a very short mat leave and would bring her son along to cabinet meetings. Back when she was a member of the Rachel Notley government. Now, not in Alberta, not a New Democrat, in British Columbia on Vancouver Island, and now a Secretary of State in a federal Liberal government. She was one of the two Liberal seats right there at the bottom part of Vancouver Island, one being Victoria, this one being Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Nathalie Provost, Secretary of State, Nature.
Moi, Nathalie Provost,
do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Nathalie Provost, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
Moi, Nathalie
I,
Provost,
Nathalie
je
Provost,
promets et jure
do
solennellement
solemnly
et
and
sincèrement,
sincerely promise
pour mieux
and
de ma
swear
compétence
that
et
I
de
will
ma
truly and
connaissance,
faithfully, and to
j'exécuterai
the best of
loyalement
my
et
skill
fidèlement les
and
pouvoirs
knowledge,
et je m'acquitterai des
execute the
responsabilités
powers
qui m'ont
and
été
the
confiées
trusts
en
reposed
qualité
in
de
me
secrétaire
as
d'État
Secretary
nature.
of State for Nature.
Okay, Nathalie Provost, also well known probably to many Canadians, a survivor of the École Polytechnique massacre and has long been an advocate for gun control. She is not doing that in this role. She's a Secretary of State for Nature, but much of her career, she's an engineer, much of her career has been related to, a lot of her career has been related to the environment as well. So that is also probably a fit that makes a lot of sense. But Nathalie Provost really viewed as sort of one of the people that the Liberal Party managed to recruit as a well-known Quebecer.
And you'll remember she definitely handled Rosie a couple of mistakes early in the campaign when Prime Minister Carney called her Nathalie Provenot, got the school wrong. She handled it well, showed sort of those the nimbleness you'd like to see in someone who's going to be in a cabinet or at least a Privy Council with you.
Secretary of State, International Development.
Randeep Singh Sarai, Secretary of State, International Development.
I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III. As a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada, I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Randeep Singh Sarai, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, International Development. Thank you.
Okay, Randeep Sarai, MP for Surrey Centre from British Columbia, has been an MP since 2015, now moving into the Secretary of State role for International Development.
Randeep Sarai is one of the members of the Sikh caucus inside the Liberal Party. Him and Sukh Dhaliwal, two of the best political organizers in the caucus.
Fundraisers probably too,
certainly in British Columbia, right? And they very early came out for Mark Carney in the leadership process. And shortly after that, Christy Clark dropped out of the race. I know Christy Clark had some other issues to deal with, but Dhaliwal and Sarai in particular are such fierce and powerful organizers in British Columbia. It would have been difficult for the former premier to even win her home province. So here you're seeing Mr. Sarai coming in as the Secretary of State.
Okay, just one left is the exciting news here, and we'll be almost done this swearing in.
Adam Van Couverden.
Oh, two, I think.
Two left.
Secretary
I got
of
excited.
State, Sport.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Adam Van Couverden,
I, Adam Van Couverden, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely declare that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III, as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Adam Van
I,
Couverden,
Adam
je
Van
déclare
Couverden,
solennellement et
do solemnly and
sincèrement que
sincerely
j'agirai
declare
en
that I
fidèle
shall be
et
a true
loyal
and
serviteur
faithful
de Sa
servant
Majesté
to His
le roi
Majesty
Charles
King Charles
et
III
ma qualité de membre
as a
du
member
Conseil
of His
privé
Majesty's
à Sa
Privy
Majesté pour le
Council
Canada.
for Canada.
J'exprimerai
I
fidèlement,
will, in all
honnêtement et
things
en
to be
toute vérité,
treated,
mon
debated,
sentiment
and
et mon
resolved
opinion
in
sur
Privy
toute chose
Council,
traitée,
faithfully,
débattue
honestly,
et
and
résolue
truly
en
declare
français.
my mind and my
Je
opinion.
tiendrai secret
I shall
tout ce
keep
qui me
secret
sera
all
confié
matters committed
ou
and
révélé
revealed
en
to
cette
me
qualité,
in this
ou tout ce
capacity,
dont il sera
or that
traité
shall be
secrètement
secretly
en
treated
conseil.
of in council.
J'agirai en toutes
Generally, in
circonstances
all
comme il
things,
convient
I shall
à une
do as a
fidèle et
faithful
loyal
and
serviteur
true
de Sa
servant
Majesté.
ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Sport. Moi, Adam Van Couverden,
I, Adam Van Couverden, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Sport.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Van Couverden becomes the Secretary of State for Sport. Of course, former Olympic athlete, a kayaker, sprint kayaker, if I'm not mistaken, has been elected since 2019 and held various jobs as parliamentary secretary, including, I think, this one, right? When it was lodged under Heritage.
He was a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health, to the Minister of Sport, a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion, and the Minister of Canadian Heritage. He's got a gold medal, he's got a silver medal, and he's got two silver medals. Yeah. And he's got a bronze medal. He was the flag bearer in Athens and Beijing, and now he's got a Privy Councillor title to add.
So this is no big deal for Adam Van Couverden.
Yeah. He's probably, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's the best athlete. You know, he got a couple of long distance runners in there, but he's the Olympian in the room, so I'm going to give him that. He's obviously very well known because of that, certainly because of his roles and his Olympic success. This is a promotion he's wanted for quite some time.
John Cerruchelli, Secretary of State, Labour.
I, John Cerruchelli, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, John Cerruchelli, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought do for His Majesty. I, John Cerruchelli, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Secretary of State, Labour. Thank you, John. Nice to see you.
Okay. John Zuccarelli is the last one to be sworn in here, an MP for Etobicoke North, previously Director of Operations for Justin Trudeau, also served in an advisory role. He had some pretty cool jobs as well. He was a VP at Universal Music, and now he's taking on this role as a first-time MP, first elected MP, to become a Secretary of State for Labour. And that is the last person to be sworn in here. 28 cabinet ministers, 10 secretaries of state, gender parity when it comes to the full cabinet, not quite there when it comes to secretaries of state, but many of those roles bringing in new faces, as well as cabinet, where we've seen a lot of new faces and some experienced hands staying in some key portfolios for the Prime Minister.
And just an interesting note with Secretary of State for Labour,
yep.
One of the NDP criticism of the last cabinet was that the Minister of Labour became the Minister of Jobs. And they said, oh, you're taking Labour out of this. What does that say to unions? Here they have Labour back at the Secretary of State level.
To formally witness the swearing in of the ministers and secretaries of state.
So this is some of the official signing of the oath book to make all of this official for the presentation of the ministry. Generally, there's a national anthem that everyone stands up for, and then they assemble for a family photo inside Rideau Hall. Before, oh yeah, the Great Seal too. The Great Seal must be handed over to the Minister of Public Works as well.
Yeah, well, when they assemble for that family photo, Rosie, as I look at the numbers, we have 11 full cabinet ministers from Ontario plus the Prime Minister. So 12, there's actually 29 in cabinet if you include the Prime Minister.
Right.
So 11 from Ontario, 7 from Quebec, 1 from the North, 1 from Manitoba, 1 from Alberta, 2 full ministers from British Columbia, 1 from PEI, 1 from Newfoundland and Labrador, 1 from New Brunswick, and 2 from Nova Scotia. You've got a Secretary of State from Saskatchewan, 3 from British Columbia, 1 from New Brunswick, 2 from Quebec, and 3 from Ontario. So you can see of the 39 total names, because 28 plus 10 plus the 1, you've got 15 coming from Ontario, and you've got 9 coming from Quebec. BC has, interestingly, 2 cabinet ministers, as does Nova Scotia, but then 3 secretaries of state to bring that up to 5. So you can see very much it is tilted towards Ontario and Quebec, which is not surprising for a Liberal government.
To the Registrar General of Canada.
I guess Melanie Joly also has this job, the Registrar of Canada. She's getting the Great Seal.
Don't drop it.
No.
It looks heavy. It's interesting just how much change there actually is.
Yes.
So, Rosie, when you look at this, right, like I just sort of the geographic breakdown. And again, you have the 14 and 14 gender split in the core cabinet, 6-4 in the secretaries of state, and of course, Prime Minister Mark Carney is a man. So a slight tilt towards the male side, but broadly even.
Rise if you're able to join us for this rendition of the national anthem in English, French, and Anishinaabe. Please remain in your seats for the departure of the Regal Party, the ministers, accompanied by the music of Alicia Bloor. Thank you for being here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank you all for being here. And please rise if you're able and join Mary Brighton, Mary Nagawagbo, a member of the Whitefish River First Nation, who will be singing in English, French, and Anishinaabe. Following the anthem, please remain at your places for the departure of Their Excellencies, the Prime Minister and members of the 30th Canadian Ministry, accompanied by the music provided by Métis fiddler Alicia Bloor.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichiguanach, Nani Buida, Migueche Wendanda, Nani Buida, Migueche Wendanda.
Okay, a lovely rendition there of the national anthem. And with that, I believe they're going to head off to a reception with their family and friends before they gather. Oh, there's more music. before they gather probably for that family photo back in that room. Oh, there's Whit Fraser just getting into it. That's
looking spry.
That's Whit Fraser for you, husband of the Governor General. All the ministers, new ministers, will file out and take a moment to raise a glass, I'm sure. And as I told you earlier, we are expecting the Prime Minister of Canada to take some questions in about an hour's time. But now we have a full picture, both of who is in and what kind of roles they're taking. And do want to get some thoughts from everyone on what we've seen. I'll start with you, David. You've gone through the geographic breakdown pretty extensively there.
Geographic and gender. Really, there's kind of 5 ministers here who are not changing. There are 10 that have been dropped entirely, and an 11th if you account for the fact that Kamal Khera, the former Minister of Health, lost her seat in the election. Broadly not changing. Francois-Philippe Champagne stays as Minister of Finance. He adds national revenue. Chrystia Freeland is Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. That's identical to what she had in the initial Mark Carney cabinet. Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, a minister responsible for official languages, massaging of the title, but essentially staying in that same role. Dominic LeBlanc. This is slightly different. He gives up the full trade portfolio, but keeps Canada-U.S. trade, intergovernmental affairs, which is a critical political management portfolio in terms of relationships with the premiers, and of course has the one Canadian economy function, which is what Mark Carney has talked about here. And then Joanne Thompson is the Minister of Fisheries. She's staying there. That's unchanged. Now, Oceans and Coast Guard have been dropped from that title. I don't know if that is just a nomenclature thing, just a naming thing, or, there had been some, if you remember, when they created the identity portfolio for Stephen Guilbeault in the last cabinet, there were certain parts of oceans and protected areas that fell in under his title because it wasn't sort of like the emissions part of climate and the environment, but the biodiversity and protecting lands. So there is some shuffling of those responsibilities broadly moving around, but in terms of stability, those would be the 5 ministers that kind of aren't moving in a significant way. But beyond that, it's really new in terms of new faces, new people, and in new roles. Some of the more senior ministers shuffling around the more senior portfolios, which would be central to the Carney agenda, but also to the dealing with the Donald Trump issues and the Canada-U.S. relationship, and then broadening, diversifying the economic opportunities for the country, east and west, and internally. But there's a lot of change here.
There's a lot of change.
And that old criticism that we heard throughout the campaign, the 4th Liberal term, yes, but it's not a 4th Justin Trudeau Liberal term. Just like Justin Manitour, which didn't really quite work in the election, it's going to work even less well in this post-election new cabinet world that Mark Carney has given us today.
So that handful of key ministers are previously, are Justin Trudeau ministers, right? Anita Anand, Melanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, Francois-Philippe Champagne. Those people stay in those roles in part because those are the people with the experience needed for those particular jobs in this particular moment. And those are the people that have some of the relationships that are needed. So, they're staying at those top tier jobs, although moving portfolios, or as David just pointed out, they're shifting the names of portfolios. I'm going to bring back Ashley Burke for some thoughts and Catherine Cullen for some thoughts before I go to the panel, if I can do that. Ashley, David sort of broke down how this has played out in terms of gender, in terms of geographic diversity. It's very challenging to put together a cabinet on any day, but certainly the Prime Minister has managed, I think, to send really clear messages about his priorities moving forward.
Yeah, and Rosie, it is significant that Canada has a new defense minister at a time when Canada's sovereignty is being threatened, at a time when the government's committed to putting more security up in the Arctic. And Bill Blair, he was serving in this role. He is now one of the 11 cabinet ministers who's out entirely. And a source that I was speaking to said that he's disappointed, that he wanted to stay in cabinet. He's been replaced by David McGuinty, someone who within the government is viewed as someone who's shown who's been involved, obviously, very closely in the Canada-U.S. file. And he was one of the ministers that was sitting in the Oval Office just a week ago with Mark Carney when he met met with Donald Trump. And he's going to be involved at a time when there's going to be a lot of money coming into the Defense Department. Carney is committed to hitting 2% of GDP on defense spending. That's the NATO benchmark by 2030. And it has been a long-time complaint by Trump that he says that Canada's not doing enough when it comes to defense spending. Carney's also committed to giving military members a bump in their pay as well. And it's also significant that there's a new Secretary of State role for defense procurement, and that's Stephen Fuhr. He's a former fighter jet pilot that's going to be taking on that role. And Mark Carney has committed to overhauling the procurement process entirely to try and eliminate some of the red tape and the speed that we're seeing when it comes to military procurement, and also focus more domestically so that Canada's relying a lot less on the U.S. So it sends a strong message that we've got these two individuals in these roles.
Okay, Ashley, thank you for those thoughts. I'll bring in Catherine Cullens for some of your thoughts now. Catherine Cullen?
Yeah, Rosie, I mean, I do think one of the big questions we have in all of this, the personalities are certainly important, geographic representation, different kinds of representation, very important. But I think it's also interesting to ask ourselves, what does this cabinet, Mark Carney's priorities, how a Mark Carney government will function? And I think it's interesting to note where there's repetition, what that tells us about sort of the drums that are being beaten repeatedly here. So trade, right? We see that coming in a number of titles, this interesting question of how One Canada trade is going to interact with internal trade, and then of course there's also international trade. The North, right? I'm responsible for Northern and Arctic affairs. Several MPs who represent cabinet ministers who represent northern parts of their provinces, as well as Rebecca Alty, the former mayor of Yellowknife. We see a sort of pointing towards new ways of doing things. You look at government transformation, as well as the artificial intelligence file. And interestingly, I thought it's striking how much nature, parks, the environment all seem to come up. So perhaps indicating ways in which Mark Carney intends to prioritize particular things in a slightly different way than Justin Trudeau. I also am curious to hear more from the Prime Minister, a little bit more about this question of how the Secretaries of State are going to interact with the responsibilities of that principal core group of cabinet ministers. Like, you look at something like Ruby Sahoda's title, Secretary of State for Combating Crime. Think about the Conservative priorities in this election, right? The top 4 priorities, one of them was stop the crime. Now, I don't think that Mark Carney's government is trying to suggest that combating crime is a lesser priority, because, of course, there's Justice Minister, and that is going to be part of his set of responsibilities. But how will these things interact? What do they tell us about, are we sort of adding two things together? What's the relationship? I hope we hear a little bit more about that today.
Yeah, and maybe there'll be some mandate letters that will flesh out some of that, as well as I think I heard that he was committed to those, but we'll see whether he spells that out. Thank you for that, Catherine. I'll go back to the panel now in the Power and Politics studio. David, you can jump in when you want as well. Vandana Qatar, Fred Delory, and Aaron. Is Aaron Wary still in there? Yes, we made him stay. That's
still here.
Okay, now that we know more about who is doing what and some of the titles, anything jump out to you? Maybe I'll start with you, Fred, on this one.
Again, as we mentioned earlier, some of the big names that have been dropped from the cabinet, 10 or so names that were in Carney's cabinet 2 months ago, not here anymore. It's going to be disappointed people, and also people that weren't in that cabinet but may have been hoping to get in, that were under the Trudeau regime in for a while. Mark Miller is a name, for example, from Quebec. He was a lot of people thought he was a very effective minister. Not in this, and Carney's going to have some.
Did you really expect, though, one of Justin Trudeau's best friends to be in Mark Carney's cabinet? You didn't really think that, did you?
No, I didn't expect it, but it's going to be a part of the issue that Carney's going to have to manage. He's going to have a number of his caucus, a large number potentially, that are unhappy right now, and that's going to be a trick to manage. This is new to him. As a Conservative, we're not used to forming government with a successor prime minister. We usually just lose the election, and so it's a different feeling for us, I guess.
Sure. No, I respect that. What do you make, though, of some of the title changes? For instance, Fred, the way that he's broken down trade into kind of almost 3 different categories to deal with particular trade issues.
Yeah, he's focusing it on the hot issues. Obviously, Canada-U.S. trade, I think, does deserve its own thing, given our economy is so tied to that, and it is an existential crisis. So it's interesting to see this. He is obviously, during the campaign, talked about productivity a lot. The mandate letters letters, as you mentioned earlier, will be interesting if he makes those public. Traditionally, those aren't public. It's a letter to the Prime Minister, to the Minister, giving, you know, the expectations and what they want to focus on. Trudeau changed that and made them a public document, and it became a bit more of a show than actual work that people were expected to do. So it'll be interesting to see what approach Carney takes. I'm also going to be curious to see what cabinet committees he makes. Priorities and Planning Committee is an incredibly powerful committee. Who is going to be on that out of these 40 ministers? It should be a very tight committee that's really setting the agenda, and then an operations committee who's making sure things are getting done. So I don't know when we'll see those out. I expect either today or this week.
I don't know, maybe you know whether the Prime Minister intends to make those mandate letters public. I would imagine he will, just given the precedent, but maybe not. And just give me your thoughts on what you saw in terms of the titles and stuff.
I'm not sure about the mandate letters for sure, but I know they'll be more focused on what the priorities will be of the Prime Minister. And actually, what I saw from this cabinet, which is actually probably unexpected for Mr. Carney, is a very political cabinet and thought through some of the big issues that come up. So I think of, you know, even Stephen Fury in Kelowna, the Minister of ABTB. In Kelowna, we lost in 2019, lost it again in 2021. So you have stakes in the ground with ministers from these regions, including in Quebec. I think of, you know, I'm from Brampton. I'm like 3 ministers from Brampton is a lot, but I think, you know, heard loud and clear that in the 905 crime was an issue, and I think that also brings in some of our top organizers, ministers like Minister Nana Sungri, who have done well in other files, but also has that lens in communities and would understand, like in the York region, in the Bramptons, in the Peels, and the Surreys, what matters and how to connect that with Ruby Sahoda's file. And I think you'll see, again, a mix of old and new. So Dominic LeBlanc, again, a very strong minister, but understanding the importance of those existing relationships in the U.S. So you see Melanie Joly as well as Dominic LeBlanc there. So, you know, I think unexpectedly you see a huge political group, and a group that can also, you know, some of the biggest issues of caucus is like answering to what caucus members are looking for and being, you know, on the ground and supporting them and speaking to their local media, helping support them and their stakeholders. And I found something with ministers, if they're, you know, even if they're very good, they may not always get the political take, which can also cause your caucus problems. So I think having an effective ministry and cabinet ministers who get that, who know they have the job to find, but also they're still liberals and they have to, you know, do the political pieces so that no matter what happens, whether we last, you know, a year, 4 years, that you're ready for the next election as well.
That's a very smart analysis, yeah. Aaron, what stood out for you there in terms of things we should be paying attention to?
I mean, I think, you know, obviously there's, of the sort of senior group of ministers or the kind of core ministers, there's obviously a lot of familiar faces there, but I think the two sort of most interesting people in this cabinet are arguably two of the newcomers. First, Tim Hodgson at Energy and Resources. I mean, that's, at the best of times, that is a fraught file. And now it's, you know, also kind of will have to be conducted in the shadow or with the backdrop of a potential national unity crisis. And then I think the other one is housing. Gregor Robertson, the former mayor of Vancouver, you know, which was arguably sort of the first signs of a housing crisis in Canada were in Vancouver. And so I think, you know, there might be questions raised about whether, you know, putting the mayor of Vancouver in that job in housing makes the most sense. But you know, the flip side of that, I guess, would be that if there's anyone in this cabinet who knows sort of how things work at the municipal level and where the potential roadblocks are, you know, maybe it's Gregor Robertson. But I think those two newcomers have major files that, you know, go to major priorities that Mark Carney has talked about. You know, resource development has been a major focus of his. Housing, he has talked about in very ambitious terms, about moving things forward, about, you know, building homes at a pace that we haven't seen before. And I think there's a lot riding on those two ministers to get things done if Mark Carney's government's going to be successful.
Well, I wonder, and maybe I'll bring in David here, I wonder then how much of that sort of begs the question, how much the Prime Minister is willing to let go of control. Because we know he's heavily involved in the policy. He has very clear ideas about what he wants to do. So how much is he, I'm not saying he's not going to give these people the ability and playing field to do their jobs, but how much is he involved in those things, I wonder, would be some of my questions.
Yeah, and we still, to this point, Rosie, don't know who his chief of staff is going to be for the long term. Marco Mendicino is there right now, really as an interim measure, as we understand it. So that's going to really matter, too, in terms of, does he have a chief executive officer or more of a chief operating officer as the chief of staff in terms of how he wants to implement things. But Aaron makes a good point that you do have political rookies in terms of never been elected to Parliament before, handling the energy file and handling the housing file. But, people said that about Mark Carney, a few months ago, and look at where he is. These are people who have been tested. They have run large, either organizations or large municipalities, so they bring that experience to the table. But we've got the team. We kind of have the agenda. We'll get a clearer sense of the agenda on the 27th when King Charles opens Parliament and reads the speech from the throne. It gives us, more of a step-by-step list of priorities. We know they want to have free trade in Canada by Canada Day. This would be the Chrystia Freeland internal trade job. That's eliminating the barriers that the federal government controls. Doing it at all provincial levels, the One Canada economy that he talks about, that's a much more difficult process, and I think that's where Dominic LeBlanc comes in terms of parsing how those trade roles play out, that Freeland can handle the legislative stuff that the federal government deals with. LeBlanc is going to handle that intergovernmental relations and getting the premiers sort of on board, because he's the best schmoozer in cabinet, let's be honest. Maybe in Ottawa, he's just very good at that particular thing. So you see those lining up as the priorities and how far it goes. The empowerment of ministers and the license of ministers to sort of act with initiative is going to be a really interesting thing to see. Because to this point, and I don't say this as a criticism of anything, there's been a pretty tightly controlled of the agenda and the flow of information, and people being very reluctant to act without absolute permission at this stage, knowing that they won't be offside with the Prime Minister, at least while he was building the cabinet and getting the initial team ready to go.
Yeah, just to give people a sense of where we're at right now, we are waiting for the official family photo of Mark Carney's new cabinet. That will happen in Rideau Hall beside me. At the top of the hour, we're going to hear from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, get his reaction to what he's seen here today. This will also be, I think, interesting to see how far Pierre Poilievre goes in criticizing the government, given that, he's also dealing with some lessons from the election. So we'll see where his criticism lies and what particularly it is about, whether he talks about some of these old faces or experienced faces that are still in cabinet or others. So that will happen there in the West Block. We'll bring that to you at 1 Eastern. The Prime Minister is slated to be outside here at Rideau Hall with his cabinet behind him at around 1:40 Eastern. He is the only person speaking, though. Many times cabinet ministers come in groups and you get questions to cabinet ministers. That's not happening today. It is one voice that they want heard today, and that is the voice of the Prime Minister, at least for this afternoon. Vandana, maybe I'll just bring you back in here in terms of obviously the Prime Minister has run big businesses and banks before, so he can certainly delegate. But I do wonder how involved he will be in some of these things that are of critical importance to him, that he has thought so much about, and how he will make sure that those things get done without, getting into a space where he's maybe micromanaging some new ministers.
I don't think he'll be micromanaging, but I think he'll be very clear from the offset, what files are the most important to him. And I think you can see more connection to those ministers on a regular basis, whether they're check-ins or whether they're, focused on the files like key appointments in cabinet. So I think he'll be early on, he'll understand the importance of getting those things across the finish line. One of the key things the Prime Minister cares about is not just saying what he wants to do, but implementing it and seeing it through fruition. So he'll be really focused on that. So I think cabinet ministers should expect on those top files that there'll be a lot of interaction with the Prime Minister. I think on files that could also be hot, he's giving them to people who understand these files, and I go back to someone like Minister Nanasangri to lead those, and I think he'll be less checking in on those, but also just trusting those people to do their jobs.
But we'll expect a high level of performance. I think that's also fair to say.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he has very high expectations, and having worked with him on the campaign, he does. But he also knows what he doesn't know, so I think he'll lean on cabinet ministers with lots of experience and people even from other private sectors with experience to help. And he's open to a conversation and debates about different topics, which is why I think he wants a bench that can punch above their weights and be open to having those conversations and even pushing on different perspectives. So I think he'll actually expect that from his team. So I think he'll lean a lot on his private sector roots of delegation, but also focusing on what he wants to focus on, but making sure that these are also important agenda items and you need to deliver that, and I shouldn't have to check on you.
Yeah. Fred, maybe I'll just bring you in here as we wait for Pierre Poilievre to appear in about 10 minutes' time or so. What do you think? I mean, there's obvious sort of lines of criticism, and we've talked about some of them. But how do you think the Conservative leader on this in this moment, sort of points to some of the concerns that he would have with this particular cabinet dealing with the things that are being dealt with?
Well,
how partisan does he get, I guess, is what I'm asking. Yeah.
Right. It's a tough question. It'll be interesting to see. We haven't seen him speak live, I don't believe, since election night. So this will be his first time, other than being scrummed, giving a full statement of sorts. So it'll be very interesting to see what kind of tone he takes, knowing that there's lots of lessons to be learned from the last election on that matter as well. But at the same time, Carney, and a lot of the messaging from this new government has been, they want to fix the budget. They want to fight the crime. They want to, stop the crime. They want to build the homes. They want to, it's basically.
Those are your slogans.
Right. And that's what's interesting. They have a Minister of State for combating crime. I think that's a great approach. Yeah. So it's hard to point out. Obviously, it's going to be what can they actually achieve, though? Is this a government that's going to be able to live up to what they say they're going to do? And that's the problem that Carney faces, and it's the burden of governing. He's got to show that he can take action, that he can fight the issues with the housing crisis, the affordability crisis, the crime crisis. It's now on him and his government to solve these issues as best they can for the country. And within a year or two, we'll see how that's working, and then we could be thrust into an election if it's not working the way people expect.
Well, maybe that's the most sort of the line of attack then for Pierre Poilievre to again offer criticism or set expectations for the Prime Minister that will be hard to meet. As you start to get Canadians thinking about what the Prime Minister was elected on and what this group of people he's named today actually has to do, what they have to execute.
Absolutely, that's got to be the challenge in front of them, and I think that's the right approach for the leader of the Conservative Party to do, to kind of set that agenda and the expectations. This is a reset of sorts after an election, so you can't be too aggressive going out there and attacking, given that this is basically day one of this new government. Yeah. So give them a bit of time to set and meet the expectations that they're setting for themselves.
Yeah, there'll be lots of time to criticize in the days and months ahead. Okay, thank you guys for that. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to go now to Catherine Cullen, who's with a guest. Catherine.
That's right, Rosie. Yukon Premier Ranj Pillay was there for the swearing-in. First of all, we should just clear up any rumors. You did just say you were leaving as Premier. Nothing going on with you and Prime Minister Carney?
No, attending the event today, supporting folks in there. A lot of excitement. Very positive energy inside.
But let me ask you, we were noting earlier in the program, there is a bit of an emphasis on the North, both in the names of some of the files. We have cabinet ministers who are from northern parts of their provinces, obviously Rebecca Alty. What is your sense of how the North will be treated by this government?
Yeah, look, I think you probably have had a better chance to see some of the information that's come out today. I mean, sitting there, I watch people in the swearing-in process, seeing Rebecca Alty have that opportunity on Crown Indigenous Affairs. I think all Northerners will be excited about that. I know my colleagues as well, the other two Northern Premiers will be excited to have somebody that understands the North. Arctic security being identified in the Arctic in a particular role with that focus, I think is something else that we've all been waiting to hear. So seeing an ability for a minister to work across government will be key. And then I think with the last folks that were put in place today, seeing a focus on public safety, seeing a focus on certain parts of our economy, excited about that. And natural resources, having somebody that understands the connection between Bay Street and the resource sector and being able to move those files is going to be incredibly important.
folks in the North are used to politicians from the rest of the country occasionally saying, oh, we're quite interested in Arctic sovereignty right now. Oh, we're going to make this a priority. To your mind, Mark Carney has said, it's not just about words, it's about action. What would be one or two of the most significant actions you would like to see for him to really demonstrate this emphasis?
Well, let me take a step back and say today was step one. We see people that are now in a focused area that's going to have a lot of work to do about, following through on his plans from the platform. Step two will be what happens in the throne speech, because we really have to see the dollars in place. It's one thing to say it's important. It's another thing to actually show that. And when you're in government, it's really about making sure the investments are there. Follow-up projects. Look, I think there's some key ones that we've seen in the platform. They've talked about Grays Bay. I think that's going to be important to the premiers of Northwest Territories and Nunavut, seeing funds that are available that can be used for infrastructure. There's big major projects across all three territories, and that's going to be incredibly important that there's money available to be able to invest in those nation-building projects. I'll be watching for that.
In closing, I would just like to ask you about national unity. I mean, we see the tensions. We know there is a First Minister's meeting coming up in Saskatoon. What would you like to see happen on that front as Mark Carney moves forward with his new cabinet, seeing the tensions that are playing out in parts of the Federation right now?
Yeah, I mean, look, today looked like there was great representation from across the country, and I think that was something that they set out to do today and, of course, accomplished it. Look, I think that first, the cohesion at the table is great when you have all the premiers together. There's a mutual respect across the table. Across the table. Look, I guess when you're in this role and you're on your way out, you can speak the truth. I think that some of our premiers are in very difficult position because they're balancing loud voices with inside their home provinces, and that makes it very difficult. But I think for them,
Danielle Smith.
Yeah, and I think that. But at the end of the day, I take what I hear at face value. I have a lot of respect for Danielle, and I think that she, as she said, it's about her view is about keeping our country together, and that's what every other premier states, and that's what's going to be really important. I think the meetings in Saskatchewan that are going to be coming up are going to be incredibly important. But people are shoulder to shoulder at the Premier's table, and Premier Ford's done an incredible job with his leadership at very difficult times. So I'm very optimistic. This cabinet, of course, has lots of work to do. I'm still in the Premier seat. I'm always going to be critiquing federal ministers. So let's see what dollars are in place after the throne speech, and let's see how they get to work. But at the same time, excited to get back to the table with many of these folks. And some of the new folks I've had a chance to sit at the table provincially with and territorially. So lots of good people there.
Okay, Premier Pillay, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Rosie, back to you.
Thanks, Catherine Cullen. Appreciate that. Okay, the family photo now happening inside Rideau Hall. They've all taken their place. Okay, I'm gonna go to Vandana and Fred because I understand that we're gonna let you do your day jobs as well as we watch these family photos. Vandana, if you're a Canadian watching this, I'm not sure the Canadians can name a bunch of cabinet ministers right from the get-go. I don't know that everyone connects with politics that way, but if there was a message here that the Prime Minister was trying to send to Canadians about his new government, did he achieve it, and what is he trying to say with this group of people?
It's hard to say. Depends what you're looking for from Canadians, right? I think some Canadians, they will see, focused cabinet. They'll see some continuation of core ministers. I think also the upcoming days and what he says at the next hour, what he says, the first days of the House of Commons, that's really going to help set the tone. I think people take interest into who's in, who's changed the names of some of those cabinet ministers, but I don't know how much Canadians care about it. But I do think some Canadians will wonder, it depends what they're interested in. So if people are looking for a Minister of Persons with Disabilities, they may wonder, okay, where does that fall under now? We had that same question last time with gender equity. Now we have gender equity again. So I think more in terms of Canadians will know there's a new cabinet. They'll see a lot of new faces there, and people want it changed. So Carney will show that he's delivering that change as well, but competency. And I think the next coming days will actually be more important in terms of staying in Canadians' minds as to what he's accomplished with this.
Yeah, what do you think, Fred, in terms of, I mean, that was the line that he had to walk through the election campaign and today, keep the experience that you need and show that when
matching people with their dream home in the country.
Prime Minister.
Right. I think generally there's around 8 million Canadians that will see this as a new government change and a forward outlook. And I think roughly 8 million Canadians will see this as the fourth Liberal term. And those were the votes the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party got. I don't think anyone is going to really come out of this thinking anything different right now than what they voted a few weeks ago on. That's will be the general sense coming out of this.
So then what does the cabinet have to do to convince those people, those many people that didn't vote for the Liberals, that they are governing for all Canadians?
Yeah, they have to achieve results. They have to show that they are tackling the issues that matter to Canadians. The cabinet appears to be set up to do that, and I obviously wish them luck. I'm a Conservative, but I want this cabinet to do great things, for our country. And if it's helping with the housing crisis, the crime, and affordability, those are the big hot issues right now. And the economy, of course, the existential threat of the U.S. But they're going to have to show, hopefully Carney has built a solid cabinet here that can do that job. And if they don't have the right cabinet ministers in place, it'll be the opposition party's jobs to point that out.
Yep. Vanessa Cutter, former advisor to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Fred Delory, former Conservative campaign manager. Thank you both for spending part of your day with us. Appreciate that. I'm going to go back to Aaron Wherry one more time as we wait for Pierre Poilievre. Aaron, you don't get to leave quite yet.
This is his day job.
Yeah, this is where you work. So let's start by talking about Pierre Poilievre here, who's about to come out and talk about his impressions of the cabinet and It is hard when you're leader of the official opposition, not elected yet, to find the right tone on days like this, because it's so soon after the election that you want to set some markers in terms of your expectations of the government, but you maybe don't want to go, full partisan attack on a day like this.
Yeah, I do think it is notable and important that this is the first time, as Fred mentioned earlier, we're seeing Pierre Poilievre in this kind of setting since the election. And so we don't really know what he's going to sound like or sort of what his tone is going to be, what his main messages are going to be, whether there's going to be some difference from what we saw during the campaign. I think that's sort of the first thing to watch for. As it pertains to his, what I'm sure will be criticism of this cabinet or at least, not a full embrace of it, I think, they're probably... His safest ground is to lean on, results, expectations, what this what this cabinet needs to do to sort of set up markers, that I'm sure he hopes they won't meet, but to kind of set the table for what this cabinet needs to do. I don't know that on paper there's a ton to criticize about the way this cabinet has been put together in terms of regional representation or, particular people put in specific jobs. I suspect that this news conference, serves kind of two purposes. One is to kind of cast, where Pierre Poilievre is right now in terms of his own leadership, and then to set up expectations and markers for later that he can come back to and say, they haven't gotten it done.
Yeah, because I'm just, again, we don't know we don't exactly know how Pierre Poilievre's tone has changed since the election. As you said, we've seen a social media video, there was a scrum, but in terms of, whether it's worth going after some of those experienced faces who were in the Justin Trudeau's cabinet as the same old, I just don't know where that line gets you right now after the election and whether it's worth him even raising. Frankly. Yeah,
I mean, there may be some of that, I suspect, but as you say, I don't know, the campaign's over, so I don't know if he comes out and says, I told you this was just like Justin and now it's just like Justin. I don't know that really serves him that much. He can, I guess, point to some of the familiar faces and point out that this isn't necessarily great change, although I think Mark Carney has a fairly strong hand to play in saying, look at all of the new faces in this cabinet. But I think, not that I'm advising the Conservative leader, but I suspect that this news conference is really about setting up the next year, the next 2 years, the next several months, not so much trying to relitigate the election that just happened.
Okay, Aaron, thank you for that. I'll just bring people up to speed here where we are. As you can see on the right of your screen, Pierre Poilievre set to come out and speak to reporters in the West Block there after seeing Mark Carney's his first real cabinet, because this was his group of people that ran for him in the election. So really his first chance to put a stamp on a cabinet that is all his. So 28 ministers, plus him, plus 10 secretaries of state. Different portfolios, lots of new faces. Some core ministers keep staying in some pretty important files at a time, obviously, when the country is dealing with a number of different crises. And the Prime Minister himself will come out at around 1:40 to take some questions from reporters to answer some of these questions we have around how these different titles and portfolios are going to work and how they're going to work together and what he expects out of some of this, his new team here. David, I don't know what you would want to hear from the Prime Minister in terms of explaining some of the mechanics of what this is today and how these portfolios, work together and the secretaries of state work together.
Yeah, he's kind of done things a little bit in reverse, right? Because of that Friday press conference that he did where he laid out, here are the things we're going to do in the next 60, 90 days. He gave us a sense of some of those things with the old cabinet there, and now we have a sense of the people who will step in and have to deliver on those particular priorities, right? Like when he came out and said, Canadians gave us a mandate, speaking, to the Liberals, to deal with the United States and Donald Trump and also to grow the economy. That was their two things. But he says you also sent us a message, voters did, that they want safer communities and they want work on the cost of living, which is sort of the absorbing two of Pierre Poilievre's central priorities into his priorities now. That pragmatic, non-ideological approach that he seems to be promising that will emanate from the Prime Minister's office. You see a bit of that with the way this is structured out. I am curious to see what we're going to hear from Mr. Poilievre. I did not see his scrum to caucus that day because I was in Washington, headed to the Oval Office that day, and those things ran concurrently. So I'm curious to see what he says, because normally it's a long scripted monologue in English followed by a long scripted monologue in French with very sharp points in it aimed at the new government, cataloging a perceived and real list of failures. But he's in a different space right now, right? He lost the election. He lost his seat. And Mark Carney has done him a solid of saying, I will give you a fast by-election, and that Damien Carrick gives up his seat in Alberta so you can get back into Parliament. In the meantime, he's also, as an unelected member, allowed to stay in Stornoway and live in the house that is reserved for the leader of the opposition. And you have sort of his party is enhanced by this outcome, but Mr. Poilievre personally has been diminished by the electoral outcome. He's relying on the good graces of Mark Carney to get a quick return to Parliament. And as you look at the contrast between the two leading parties in the House of Commons with a new Prime Minister and very much a new cabinet today, you have the Conservatives trying to bring back a defeated leader while turning to a former leader to get them through the interim period in Andrew Scheer. So the change narrative is very much with the Liberals right now in terms of like an optical, cosmetic, and maybe a substantive change depending on where things go in the upcoming budget and the legislative session. And I'm curious just to see how Mr. Poilievre navigates this. A lot of his staff has left, some of the communications people have gone, but his core is still there. Jenny Byrne is still there. So which Pierre Poilievre is going to be there when he comes out to the microphone? Is it an evolved and changing one, or is it the one we've seen a lot of over the last 2.5 years?
Yeah, although you also don't want to be weak, right? In this moment, you want to, as leader of the official opposition, sort of stake your ground in terms of how you're going to do that job, which is an incredibly important function, which unfortunately he won't be able to do inside the House for a number of months, but eventually we'll be able to do it in the House. He'll have to do things like this until then, I guess.
And I wonder how the Liberals take advantage of that, like in terms of how aggressive they will be in whatever we get as a legislative sitting, right, in this fall, because we need to see a budget, need to see interim supply. These things have got to happen just so
probably
that
pretty
money
aggressive
can keep
would be
getting
my
spent.
guess, right?
Yeah,
Like,
so if you've got Andrew Scheer there with Mr. Poilievre seeking a by-election and saying he's going to go across the country and listen and reflect, how ambitious are they with their legislative agenda with the time they have, right? Because it's about 10, 12 days and they're back in Parliament.
So Pierre Poilievre, again, will likely talk about expectations. We're also, because we're just out of the election, the quote-unquote failures of the Liberal government there hasn't really been time for some big mistakes yet. I mean, everyone thought that the Prime Minister came out of the Donald Trump meeting in a pretty good position. Certainly conservatives that I talked to also thought that he did pretty well. So the question becomes, about, I think, setting expectations from this group of people today and setting the expectations inside the timeline that the Prime Minister himself has given him, which, to your point, is an aggressive one over a very short period of time. Okay. Pierre Poilievre is coming out at 1:30. Is that what you just said? Yes? 1:30. And the Prime Minister is coming out, and so is the Prime Minister. So we will go to the Prime Minister at 1:30. I would suggest Mr. Poilievre come out before that, or we will go to him after the Prime Minister. But when you're the Prime Minister, you kind of get first right of refusal.
Well, especially on a day when you're swearing in your new cabinet and outlining your priorities and the committees and stuff that Fred was mentioning, Rosie, I think we're going to get those tomorrow.
Okay.
And also there's some parliamentary functions such as like the Chief Government Whip. I think that's something we're going to get tomorrow. It's unclear to me still on mandate letters how they're going to approach that. They did make the precedent of making them public under Justin Trudeau, though recently Doug Ford went all the way to the, I think, Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court to not have to release those, certainly in Ontario. So there's no requirement to do it, as whether they keep doing it. The other thing I'm curious about is how often is Mark Carney going to be in the House of Commons and be in question period? Justin Trudeau sort of tried to, he was there quite frequently early and then tried to move it to the British model of Prime Minister Questions Day, coming in on Wednesdays. How will Mark Carney approach that, right? He's told us what kind of Prime Minister he wants to be. What kind of a parliamentarian does he want to be? How much does he want to be in there? It is, of course, a minority parliament, right? Without a supply and confidence partner, but also without any kind of an opposition party that's really in any position to stare you down and try to force you into a non-confidence vote. So there's little details like this we don't know in terms of the next steps.
Well, we don't even know how. I mean, we saw, I guess the only scenario that would have been similar would have been during the debates, right, where we saw how Mark Carney took on his opponents. But we don't even know how he's going to function inside the House, like what kind of parliamentarian and Prime Minister he will be in question period, how he'll do with like a clock on how long those answers will be. Like there's all those kinds of interesting questions that we'll only see once the House resumes in a couple weeks' time. So the Prime Minister is he's ahead of schedule, which is sometimes what this Prime Minister does. So we're expecting him in about 15 minutes' time. Pierre Poilievre at some point as well, again. Colliding schedules, that's up for political parties to manage. But we'll have to take the Prime Minister, given that he just swore in his new cabinet. So maybe let's talk a little bit about what we would expect to hear from him. Aaron Wherry, I'll bring you back. Or what kinds of questions we would expect given this, given what he's done today.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing to note will be how he frames this in terms of, not only the challenges he laid out in the campaign, but I guess to a certain extent, whether he sticks to the language. He used some pretty bracing language during the campaign about a once-in-a-lifetime crisis, about doing things at a speed, we haven't seen before, we haven't seen in generations. Whether he sticks to that language, I think will be the first thing, especially because that will, signal to a certain extent what's going to be expected of these cabinet ministers. I think the other things, in terms of sort of some of the moves he's made and whether that is going to have an impact on, Canada-U.S. relations or the approach to Canada-U.S. relations, the move of Melanie Joly to industry with Anita Anand going to foreign affairs. What does that, sort of signal not only for Canada, the United States, but for Canada and the world? This is a Prime Minister who's talked a fair bit about the relationship with the United States, the old relationship with the United States being over, about having to move to, find like-minded countries elsewhere in the world to work with. Whether the move at Foreign Affairs is some indication of that. Also the sort of internal trade and the internal economic issues that he's emphasized. With Chrystia Freeland having some responsibility for internal trade, Dominic LeBlanc for this, somewhat, needing explanation title of, one Canadian economy. Where do those roles how do they line up? And then I think, on the domestic files, what he has to say about housing, what he has to say about concerns about crime, I think those are sort of the two things that if you're looking, if you dare look forward a few years to a next election, those are two things where I think if the Liberals are going to win back some of the votes they lost, in suburban Toronto and southwestern Ontario, those are the kind of issues they need to tackle or be seen to be tackling if they're going to, gain the number of seats they need to get a majority. And so, I'm interested to see kind of how he frames those issues as well.
Okay. Aaron, thank you. We'll come back to you, of course, as we wait for the Prime Minister to emerge from Rideau Hall here with his new cabinet and take some questions. For now, though, I'm joined by Mary Ng. She's a former Liberal cabinet minister, most recently International Trade Minister. Nice to see you again, Mary Ng.
Mary, and congratulations to everyone who's made cabinet today. It's an exciting day. I remember that.
Yes, it is. And we shouldn't take away from that important personal, professional moment for people. I did want to ask you about the way this Prime Minister has broken up trade. So there's a Minister of International Trade, which was your job. There's a Minister of One Canadian Economy, and Canada-U.S. trade, and then there's a Minister of Internal Trade, and that's Chrystia Freeland. What do you make of dividing it up into those different pieces?
Well, I think it makes sense based on what the Prime Minister has talked about all throughout the campaign. He has talked about having one economy, not 13. So having someone like Dominic LeBlanc work with provincial premiers and territorial leaders to do that, but also having someone like Chrystia Freeland to deal with internal trade. That work has to be done. It's a key commitment of transforming Canada's economy. For international trade, given what we are dealing with the United States, having a focus on Canada-U.S. is really important. So Dominic LeBlanc doing that, really important, along with other colleagues, but also trade diversification, international trade. If I think about my old job, I spent a lot of time on planes in different countries to open up those markets. So to have someone like Mininder Sidhu, who's now Minister Sidhu, who was my parliamentary secretary for quite some time, is really, really terrific, because those relationships need to continue to be cultivated. And he's going to try to open up those markets and get Canadian companies diversified into those markets today.
And what would be your, so I didn't realize he was your parliamentary secretary. What would be your advice to the Minister of International Trade, the new minister?
Well, build on those relationships that we have done as a government for a decade. And I'm talking about the Canada, the Indo-Pacific strategy, which we launched a couple of years ago. I've taken hundreds upon hundreds, along with Mininder, by the way, of businesses into those markets. I think there's a real opportunity to make sure that businesses and Canadian businesses are actually taking advantage of the many trade agreements that we now have in Canada. So I don't think negotiating trade agreements is our problem. We've actually got a lot of them and have a lot of access to the international marketplace, helping Canadian businesses to actually get there, to grow their businesses, and by growing, to create jobs at home and to create greater resiliency. That's a really, really big part of the job. And I hope that that's what he and, what he will be able to focus on. And I'm sure he will, because with just the focus of Minister of International Trade, I think gives him an opportunity to do that.
Yeah. How surprised are you at the number of new faces, and then some people that did not get back in that you would have known well, Jonathan Wilkinson, Bill Blair? What do you make of the balance there that the Prime Minister struck?
Well, first of all, I mean, I served with all of the people who are now no longer in cabinet, and I would just start by saying that they're exceptional leaders and have served in those files exceptionally well. But I also can understand from the Prime Minister's standpoint. I mean, he just spent an entire campaign, and people have said to him that they're looking for his leadership, and he's attracted so many people to run for him and his leadership. Yeah. And I think to see essentially half of the cabinet today that he announced, we're not around the cabinet table. So I think I kind of did a count. It was about 28% brand new MPs, not brand new MPs, but not brand new in terms of skills and capabilities and what they bring to the cabinet table. And then the others have not been around the cabinet table. So first-time cabinet ministers. Having half of your cabinet brand new is a real opportunity to just change that dynamic and have and put his handprint on his leadership of a team that's going to drive to what he committed to the Canadian people. Remember, he said Canada's strong. Let's make sure that we continue to work with the United States to get rid of these tariffs and to find an agreement with them on security and on our economic resilience. But let's make Canada strong and be economically strong. One economy, not 13. And what you're seeing here are ministers with a nice combination of those that have experience. You look at people like Minister Anand, Minister Joly, Minister Champagne, all of these people with immense experience on the one hand, and really a good team of new colleagues around the cabinet table that I think will just bring that life and that energy. It always had the life and the energy, but there is a new mandate from the Canadian people, and this Prime Minister, I think, is very focused on delivering on that mandate that he promised to the Canadian people.
Okay, Mary Ng, thank you for jumping on. Really appreciate your time today. Thanks.
Always, thanks.
Okay, good to see you. I'm going to go now to the CBC's Ashley Burke. One of the things we're trying to look at, Ashley, is how this cabinet lines up with the Prime Minister's priorities.
Yeah, Rosie, we're waiting for the Prime Minister to come out right now. Probably will happen pretty shortly to lay out those priorities. But he has addressed media before and told us about some of that at a press conference after he won the election. And he said that obviously the top priority right now is taking on Donald Trump to negotiating a new economic and security deal with the U.S. after he declared that old relationship over. And as well, getting rid of being less reliant on the U.S. So getting rid of internal trade barriers. Which is something that will involve work with the provinces and territories. He's put a date on that. Said he wants to see that happen by Canada Day, so on July 1st. And during that press conference, he also talked about how the election sent him a strong message. It was very tight. He's just 2 seats short of a majority. And he said that Canadians told him in that election that they want him to do more when it comes to the cost of living and as well feeling safe. And so he's talked about how he needs to move forward with adding more RCMP officers, CBSA officers to the border, how there needs to be changes to the bail reform for some crimes. So some of those things that Conservatives have been talking about, he says he now wants to consider. And he also talked about also the need to work with other parties in a government like this. So we'll see what he says today, if there's anything different in terms of specifics that he lays out about how he wants to move forward. But he's been very clear that he wants his cabinet to be run efficiently and has sent signals that it should run more like a business. And that's why we saw the core group of cabinet ministers and the secretaries of state to keep the number of people around the table smaller.
Okay, Ashley, thank you for that. Appreciate it. David, one of the priorities is this issue of one Canadian economy that Dominic LeBlanc will now be tasked with creating, implementing, whatever, other than tearing down barriers between provinces and territories. What should we understand that means?
Yeah, so you're going to see a lot of working together between Chrystia Freeland as Minister for Internal Trade and Dominic LeBlanc for the One Canadian Economy. And she's going to be obviously the legislation to strip away the federally regulated ones and then the negotiations with the premiers to drop theirs provincially. But the One Canadian Economy is sort of a catch-all for all the things that the Carney government is going to need to align to build this One Canadian Economy. They talked about the projects of national interest that they put a call out to the premiers on to get their list of projects that they want to talk about. That ranges to everything from the hydro line that Wab Canoe wants to run to Nunavut and the tunnel Doug Ford wants to build under the city of Toronto. They also, this is where the energy corridor comes into this, right? And just broadly working with the premiers. Because,
it would be like the one regulation thing, to one project, one regulation, maybe as well.
I guess managing that, to get an alignment there that have the one approval process timeline, one approval timeline for projects to get things to move as quickly and as efficiently as they possibly can. Because what's interesting today, look, we're talking about the cabinet table here, right? And this is really going to matter. That table is really going to matter. But for Prime Minister Carney to deliver on what he wants to deliver on, the First Minister's table is really going to have to work well as well. That the Prime Minister and the Premiers, the federal and provincial governments are going to be able to work together and find alignment on priorities and cooperation and regulation and approvals and political common ground to sort of get the acceleration, the propulsion on the agenda that Mark Carney says he is looking for and which the Premiers say they've been asking for a period of time. So to borrow a word from the Prime Minister, it needs to have a catalyzing effect
I knew you were gonna
on
say
things,
that.
right?
Yeah.
And Dominic LeBlanc is going to be the nitroglycerin in that. He's got to get the relationship with the premiers to a level where they can move that, because intergovernmental affairs, and I don't know if this is a question of just the Oxford comma or not, but intergovernmental affairs and the one Canadian economy are lumped together, right? And so that's really what it's about. He's Dom LeBlanc. We call him the Minister of Janitorial Affairs on my show because he cleans up messes wherever they happen, and he's just good at managing relationships. So to get to this one Canadian economy that the Prime Minister always speaks about, his intergovernmental affairs minister, Dominic LeBlanc, is going to be central to that because he has the interpersonal relations with so many of the premiers and just the experience, right, of how to find a political compromise on things. And that's going to be the key there to get that alignment on all of those major issues.
Well, also the fact that he's in charge of Canada-U.S. trade. So then that means that you can sort of put all those things together, right?
Yep.
Make the case to the United States. We're doing things here. We don't rely on you for everything. Make the case to the provinces. We need to do this because we're struggling with the United States, however that unfolds.
But what happens after every big Canada-U.S. meeting?
Yeah.
There is a First Minister's meeting.
That's right.
Right? So they're going to meet in person on June 1st and 2nd in Saskatoon, right? As the first in-person meeting, since the election. But this has been the process, right? Deal with the big international challenge and then bring the results and the briefing back to a confidential and what has been a not that leaky meeting of the First Ministers, because they need alignment there. Obviously, the federal government has responsibility for foreign affairs and international trade, but the economic sectors that are exposed, Rosie, they're just such a core part of big provincial economies, right? Everything from, the seafood that's getting hit, by China on the East Coast to the auto sector, aluminum and steel, and aluminum in Quebec in particular, and of course, natural resources and potash west in the prairies and, softwood lumber in British Columbia. So you need all of those represented. You need a level of trust there. What you hear is that broadly, there seems to be quite a bit of respect and good faith, at least in the relationship right now, goodwill. That maybe wasn't there in the past.
No, may not last long either, but we'll see.
And political scar tissue has a way of accumulating fast once you're actually in there and you have to start making decisions. I mean, who knows if this cabinet will lead to some of that internally. But certainly on this one Canadian economy approach, it's going to take a lot of goodwill. The situation in Alberta is going to be challenging, Saskatchewan less challenging, but still there. And they've just got to see what kind of progress they can make on all of this because, pushing back against whatever separatist sentiments exist in Alberta, success on the economic side is going to be critical of that.
Okay. We are standing by at this hour to hear from the Prime Minister of Canada after he has sworn in his new cabinet. It's his second, but technically this is the one that he shaped the most because these are all his people that ran for him. Some of them obviously previous Justin Trudeau ministers, but many people either staying to run again because of Mark Carney or choosing to run because of Mark Carney. And so today he named 28 new cabinet ministers and 10 secretaries of state. They're sort of junior ministers who will operate inside other departments alongside ministers to advance particular files, whether it be seniors or rural development or children, other areas that the Prime Minister has identified that need particular detail. It is a gender-balanced cabinet, as the Prime Minister promised. His transitional cabinet was not, but this one is. So there's 14 men and women at the cabinet level. Secretaries are not quite balanced, 6 men and 4 women for that from that perspective. And again, as we've been talking about, some familiar faces in that cabinet, Anita Anand, Melanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, François-Philippe Champagne, staying in portfolios that are of critical importance at this time as the Prime Minister looks to begin serious negotiations with the United States on the issue of trade and tariffs. Prime Minister expected out in the next couple of minutes, as is the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, to react to what we've seen today. We'll bring all that to you live in just a few moments. David, just go back to you on the issue of geographical breakdowns, because you did all that adding that I didn't do.
Yeah, well, no, the math usually falls to me on these days,
Yes,
Rosie.
it does.
It's sort of our division of labor. Look, if you look at where the Liberals have the most seats, they're heavily tilted towards Quebec and Ontario, and not surprisingly, the cabinet is tilted towards Quebec and Ontario. You have 11 full cabinet ministers plus the Prime Minister from Ontario. And then you also have 3 secretaries of state from Canada's largest province, bringing that number up to about 15. You have 7 cabinet ministers from Quebec and 2 secretaries of state from Quebec, giving them 9. That would put them second to Ontario. British Columbia will come in third in terms of the most members of the Privy Council. That's people who take the oath and have the ability to attend cabinet meetings, though there's only 2 full cabinet ministers from British Columbia and 3 secretaries of state. And really, Rosie, a lot of the real power portfolios in the federal government, they do rest in those 2 biggest provinces. Just to go through some of them, Shafqat Ali, who's a new minister, is the president of the Treasury Board. Not a big public-facing ministry, but central to the delivery of the government agenda. Anita Anand is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Gary Anandasangari is the Minister of Public Safety. Julie DeBruzen moves into Environment and Climate Change. Still an important portfolio, though perhaps less in the shop window under the Carney government than it was in the Trudeau government. Chrystia Freeland stays in cabinet as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, which are obviously a key regulatory portfolio and a key political priority. Patty Hajdu is the Minister of Jobs. Tim Hudson is the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. A massively important economic portfolio, and one with an acute focus on it right now because of the frustration in Alberta over resource development. And David McGuinty is the Minister of National Defence, and Mininder Sidhu is the Minister of International Trade. Evan Solomon is the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, which we need some clarity on exactly what that is. And Richie Valdez is the Minister of Women and Gender Equality. So you can see a lot of the big portfolios are concentrated there in Ontario. The other key portfolios, particularly 2 of the big economic ones, those are in Quebec, because you start with François-Philippe Champagne, who is the Minister of Finance and National Revenue. This looks to be a finance minister who will get to deliver a budget, which is not something we've seen since Chrystia Freeland. Dominic LeBlanc was there for a short period of time after Freeland quit, and Mark Carney swore in his first cabinet. No budget, no fall economic statement. Minister Champagne, you're up. The country doesn't have a budget right now. They're going to need one. Stephen Guilbeault is the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, a minister responsible for official languages. I'm told he also remains the Quebec lieutenant in this government for Mark Carney, a job he was handed in the first cabinet. Mandy Gold-Masty is the Minister of Indigenous Services. Melanie Joly is the Minister of Industry. So this will be one of the 4 or 5 most important portfolios in this government. She moves there from Foreign Affairs, where she's been for a number of years. She's also the minister responsible for the Canadian economic development for Quebec regions. An interesting shift here in that Melanie Joly and Anita Anand essentially swapping portfolios. But this is now back to being the Minister of Industry. It was renamed to Minister of Innovation by former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. I don't know if this is just a name change or if this is to signal a more of an acute change in focus. But Melanie Joly moves back to a domestic portfolio with an economic tilt, which is something that she has been pushing for her own career advancement and life balance, I think, for the last number of years. And so you have 2 Quebecers in key economic roles and a female minister in a cabinet that was very much about gender parity in a key economic role. You have newcomers like Joelle Lightbound in the Minister of Government Transformation, which will be more of an internal portfolio. Stephen McKinnon, who is a Quebec MP just across the river from where we are now in Gatineau, who is the leader of the government in the House. And you have Marjorie Michel, who takes over as Minister of Health, because Kamal Khera, one of the Brampton MPs who had been promoted to Minister of Health, part of her personal story was that she was a nurse who worked on the front lines of COVID while also serving as a member of Parliament. Took on that portfolio in the first Mark Carney cabinet, but she was the only member of a Brampton seat in the Liberal caucus to lose in this election. So there you have sort of the outline of the 2 big portfolios. The next key important minister I would suggest is Dominic LeBlanc, who's right there. He was the first minister to take the oath, an Acadian from New Brunswick, not an Ontario or Quebec MP, but one of the best political operators in Ottawa, in Parliament, and certainly inside the Liberal caucus and certainly inside the Liberal cabinet. I mean, those 2 provinces, Ontario and Quebec, Rosie, and Dominic LeBlanc in New Brunswick, really fill out the core of your political machine. Your ministers from British Columbia, if I can just go through my chicken scratches, you got Gregor Robertson taking on housing. He's going to have big political expectations to deliver on there. And the other BC minister we have is, I know there's 2, I just got to find this, is, Jill McKnight, Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defense. The bench strength in terms of numbers really comes from the Secretary of State positions, where Stephen Fuhr is Secretary of State for Defense Procurement, Stephanie McLean, Secretary of State for Seniors, and Randeep Sarai, Secretary of State for International Development. There's a sprinkling of course, Newfoundland gets one, Nova Scotia has two, PEI has one, New Brunswick has one, Saskatchewan, the only province without a full cabinet minister. Buckley Belanger is the Secretary of State for Rural Development in that province.
But you can, thank you for all that, but you can look at that list, as you pointed out there, this is a cabinet that represents the country. You know, Conservatives may not feel that if they didn't vote for these people, but the attempt is there to try and make sure that the country has been represented in all provinces and territories. I am seeing some movement of staff and whatnot behind us here, so perhaps that means that the Prime Minister will be coming out shortly. He is going to make a statement and take questions. Cabinet ministers will not be doing that. That has been, I will say, kind of the trend so far. I thought maybe it was just because there was no new cabinet that on days of importance, they want one person speaking, and it's the Prime Minister, whether it be the meeting with Donald Trump or today. I don't know if that'll loosen up a little bit now that we have a new cabinet and ministers that are capable of also taking questions. Obviously, new ministers, you're not going to get hard questions because we don't expect them to know anything. But at this stage, yeah, we aren't expecting to hear from the ministers themselves today.
But you're right. The focus has kind of been, and we saw that in the Washington trip recently, is one messenger, one message.
Yep.
Right. That you could see it in that, in the Oval Office, looking at the couch of the Canadian ministers, where David McGuinty, Melanie Joly, and Dominic LeBlanc were there, and people like Marco Mendicino standing behind them. The clerk of the Privy Council was there as well, and the ambassador Kirsten Hillman. Poker face, very stoic. Mark Carney kind of a bit more playful and facial expressions and reactionary and interjecting in the chair next to Donald Trump. But normally you see three ministers like that and the ambassador in that room. And like I was there hosting my show from Washington, and nobody was available to come on, which is like, I say that as a bit of insight into normally on a trip like that, when you're in an international capital, they will make someone available to commemorate that moment. But it was very much a conscious choice to have Mark Carney do the talking in the meeting and do the talking after the meeting on the roof of the Canadian Embassy to keep it focused and disciplined on what he wanted to come out.
Which you can kind of understand in those circumstances, right? Because it's such a volatile situation with the president. We'll see whether things change here today. I mean, I don't know if some ministers will scrum on the way past or stop in here, who knows? But that is something to keep your eyes on. Okay, we are keeping our eyes there on that door. That's the front door of Rideau Hall, where I would imagine we will first start to see cabinet ministers emerging here to line up at the podium that you see there on the right of your screen, where the Prime Minister will appear. I am seeing more security and advance officials and staffers moving around. So this is probably going to get underway very soon as we wait for Prime Minister Carney to do. This is really the next phase, right, in him becoming Prime Minister and getting things set up. This will, although there was a cabinet in place before, this now will speak to the agenda that he laid out in that first press conference a week ago, and certainly the agenda that King Charles will lay out when he reads the speech from the throne on behalf of the government and the Prime Minister in a couple weeks' time.
It's interesting to watch the evolution of Mr. Carney as a politician, right? From the hoped for finance minister, of Liberal governments past, right? That he was always sort of there on the wish list, and endless stories of people reaching out and trying to court him to come into the Trudeau cabinet, even without being elected or to run for them in earlier elections. And of course, the revelation on your show during the campaign that former Prime Minister Harper had asked Mark Carney to serve as his finance minister. But it wasn't until the days and weeks after Justin Trudeau resigned on January 6th that Mark Carney kind of went from anything more than a hope and an aspiration for the Liberals to a tangible reality when he announced that he was getting in, and then sort of became almost like a savior for the party, and that they invested so much of their hopes not to win necessarily the election, but to survive the election. Because if you go back to where things were, as we all went our separate ways for the Christmas holidays, I went back to St. John's and you went off to Winnipeg, there was like a 25, 26, 27-point gap that the Liberals were facing, and Justin Trudeau had stared down a caucus revolt and was still in the blast radius of the Chrystia Freeland resignation. They were facing fewer than 40 seats. They were facing extinction.
Yep.
Now they've just sworn in a fourth straight mandate that is just shy of a majority, as like far from getting 40 seats or below. It's 43% of the popular vote, you know, which is a number we haven't seen since Pierre Trudeau. And he went, you know, people would do the analysis that he's untested. Well, maybe, you know, as a candidate for elected office, but you deal with Brexit, you deal with the global financial crisis, you deal with these things, you know, the ensuing period of international attempts to bring stability to the financial sector and the banking sector. That's being tested. And so coming into this campaign and very quickly developing some political skills and then surrounding yourself with advisors who can make up for whatever deficiencies, you know, he's gone from, you know, wishful thinking to an actual candidate, to a first ballot runaway winner, to a prime minister who then won just a couple of seats shy of a majority government, to now swearing in a cabinet to implement a pretty aggressive agenda.
But still many challenges ahead, I would point out, right? Like it is one thing to lead through a crisis when you are, you know, essentially a civil servant of some magnitude, and is another thing to do it when you are accountable to the Canadian people, when you have people sitting across from you demanding answers and looking for you to trip up and for mistakes to be made, and when you're doing that in the context of a minority government with, as you said, that very aggressive agenda, the expectations that you've set for yourself that are fast and busy. I'll bring back Aaron here to just join this part of the conversation as we wait for the Prime Minister on this beautiful day. I'm not. The last time we were here, we had electric blankets at Rideau Hall, so I'm very happy with the May sunshine. Aaron, just in terms of the Prime Minister's expectations in this moment, as he really starts to get down to brass tacks in terms of how he's going to govern in the coming weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think David's right. He, you know, part of the argument for Carney that the Liberals put forward was that he was experienced in a crisis, that he knew how to manage situations like this, that he dealt with Brexit, that he dealt with the recession in 2008, 2009. And I think, you know, now we see how he manages it as Prime Minister, and when he's facing what I think really are multiple crises, right? There's obviously the Trump crisis, which is, you know, both an international security and a sort of economic crisis. There's the housing crisis of affordability, of people not being able to sort of get into the real estate market or not being able to even find affordable housing. And then you have what could be or is sort of shaping up to be a national unity crisis with Alberta. And, you know, managing those things as Prime Minister is, I think it's fair to say, you know, substantively different than managing an economic crisis as Governor of the Bank of Canada or Governor of the Bank of England. But it also requires a lot of action out of the government. And, you know, that was a major criticism of obviously the Trudeau government during its years in office, that it was more talk than action, that it didn't get things done, that it overpromised and underdelivered. And I think we're going to see whether this cabinet that Mark Carney has put together, whether his style of leadership, whether his experience in a crisis, his experience in public management can get things moving in a way that they need to on these fronts. And, you know, the other part of that is he can't count, as much as we've talked today about, you know, them having a strong minority government, they can't count on 4 years. They can't sort of assume that they're going to be in office for 4 years. And so, you know, speed or time is of the essence at this point, not only because these are significant crises, but because, you know, another election could be 2-3 years away. And so when they do go to the electorate next, they want to be able to say, we have made progress on these things. I don't know that anyone thinks they're going to solve the housing crisis in 2 years, but they need to be able to show significant progress on those files. And so, you know, yes, there's obviously lots to talk about in terms of this cabinet's regional representation, in terms of its experience, but it really now comes down to, you know, how well it performs and how well Mark Carney can both run cabinet and hold people to expectations. Does he have these ministers, you know, effectively on a short leash, where if they don't show results in a year, maybe they're out? You know, what kind of expectations does he set around the cabinet table in terms of their ability to advance files without him having to necessarily, you know, micromanage it? I think that's
Yeah.
Sort of the next question is how well he runs this cabinet and how well this cabinet runs government.
Yeah, and how well he manages caucus as well, because that was sort of the ongoing challenge and frustration for Justin Trudeau. Not that these are the same people, but there's a lesson there in terms of how you manage the people that are not going to be standing out here behind the Prime Minister today. But I'll pick up on that point and put it to David, Aaron, because I think it's a smart one. One of the things we definitely know about Mark Carney is that he has high expectations of himself and everyone around him. And if those expectations aren't met, this is a government. This isn't a business. How does that get managed? And how real are the expectations working inside of the apparatus of a government and a public service that sometimes can work really quickly and sometimes does not?
Well, those standards could be part of the reason why we're seeing such slow progress on the staffing up of government, right? Some people may be intimidated by that or maybe not want to work in that kind of a pressure cooker environment. But in terms of the ministers, that we're seeing, take their positions there to be the backdrop for Mr. Carney as he does his Q&A, there are people who didn't get in that bring ability to the table. Carlos Leitao, who Aaron mentioned earlier, is not getting in, a former Quebec finance minister. Well, that's someone ready-made to pluck off the shelf and drop into cabinet if you got an underperformer there.
Charles Sousa, another provincial finance minister, not anywhere
in the
either.
GTA. And and I look at, maybe not for the national finance role, but I look back in Newfoundland and Labrador, Tom Osborne, the new member of Parliament for Cape Spear. He was a provincial finance minister, a provincial health minister, a provincial education minister, speaker of the legislature. So there's people with cabinet experience that you can draw on. And of course, you've got this second tier of ministries you've created with the secretaries of state. I don't know if they're intended to be like full mandate roles. If they are sort of ministers in training, that if you have an underperformer at the top level, you can move those up. But it'd be curious to see his standards and his expectations and his work ethic, but just how the decision-making processes work in government, because obviously the decision-making matrix of a central bank is different than the decision-making matrix of a prime minister, right?
Or of an investment firm.
Well,
right?
exactly, right? So you have different standards, different constituencies, so different processes.
Prime Minister, how are you feeling? Okay, I'm hot. All right, there's the Prime Minister arriving at the podium to take some question.
Does that qualify as an interview?
That's an interview. That's a whole interview. We'll listen in live now.
Thank you. Hello. Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great honor and greater humility that I have accepted the Governor General's request to form a new government. And I share this responsibility with the members of Canada's new federal cabinet. I'm going to applaud them. I'm going to applaud them. Canadians elected this new government with a strong mandate to define a new economic and security relationship with the United States and to build a stronger economy for all Canadians. Canadians also sent a clear message that their cost of living must come down and that our communities must be safe. The swearing in of this cabinet is amongst the fastest following an election, and the beginning of the new parliament will be one of the most rapid following an election in Canadian history. We are starting as we aim to go on. Our government will deliver its mandate for change with urgency and determination. We're going to deliver that mandate with a new team, purpose-built for this hinge moment in Canada's history. This cabinet is smaller and more focused than those of previous governments. It will operate with a commitment to true cabinet government, with everyone expected and empowered to show leadership, to bring new ideas, to have a clear focus, and to take decisive actions to accomplish their work. In a return to more traditional cabinet government, our cabinet will be supported by 10 secretaries of state who will lead on key priorities within their ministers' portfolios. Nous allons gouverner en tant qu'équipe.
We will govern as a team, both within cabinet and within the caucus, and work constructively with all parties in Parliament.
The decisions made by this new Parliament, which starts on the 26th of May, will be critical to Canada's future. Our new government's core priorities will be outlined on the 27th of May by His Majesty King Charles III in the speech from the throne. Nous allons travailler avec l'ensemble de nos
We will
partenaires
work
pour
with
atteindre nos
all our
objectifs
partners
et
to meet
réaliser
our
les
goals
changements désirés
and
par
bring
les
about
Canadiens
the
et
changes requested by
Le
Canadians.
Canada est plus qu'une nation.
Canada
C'est
is
une
only one
confédération
nation,
fondée sur
a
l'union des
confederation
peuples,
based on the
français,
union of peoples,
anglais
French,
et autochtones.
English, and indigenous.
L'approche de notre gouvernement va
Our government's
refléter
approach
cette
will
réalité.
reflect that reality.
We will govern as a cabinet constructively and collaboratively, working with caucus and across parties in Parliament to deliver the change that Canadians want and desire. Our new government will be a strong and reliable partner to the provinces, the territories, and to Indigenous peoples. We will reinforce bridges across labor, business, and civil society. And together, we will advance the nation-building investments that will support the core mission of this government, which is to create the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Alors que nos travailleurs et nos entreprises continuent de
As
faire
our
face
workers
aux
and
tarifs
businesses
injustifiés
continue to
imposés par
face
les
the
États-Unis,
unfair tariffs
mon
imposed by the
gouvernement va
United
se
States,
battre pour le
my
Canada
government will fight for
pour que le
Canadians
Canada obtienne
and for
le
Canada
meilleur
to
accord
ensure
possible.
that we can achieve the best
Pour le
possible
faire,
agreement.
nous allons prendre
In order
le
to do
temps
that, we will
nécessaire,
take the necessary time,
mais sans plus.
but no
En
more.
même temps,
At the
nous
same
allons
time,
renforcer nos
we
relations
will
avec
reinforce
des
our
partenaires
relations
viables.
with reliable partners.
Le Canada a ce dont le
Canada
monde a
has
besoin.
what the world
Et
needs,
nous défendons des valeurs
and
que le
we
monde
defend
respecte.
the values that the world
Nous
respects.
allons renforcer notre propre
We will
économie.
strengthen
Une
our own
économie qui
economy,
crée
an
des
economy
emplois,
that creates
qui augmente
jobs,
les salaires,
that
qui
increases wages,
est résiliente
and that is resilient
face au choc.
in the face of
Pour y
economic
arriver,
shocks.
nous allons bâtir une
To
seule
achieve
économie
that, we will
canadienne
build a
au
single
lieu de
Canadian
13.
economy, not
D'ici la fête du
13.
Canada, mon gouvernement aura
And
fait sa part
my
pour
government will
atteindre
have done
cet
its part
objectif.
in terms of
We're
reducing
working
internal
already
barriers.
closely with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. Projects that will connect Canada, deepen our ties with the world, and grow our economy for generations. That work will be the primary focus of the First Ministers' meeting that's due to take place on the 2nd of June in Saskatoon. My government will also take immediate action with immediate legislation to fast-track these nation-building investments and to eliminate all remaining federal barriers to internal trade as our contribution to building one Canadian economy out of 13. In everything, we will be guided by our conviction that our economy is only strong when it serves everyone. That means bringing down costs for all Canadians. It means making life more affordable and helping everyone to get ahead. To those end, my last government's first act was to cancel the consumer carbon tax. In this new Parliament, our new government will put more money in Canadians' pockets with a middle-class tax cut that will take effect by Canada Day, saving two-income families up to $825 a year. We will also cut the GST on homes under $1 million for first-time home buyers and lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, helping to promote the goal of affordable home ownership. But that goal can only truly be achieved by doubling the rate of home building in this country. So we will build homes faster at lower costs with a smaller environmental footprint in construction and greater efficiency once families move in. And in that process, we will create an entirely new Canadian housing industry in modular and prefab housing using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. My government will work relentlessly to keep Canada secure as a sovereign nation and to keep Canadians safe in their communities. We will build a stronger Canadian Armed Forces to defend every inch of our territory through unprecedented investments in land, air, sea, and cyberspace. We will strengthen Canadian law enforcement and border security, including with 1,000 new RCMP personnel and 1,000 new border security officers. And we will toughen the criminal code for those threatening the safety of Canadians, including making bail harder to get for those charged with stealing cars, with home invasion, or with human trafficking. Nous allons bâtir la confiance en notre système de justice.
We will build confidence in our justice system and do the same with our immigration system. We will bring back immigration to reasonable levels by capping the number of temporary and international students coming to Canada. In every one of our actions, we will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. Our government will spend less so that Canadians can invest more. That work has already begun, and our new government will redouble its efforts starting tomorrow at the first meeting of the Cabinet. Canadians gave us the mandate to bring about major change quickly, to build. And I will work tirelessly to be worthy of their trust.
In this past election, more than 1,900 people put their names on a ballot, and more than 19 million Canadians marked those ballots with their choice. And every vote counted. So whether you voted for this government or not, we are in your service, in the service of building a stronger, more united Canada. We will build and we will govern for all Canadians. Build big, build bold, build now. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Carney, Laurence Martin de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Pourquoi est-ce que Mélanie Joly n'était plus la bonne
Why
interlocutrice
was Mélanie Joly no longer the best spokesperson to deal with the White House?
Madame Joly
Well, Ms. Joly
beaucoup de talent.
Has a lot of talent, and particularly talent in the area of foreign affairs and in her relations with the Americans and the White House. I want to specify with the Americans and her counterpart, Mr. Rubio. At the same time, Ms. Joly has a lot of experience as a cabinet member and a lot of experience on economic issues. And basically, this is a government that will be focused on the economy, the Canadian economy. Yes, it's true that we have to resolve the situation with the United States. But the person that has to have the best relationship with the White House is the Prime Minister of Canada. And for the time being, that's me.
So it's not un désaveu, like you would say in French. In English.
So it's not a disavowal.
You want me to answer in English?
Yes, if you can just repeat in English.
This is a first. Okay, so Radio-Canada is asking for translation.
No. That's not my follow-up. That's not my follow-up.
The point is that Madame Joly and all the members of the cabinet, particularly the most experienced members of the cabinet, have many talents and very much experience and can play many roles. The relations with the Americans, and of course including the relations with the Americans, where she has played a very important role. The person who has the relationship you asked specifically about the White House, of course, is the Prime Minister with the President, and I'm the Prime Minister, so I play that role. But I want to emphasize one other thing I said in French, which you heard, which is this is a government that, of course, we have to address and come to a new arrangement with the Americans. Il faut régler cette situation.
We must resolve this situation.
Our primary focus is on the economy, and our primary focus is on the Canadian economy. And we are at the start of an industrial transformation, a transformation of this economy. And Madame Joly, as Minister of Industry, is going to help lead that in concert with the other members of the Cabinet and myself.
Vous nommez Dominique Leblanc
You
à
have
l'unité
appointed
économique
Dominique
canadienne.
Leblanc
Pour vous,
to be
quelle est
in
la plus
charge
grande menace
of
pour le
Canadian
Canada? Est-ce que
unity.
c'est Donald
What
Trump,
is
ou
the
est-ce que
biggest
c'est-
threat to
ou est-ce
Canada?
que ce
Is
sont
it
les
Donald
fissures
Trump
dans
or
l'unité
is it
canadienne?
the cracks in Canadian unity at this time?
Oui, OK. Il fait beau aujourd'hui.
Listen, it's a beautiful day
Et
today.
chaque défi a une
And
opportunité.
Every challenge is an opportunity, and the greatest opportunity for Canada at this time is to create a single Canadian economy rather than 13.
Le job,
So,
si je peux dire comme ça, le job de M. Leblanc,
giving this job to Mr. Leblanc,
de mener ce processus
the
avec les
job
provinces
of
et les
leading this
territoires,
process
et
with the
y
provinces and
compris le gouvernement
territories,
fédéral,
including the
d'avoir une
federal
économie
government,
canadienne.
to create a single
C'est
Canadian
plus
economy
large.
is
Le rendement est plus large
a
que
broader
la punition
responsibility
américaine, possible.
than just
Oui, c'est
dealing
un
with the
défi,
United
c'est un
States.
défi, c'est-
It's a
chaque défi
challenge,
est une
yes,
occasion.
but every
Alors,
challenge is
mais
an
l'occasion,
opportunity.
Chaque défi est une opportunité.
Every challenge is an
Et
opportunity, as I
l'opportunité la
say,
plus grande est
and the
d'avoir
greatest
une économie
opportunity is to
canadienne.
have a single Canadian
Good afternoon,
economy.
Prime Minister Rachel Aiello, CTV News. You're 2 seats shy of 1, but should Canadians expect you to govern like you have a majority?
Thank you for the question. We ran a very clear campaign on our priorities, standing up to the U.S., getting the best possible relationship, security and economic relationship, but then at the core, building the strongest economy in the G7, economy that works for everyone. I enumerated just now some of those, what that translates into specific priorities. You'll hear more of those translations in the speech from the throne, but you will be able to guess what they are, having followed the campaign and what Canadians voted for. I'll remind, not you, you'll know this, but those watching, we receive more votes than anyone else in any election. We are in a position where we have cabinet members from all the provinces. I'm very proud of that, and a cabinet member from full cabinet member from the territories. So we're governing for all Canadians, all regions, with a strong and clear mandate that came out of the election, and that's how we will govern.
Thank you. And so what does tangible progress look like for you when it comes to addressing cost of living concerns in this country? And will there be a barometer such as public mandate letters for Canadians to hold you accountable to?
Well, I think the way Canadians will hold account by their experience at the grocery store, when they're paying their electricity bill, when they or their children are looking for a place to live. So it will be their experiences how they will they will form those judgments, and then of course accountability comes at the ballot box. Mandate letters, cabinets, cabinet discussions, legislation, regulation. These are just steps to accomplish those ultimate goals, and it's what the experience is of Canadians, Canadian families. That's how they will judge cost of living. I will say one other thing, but there are two elements to cost of living. One is the actual cost of things, and the other is, are people's salaries growing? Is their take-home pay increasing? Can they find jobs readily? And those last aspects, we have to focus on those aspects as well. We can act most quickly, most immediately with the middle-class tax cut, which is, as I said in my remarks, we will act by Canada Day. Parliament has to approve it. We'll have to find 2 extra votes in order to get that. But we clearly campaigned on that, and we'll put that forth. But more broadly, what we need to do is build this economy, create great jobs for Canadians. At the same time, costs are held under control. But it's really about jobs and growth in incomes that will help all Canadians get ahead.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Sarah Ritchie with the Canadian Press. Given what you just said about trying to find 2 extra votes in Parliament, what efforts are you and your team making to sort of more permanently find those 2 extra votes from other caucuses?
Yeah, maybe I didn't say this quite as explicitly, but I will now, which is that we campaigned hard, we campaigned clearly, we had more than 100 events, we answered media questions at all our events, and gave a very clear platform. So we have a strong mandate. We're going to focus on the issues that are at the core of that mandate. Of course, we'll work with parliamentarians and we'll work with the provinces to move things forward. But we've been elected to do a job. We intend to do it quickly and forcefully. In other words, we're We have to address this crisis with the Americans, and we have to address the very real challenges in our economy, and we will do that.
Follow-up. Who will be your key members of your team that help you lead that Canada-U.S. relations file?
I obviously in my role, I take ultimate responsibility for it. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs will play a role. The Minister of Finance, the Minister, Monsieur Leblanc, in his role specifically designated with respect to Canada-U.S. trade, as will the Minister of Defense and the Minister of Public Safety, because there are aspects, and I will say, without going into great detail, that it was a week ago, I guess, when I met with a number of us met with President Trump and his team, and in the broader discussions outside of the Oval Office in the Roosevelt Room, we touched on all those issues: public safety, defense, as well as all aspects of economics and trade. And so it is a real team effort, and I'm remiss in that I hadn't mentioned, and I will now, obviously our ambassador in Washington, who plays a very important role, Ms. Hillman.
Next question. Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Jillian Piper with Global News. Interim NDP leader Don Davies told Global News that your government was reaching out and calling NDP individuals about trying to poach them to join your party. Are you trying to poach NDP MPs to join the Liberals?
Look, we, as I said a moment ago, we have a clear mandate. We'll work towards that clear mandate. We're always interested in working with parliamentarians from any of the opposition parties to support that mandate. Obviously, those discussions will intensify as Parliament returns in the course of the next, well, it's less than 2 weeks. So clear mandate, focus on those. Speech from the throne will be quite clear in terms of our priorities. We'll work with Parliament.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, when Gregor Robertson was Vancouver mayor, the price of buying a house increased by 179% in one of the most expensive markets in Canada. Why do you think someone with this track record should oversee the housing file? Is this a signal from you that you don't think housing prices should go down?
You would be very hard-pressed to make that conclusion from everything I've said and what our priorities are. We have a strong view on housing, a very clear policy, a policy developed with a number of members of the team, including with Mr. Robertson, and I'm thrilled that he is in the new role because he brings the type of experience that we need to tackle some aspects of this problem. One of them is how the federal government can help get municipal costs and municipal regulation costs down and regulation out of the way so that more houses can be built. Ultimately, a housing crisis, and it is a crisis, is ultimately solved by supply. We can do things to help with affordability at the start, which is why we have the GST cut, but ultimately it's a question of supply. And as I think you know, Julie, we have very aggressive objectives on supply, the doubling of the building of supply across Canada. We're going to have to change how we build. And a lot of that expertise, it's not exclusively, but a lot of it is actually been developed in British Columbia. Minister Robertson is very familiar with it. We're going to incorporate that, but in a pan-Canadian strategy to really drive this. Thank you.
Next question.
You'll hear a lot more about it over time. Monsieur.
Bonjour, Raymond Fillon de TVA. Monsieur Carney, plusieurs s'attendaient à voir
a number of people were expecting to see Carlos Leitaus in your team. Why did you not make him part of your team? Mr. Leitaus is someone I know well. He's very capable. He has a great deal of experience. And I'm very happy that he is now a Liberal member of Parliament. But it is difficult to develop a cabinet, a targeted cabinet, a fairly small one, to govern efficiently and effectively and quickly. So you must make choices. I made those choices. And of course, Mr. Leitaus
is not a member of cabinet at this time, but he is a member of the Liberal team, and we will be working very closely with him. Perhaps you could comment on the election in the Terrebonne riding, which your party has won by a single vote according to the latest numbers. There were some irregularities. Now, do you think that that election should be redone? Well, first of all, I think it's better to win by one vote than to lose by one vote. That's my first point. And there was a judicial recount that has just been completed. So there was a judicial process that went ahead. And so it's not up to me to make any judgment on that process. So should it be done again? Well, that's up to Elections Canada to decide. Let's be clear. In any situation, we cannot have the Prime Minister deciding when there's going to be another election. No. We have an independent institution that deals with those matters and makes those decisions.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Kate McKenna, CBC News. Can you elaborate on why you chose this cabinet in the context of U.S.-Canada relations? What kind of considerations did you take for positions like foreign affairs and public safety?
Well, I think the first thing is that what guided all of the decisions is several factors. One, the best possible people in the roles. We want a cabinet that reflects Canada in all its diversity and grandeur and experience. I don't want a cabinet that just looks like me. That's not a cabinet that supports. That's not a cabinet that you can delegate authorities to. So that's what we're doing. So that's the first. That you bring the cabinet together like that. The second thing is with respect to Canada-U.S. and all aspects, if we will, of the economic and international relations, looking for a combination of experience in the files and bringing new people into the cabinet. I mean, we Canadians elected us with a mandate for change. So there is a great deal of change in this cabinet by necessity. That's what Canadians voted for, and new ideas mixed with the experience that we have. So with respect to the U.S., look, we have to be. I'll concentrate my answer on the security and defense side. We are developing. We have a series of choices, both the U.S. and Canada, to make about how we can better manage our border. We think we've made tremendous progress on it. In fact, we have made tremendous progress. But where do we go over the next decade? And then what degree of interoperability do we have in our military in a world that's more dangerous and divided? And so we have big decisions to make there. And you see in both the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Defense deep experience in the government, and I think that's appropriate.
How do you balance the need to bring in new voices while maintaining experienced members of your team?
Well, I sort of drifted into, I anticipated your question, I guess, but I drifted in the answer. You need to balance it. I think that it is a very good question because you should balance it. Part of this is, again, Canadians voted for change, and part of it is bringing in those new perspectives. And, you know, we have half of the cabinet are new members to cabinet. 9 of the 10 secretaries of state are new. I mean, new broadly to a governing role. So there is a tremendous amount of, but that it also means that, you know, half of the cabinet has experience. Perhaps they're in different roles, but they're going to be around the table. And what is crucial, last point, in my view and experience, is how you govern, how you run cabinet meetings, how you run committee meetings. How you delegate authority through the mandates to ministers, so you get the maximum out of that experience and those fresh perspectives. And we intend to have a true cabinet government.
We'll have time for one last question. Dernière question. Émilie? Émilie Bergeron, La Presse canadienne.
La
Bonjour,
Presse
Monsieur
canadienne.
Carney.
Hello, Mr. Carney.
Pourquoi avez-vous senti le besoin de faire
Why did you
de la place à
feel
autant
the
de nouvelles
need
personnes dans
to bring
votre
in so
cabinet?
many
Est-ce que
new
c'était
people
pour
into your
vous
cabinet?
distancier de
Was
Monsieur
it
Trudeau?
to distance yourself from Mr. Trudeau? Well, as I just stated, Canadians voted for major change, not small change, major change. And therefore, there needed to be new perspectives brought into cabinet. And people with experience as well. So right now we have a cabinet with 14 ministers who have extensive experience and 14 who are new. And for me, that's ideal.
En anglais.
We need to balance experience and new perspectives. Canadians voted for big change, not small change. They voted for big change. We're blessed with the trust of many Canadians. We have a big intake of new deputies, lots of different experiences that they're bringing, and so bringing a balance, which is what we have of experience, perhaps in some cases in new roles, but experience as cabinet ministers, and new voices, new perspectives, half and half. For me, it's perfect.
Last follow-up. Oui, donc est-ce que vous seriez ouvert
Yes, would you
à
be
permettre au
open
NPD
to
d'avoir
allowing the
la reconnaissance
NDP
de
to
parti
be
officiel à la Chambre des
officially
communes?
recognized as a party in the House of Commons? Well, this is more a question for Parliament. I note the fact that Canadians have made their decision. There are very few members of the NDP in Parliament, and that is a decision made by Canadians, not by me.
Conférence de presse, this puts an end to our press conference. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, that is the Prime Minister of Canada standing with his cabinet and taking some questions from reporters there about the message he was trying to send with this cabinet, saying it is about half and half experience, half new people, and to him it's perfect. Also talking a little bit about what this means in the face of Donald Trump. That there are a couple of messages here for that part of the challenge for him going forward, both in terms of trade, the economic file, but also talked about the importance of the borders and the interoperability of the military moving forward. Said that there are some decisions to make there. I'm not sure if that's the F-35s or something else, but pointing to both of those issues. David, your thoughts?
I thought there was a lot of interesting stuff in the prepared statement. You know, Mark Carney speaks in a very direct and sort of economical speaking style, like the sentences, they tell you something, just about every one of them. He made it very clear that the speech from the throne would be quite clear on what the government priorities were, but he says, we were elected on this mandate for change, and we will enact on this mandate for change with urgency and determination, describing this new cabinet as a new team purpose-built for this hinge moment, and then saying government by cabinet is back, that they are expected and empowered to show leadership. So essentially laying out for Canadians and for the people behind them, we're going to move quick. We're going to move on these things with urgency and determination, and I'm going to hold you accountable, but I'm going to empower you to do your job, but I'm going to hold you to the standards I set when I gave you this job.
Yeah, everyone's expected and empowered to show leadership, to take decisions, decisive actions, to do their work.
Yeah. And so, you know, we did have in 2015 where Prime Minister Trudeau swore in his cabinet, he did make a point of saying government by cabinet is back. Because, you know, the criticism was that things were too tightly controlled by the Stephen Harper Prime Minister office. Well, guess what happened over time? Things got more and more controlled by the center. People, you know, in the Prime Minister's office started to get into the middle of things, and there was a complaint that it slowed things down. You can quibble whether that's true or not, but that's the perception a lot of people had. I get the sense there will be a fair bit of intrusion by this Prime Minister's office, but to bring propulsion and urgency to things. Though he has put out a very clear thing that we're going to move fast on these things. We eliminated the carbon tax, set it to zero on day one after he became Prime Minister. The first thing they're going to focus on, obviously, after speech from the throne, electing a speaker, an interim supply, is a tax cut for Canadians, which was the first promise. They announced, I believe, here, Rosie, on the day that the election was launched. But it was interesting to see just the focus on quick aggressive implementation of a focused policy agenda, and in particular making the cabinet table and the First Minister's table work to advance all of these things at the same time.
And the first cabinet meeting will be tomorrow. He confirms that. There won't be one today. He also said he paid credit to the more than 1,900 people who put their names on the ballot, and then said, and I thought this was an interesting line, every vote counted and we are in your service. Whether you voted for the government or not, we are going to be governing for all Canadians. Those are important messages in this current moment for the country as we wait for the Conservative leader to come out and give his response. He wisely waited for the Prime Minister to stop, so he'll pop up shortly.
Well, and that will be an interesting contrast, going right from Mark Carney saying that, right? Whether you voted for us or not, we are in your service. Build big, build now, build bold. And, you know, where does Mr. Poilievre come in with his message, right? Is it the attack and criticize message, or is it a, we've got some serious stuff on the table as a country, let's see where it goes, right? So we're curious to see where the Conservative leader weighs in today.
I'm going to bring in Aaron Waries for some thoughts, knowing that I may cut you off if Pierre Poilievre emerges there, Aaron. But what did you make of the Prime Minister's comments?
Yeah, I think there's an interesting emphasis on speed, talking about, you know, being sworn in a relatively short order, having Parliament come back fairly quickly. Now, he doesn't have much time unless they extend the sitting calendar, but the emphasis on speed, I think, is interesting. I think, you know, referring to the cabinet as purpose-built for this hinge moment, I'm not sure what, you know, the average Canadian makes of the phrase hinge moment, but it's one of Mark Carney's preferred phrases. I think it's a different way of saying, you know, we're in a kind of world-shifting moment, and we have these crises bearing down, and it requires action. And the emphasis on urgency and determination, I think that all goes to the sort of same basic idea that, you know, the government needs to move, and it needs to move fast. And how that works, you know, in practice, how well it's executed, I think will be an interesting question. One of the things that Carney talked about during the campaign was, you know, he's a pragmatist, and if he sees something isn't working, he'll change course. I think we may see how that plays out in the moment, because, you know, you think back to something like COVID, which I guess was the last sort of crisis moment for a federal government. There was a lot of sort of announcing actions, you know, changing them on the fly if they needed to be. And I wonder if that's some of the approach we're going to see from this government. But again, it's that emphasis on, you know, building big, building bold, building now. I think that is the real question for this cabinet, is how well it can live up to that mandate and how much action you can see. Mark Carney seems like he wants to see action very quickly. We'll now see how well that works with the machinery of government.
Let me bring in Catherine Cullen, too, as we wait for the Conservative leader. I mean, the other thing is that he also emphasized, as well as all those other smart points that are made by Aaron, he talked about the mandate for change, that there is a necessity to show with this cabinet that the Canadians voted for change, and he needed to be the one to show them that this wasn't the same old Liberal government. This was something different.
Well, he said at the end, they did not vote for small change. They voted for major change. And I was struck, Rosie, at the outset. You know, we've talked a lot about the contrast between Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney, and Justin Trudeau sort of given to bigger statements of values. But Mark Carney is setting the bar very high. The language may be a little bit different, but, you know, talking about industrial transformation, that Canada is going to be, the federal government's going to be a strong and reliable partner for all the provinces and territories. Whether you voted for us or not, we're going to be there for you. I mean, setting an incredibly high bar today and suggesting, as he has in other occasions, that they're going to move forcefully. So I thought Mark Carney set quite a high bar for himself and his team. But you're right, it was also interesting to see how much he brought back the emphasis to what he was going to do. The relationship with the White House is what matters most. He was also asked at one point and said, you know, in my experience, it is not just the team.
Hello, everyone. Just interrupt you here, Catherine.
Sorry,
here is the Conservative leader. Here's Pierre Poilievre. Sorry about that, Catherine. Here's Pierre Poilievre.
For being here and congratulate the new ministers for their appointment. It's a great honor. 1 in a million Canadians become ministers, and whatever their political stripes, it's important to recognize that this is a great accomplishment. The Conservative Party will obviously take the responsibility of holding the government to account very seriously by asking questions of the government and opposing those decisions that are bad for Canadians. But that does not mean that we will do this reflexively in relation to everything the government does, particularly on foreign affairs and our relationship with the United States. We will be defending workers, industries, and Canadian businesses by working with the government. And when the government takes action in the interests of this country, we will support it. We will review what they're doing, and when they're right, we will support them. But when they're wrong, we will oppose them. We want our country to succeed. We want the best for Canada, and we hope that when the government makes the right decisions, we can be there to support them. Now, we said we wanted to restore the promise of Canada, that everyone who works hard can have a great house, an affordable house in a safe street, and a great future. Wherever you come from, if you work hard, you should be able to realize your dreams. And to do that, there needs to be change when it comes to government policy. We need to increase the purchasing power of seniors and workers by eliminating waste and reducing waste and taxes. We need to eliminate barriers so that we can build more affordable homes and develop our natural resources. It means putting money back in the pocketbooks of Canadians. It means protecting our streets with stricter laws and stronger borders. Canadians cannot continue with the same liberal policies that prevented our young people from accessing home ownership, or that drove up the price of food by 37% faster here in Canada than in the U.S., that drove up crime right across Canada. And at his first press conference, Mr. Carney sounded convincing on all of these issues. But now he has to show us whether he's really serious. For now, we cannot say whether things are starting off well. The first disappointment comes from his cabinet that contains the main ministers that were there under Justin Trudeau. Stephen Guilbeault, whose radical environmental program would put an end to our development of natural resources and make us more reliant on the U.S. And Sean Fraser, the Minister of Housing, that caused the housing crisis, or the immigration crisis, and then he became the Minister of Housing, and he created the housing crisis. And now we're expecting him to be the minister to resolve the problem of crime driven up by the Liberals. Ms. Freeland, who had huge deficits and drove up taxes, and she drove up our national debt by $1 billion a week, bringing it out of control. She's still in cabinet. François-Philippe Champagne was the Minister of Industry when Canada had the worst economic growth in all the G7, and he contributed to the worst economy in a generation. Now he is in charge of finance. And the list continues with Joly, Leblanc, Haidou, Anand. And Anand was the president of the Treasury Board that allowed bureaucratic spending to explode and become out of control. It's the same group that was under Justin Trudeau. 14 Trudeau ministers are in the Carney cabinet. That is not change. That's not the change Mr. Carney promised. It's still the same Liberal promise when, in fact, Canada needs real change. Even new ministers in the Liberal cabinet bring with them bad Liberal ideas. Gregor Robertson, for example, he was a supporter of legalizing hard drugs. When he was the mayor of Vancouver, there was an increase of 600% in the number of overdoses in the city. In addition to that, that, now he's responsible for housing. And when he was the mayor of Vancouver, he increased taxes on building homes by 141%. 141%. What is the consequence of that? Well, prices went up by 149%, and Vancouver has become the most expensive city in North America in terms of its real estate. And now this person is responsible for housing right across Canada. Wow. If that is the renewal Mr. Carney was promising with his cabinet, well, unfortunately, Canadians will not see real change. Conservatives will continue to demand solutions to problems affecting Canadians on a daily basis. We will propose solutions. For example, we will propose to address the housing issue caused by the Liberals, not by creating new bureaucracies. It's by eliminating bureaucracy and getting rid of taxes. We will propose solutions to greater crime. We will put an end to the drug crisis by proposing more treatment for people who have an addiction. We will propose a cap, a strong cap on immigration in order to bring down the growth in the population and allow for housing and health care and the labor market to catch up. We must continue to propose solutions in order to bring down the cost of living, reduce bureaucracy, get rid of consultants, and foreign aid in order to bring down inflation. And the most important thing is that we have to restore our economic independence in Canada by repealing anti-pipeline and anti-development laws like C-69 and eliminating the carbon tax on industry. Of course, allowing pipelines to be built. By removing the cap on energy. All of that is necessary in order to restore economic growth and to become more self-reliant in relation to the U.S. We will defend young people and we will fight for their future. We will fight for workers who need a better job and better wages. We will fight for all regions of Canada to unite this country. I am proud to have run a campaign that invited people from all backgrounds and all ages, people who were never conservatives, to join us, and they want us to fight for them. We have all the resources we need here in Canada and all the tools to be the richest country in the world. So we can do that if we have the right policies, common sense policies. But it won't be possible if we're talking about radical changes being proposed by the Liberals under Carney. Mr. Carney has to reverse his current direction, and I think he can listen to people. Now, I proposed a lot of different ideas in the last 3 years, ideas that were stolen. But that doesn't make me bitter. In fact, today I'm saying to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. I want you to steal my ideas. I won the debate on the carbon tax, inflation, and crime and drugs and natural resources already. And I note that the Liberals even copied many of my policy proposals. So we will continue to propose good solutions, and we hope the government will finally agree to listen to our approach, and when they do that, if they do it, we will support them and support those kinds of policies. So every day, by every means, we will be fighting for our people, for our country, in order to give people control over their lives once again. We will ensure there is abundant energy, affordable energy, lower taxes, safe streets, and a stronger armed forces. That's what we can do for our country to make Canada strong, and we will do that.
In English by congratulating the new ministers for their roles. It's literally a 1 in a million opportunity. I think they have 40 ministers in total. and there's about 41 million people, so it's literally 1 in a million to be a minister, and a big accomplishment to get to that place. The Conservatives will take our role of holding the government accountable seriously. That doesn't mean we reflexively oppose everything the government does. When it comes, for example, to foreign affairs, if the government does a good job at defending our national interests in negotiations with the U.S., then we will support those efforts. When they're right, we'll stand with them. When they're wrong, we will oppose them. We hope the country succeeds. We want the nation to do well. We ran on the promise of bringing home Canada's promise, a very simple deal that Canada used to provide, which is that anyone who works hard gets a great life in an affordable home on a safe street under our proud flag. And that means boosting the buying power of our workers and seniors by cutting wasteful spending and bureaucracy to bring down taxes and inflation. It means freeing workers and businesses to build more affordable homes and develop resources. It means unleashing investment by cutting and simplifying taxes. It means protecting our streets with stronger laws and borders. Canadians cannot afford more high-spending, high-taxing, over-regulating, out-of-touch Liberal policies that have priced young people out of homes, inflicted crime waves on our communities, driven 2 million people to the food bank, and made life unbearable for too many hardworking and decent people. In his first press conference, Mr. Carney talked a good game about reversing Liberal policies in these areas, but now we have to find out if he was serious. And so far, it's not a promising start. The first disappointment is, unfortunately, his cabinet. He appointed Trudeau's old team and Trudeau's old advisors. Stephen Guilbeault, whose radical green agenda would shut down all future developments in our resource industry, is still the minister responsible for Quebec. Sean Fraser was the immigration minister who caused the immigration crisis, the housing minister who gave us the housing crisis, and now he's the minister responsible for addressing the Liberal crime crisis. It seems like he is the master at failing upward. Chrystia Freeland, who as finance minister hiked capital gains tax and carbon taxes and massively grew our debt to the point where we now spend $1 billion a week on interest, stays in the cabinet. Then there's Gary Anadesangari, the new Minister of Public Safety, who said the actual crimes, the actual issues around bail are quite sound, and they are embedded in, codified in law right now, as in to say that there's nothing wrong with the system. Well, in fact, there's everything wrong, as we see from the growing crime wave on our streets. Then there's François-Philippe Champagne, Trudeau's Minister of Everything, who never really managed to do anything. And he did it very loudly. But nice guy. I'll give him credit, he's a nice guy. But he was the Minister of Industry, during which we had the worst economic growth of any country in the G7. And now he's in charge of the budget. Then there's Joly, LeBlanc, Haidu, Anand. Anand was the president of the Treasury Board, during which time the bureaucracy and the consultant bills blew out of control. In all, 14 Trudeau ministers are now in Carney's cabinet. It's more of the same when Canada needs real change. Even the new additions are problematic. Gregor Robertson was the mayor of Vancouver, who pushed for total legalization of hard drugs, distribution of tax-funded opioids. During his time there was a 600% increase in overdoses. Now he's the housing minister. Well, what's his record on housing? Well, he increased housing taxes in Vancouver by 141%. And the result was that housing costs went up by 149%, more than doubling the costs and giving Vancouver, his city, the most expensive housing prices in all of North America. Now, Mr. Carney puts this gentleman in charge of housing. If this is the new blood that Mr. Carney is bringing into the cabinet, then sadly for Canadians, nothing is going to change, and the role of the Conservative Party will be more important than ever. Conservatives will continue to push real solutions. We'll put forward constructive ideas to reverse the housing crisis, make food affordable, and grow our paychecks. And these sorts of things cannot be solved with more bureaucracy and Liberal laws. We need common sense results. And that's why Conservatives will continue to push for less spending, less taxes, less inflation, to lock up criminals, remove bureaucracy, speed up home building and resource production. We need to put forward real solutions on crime, for example, to toughen up penalties for repeat violent offenders and end the revolving door of broken bail. We will also demand the government actually impose a real cap on immigration so that we can stop the uncontrolled population growth that has put too much pressure on our housing, job, and healthcare systems. Finally, and most importantly, the only way we get out of this deep economic trouble the Liberals have got us into is by unleashing economic growth. And that means repealing anti-development laws, C-69, the energy cap, the industrial carbon tax, the offshore shipping ban. All of these things need to be reversed so that we can unleash the incredible power of our resources. We need a pro-growth, free enterprise agenda to take us from the worst in the G7 to the best in the G7. We should be the richest country in the world with our resources and our brilliant people, and Conservatives will continue to propose real solutions to make that happen. It's our constitutional duty to hold the government to account, and we will do that. We'll give a voice to all the voiceless, those who have been cast aside, ignored, kicked to the curb, the decent, honorable people whose lives have been turned upside down in the last decade, that feel like they've had, until recently, that they've had no voice. They've asked me to continue to fight for them, and Conservatives are going to be their voice on the floor of the House of Commons. We're proud that we brought together the biggest coalition of Conservatives in history that will all work. We want to make sure that every single person who vested their hopes in us sees us fighting for them every day, even though the final result did not go how we wanted. We want to see dramatic changes, not soft reassurances. We also have an offer to make the Liberals. My message to Mr. Carney, steal my ideas. We've got great ideas. And we've been leading the charge on the debate over carbon taxes, inflation, housing prices, crime, drugs, resource development. And I note the Liberals even lifted a few of those ideas and put them in their platform to get reelected. We want to make sure that they were sincere about that. And we're going to continue to put forward solid ideas to make people's lives better every day. Because our purpose is to bring home the promise of Canada, that everyone who works hard gets a great life, that anyone from anywhere can do anything, where you get a nice, affordable home on a safe street. Every day and in every way, we will fight for our people and our country to put people back in charge of their lives with bigger paychecks, abundant, affordable energy, home ownership, low taxes, safe streets, and a strong military in the country that we know and love, Canada. Thank you.
Do you denounce Alberta? Do you denounce Alberta separatism?
Qu'à l'habitude avec le gouvernement libéral. Qu'est-ce qui explique ce changement de ton?
Can possibly explain that change of tone?
À l'intérieur de la Chambre des communes.
And will that change of tone be present in the House of Commons?
I stand with a man when he stands right. Oh, m'excuse-moi. Okay, sorry. Le moteur linguistique tourne en rond, m'excuse.
Yeah, sorry, wrong channel there. I think it was Lincoln who said, I'll be with a man who's right and I'll be against a man who's wrong. So, in the circumstances where the government does the right thing, we will try to work with them. But if they do things that are not appropriate, we will oppose them. Obviously, I did not agree with Justin Trudeau's agenda, and it's probable that that will continue to be the agenda. But we need to make gains for the 8 million people who voted for us and who are looking for hope. The hope of being able to buy a home, buy affordable groceries, and live in safe communities. And if we're going to make gains for our people, we will do that without making excuses for it. And we will oppose the government under those circumstances.
Can you just repeat your answer again in English about your tone and if we're going to see that in the House as well?
Well, I think it was Lincoln who said, I stand with a man when he stands right, and I stand against him when he stands wrong. So let's see what the government does. The previous government, to be frank, was a disaster. And so we had every reason to oppose basically everything they did. But here we are, a few weeks after the election, where 8 million people vested their hopes in me to deliver for them. And the best way I can do that is put forward good ideas that will make their housing affordable and their food affordable, let their streets be safe, give them a chance at growing paychecks. So when we put forward good ideas and the government accepts them, then we're going to be celebrating. Where the government acts against the interests of the country, then we will fight tooth and nail to stop them. So we will fight for the 8 million people who voted for us, and we will work with anyone that will deliver gains for those people, because we're in it for them and for all Canadians.
Are you willing to publicly denounce Alberta separatism and the Alberta separatist movement ahead of a possible referendum on Alberta independence next year?
Look, I'm against separation. I'm a born and raised Albertan. I love Canada. I think we need to unite this country. Albertans have a lot of legitimate grievances. I mean, let's be blunt. Canada's biggest industry, which happens to largely be situated in Alberta, has been under attack for the last decade. They've lost 2 major pipelines, a $20 billion mine. There's a new ridiculous energy cap that's going to drive jobs and production south to the United States of America. There's an industrial carbon tax that's going to kill the industry. And so, frankly, Albertans have a right to be frustrated. And I think the message to the government in Ottawa, the Liberal government, is you can't tell Alberta to just pay up and shut up. Albertans want to be part of a united Canada, but they deserve to be treated with respect, and they deserve to be honored for the immense contribution that they make to this country. And I will be a unifier who works to bring all Albertans to a place where they feel that they are respected and honored in our wonderful country.
The government right now is 2 seats away from a majority government. The NDP has said that they already have some feelers going out from the Liberals to them to poach some of their members of Parliament. Do you have any indication that the Liberals are trying to get any of your MPs to cross the floor?
I do not.
And what are you doing to stop that? Is your tone right now a more conciliatory to maybe make sure that you don't have any Conservative MPs who might want to go be with the government?
No.
What message? Canada-US file. On the Canada-US file, we're seeing Mélanie Joly moved off Foreign Affairs, David McGuinty moved off Public Safety. What impact do you think this will have with the Canada-US relationship? Is it good or bad?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a line of sight on what they were doing before, those individual ministers, or who has really had lead on the file. But what I would say is that we want to get a deal done to end the tariff insanity, to restore stability, and bring about the greatest friendship, restore the greatest friendship that the world has ever known between 2 different countries.
On
Mélanie Joly, would you have liked her to continue to be dealing with relations with the United States? Well, to be honest, I don't have much of an opinion on that. I really can't say whether yes or no. She was effective in improving the situation. We will support the efforts being made to put an end to the tariffs and restore the best international friendship that the world has ever seen between 2 countries. And we hope there will be a good deal. We're optimistic. We're hearing about deals being made around the world. And if the United States is prepared to finalize an agreement to allow for free trade and stability when our sovereignty is respected, well, I think that would be a step forward, and we will be supportive.
Okay, that is Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre responding to the new cabinet today. His tone started out quite conciliatory, congratulating the new ministers and talking about how he would not be opposing the government reflexively, that he would do things in the best interest of the country and support the government in those issues, and that he says he wants the country to succeed. He then spent the next 15 minutes talking about all the ministers who were there previously and the things they did to ruin the country, naming particularly Sean Fraser and Stephen Guilbeault, taking some questions about how he will approach things inside the House of Commons. But overall, it started out in one tone and finished in another. That's all I'll say, because he leaned into attacking the people that he thinks still don't represent change, are still more of the Trudeau government, and particularly don't represent the things that he thinks Canadians want right now.
Yeah, cabinet is broken, is essentially what he said, right? It's no longer Canada's broken. He's saying this cabinet is not change. A style and approach from Mr. Poilievre, Rosie, that would suggest it's almost as if he won the election rather than lost the election and lost his own seat. Talking about how he's going to stand there in defense of Canadians. He'll only be able to stand there, actually in the chamber behind him, because of the goodwill of the Prime Minister, who's going to call an early by-election for Mr. Poilievre so he can run in one of his MP seats in Alberta at the cost of close to $2 million to have a by-election, all while he stays in Stornoway throughout this. So it's interesting that given that sequence of events and given those series of factors, that it was that kind of approach and response to things there from Mr. Poilievre. Going after Stephen Guilbeault, talking about the radical environmental agenda, blaming Sean Fraser for the housing crisis, which is... Sean Fraser's I don't think he's 40 yet, or he's just 40. I don't think he caused the housing crisis in Canada.
Not.
There's a whole bunch of layers and effects to that. But, wanting to fight the same political battles we just endured during the 5 weeks of the campaign and for the 2 years leading up to that. So the pivot that people have suggested Mr. Poilievre kind of needed to make ever since Justin Trudeau left and Donald Trump came in, it's still not quite there. In terms of this was the same argument, the same criticism, just with a fresh top of congratulations, we'll work with you where it works. But then it very much morphed into 20 minutes of the same stuff and then about 6 minutes of questions, and then he's out of there.
Well, an acknowledgement, I'll bring in Aaron Wary here too, an acknowledgement that when it comes to issues about protecting the country and doing things in the best interest of the country in the face of Donald Trump, there the Conservative Party is interested in helping the government and working together. On virtually almost everything else that was mentioned, doesn't think they are aligned, did encourage the Liberals to steal some of his ideas. So I don't know, I think the official opposition is a really important function inside the House of Commons. That is absolutely their duty to hold the government to account. I'm not sure that was what people expected today. Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much contrition or, pivot we really could have expected
humility?
from Pierre Poilievre. Humility in part. I just don't know that that's really, something he kind of goes to naturally. I mean, I guess, he did say that when the government's right, he'll support them, which I guess is an acknowledgement that they might be right periodically, which is maybe a change from his general approach. But it did feel like a sort of continuation of the campaign and a sense of sort of, how the campaign might set up what comes next. I think if there's going to be a change from Pierre Poilievre, it's going to happen, over time. And I just don't know. I don't know that there's going to be, a completely different approach from him publicly, in terms of the way he does politics. You might hear slight changes in the way he, different things he emphasizes. I think the thing I would be most interested in is where he kind of changes on policy. And that, I think if you, listen to what he said today, it doesn't seem like he's really changing tack on policy. For instance, on climate and energy policy, he still is opposed to all of the things he was opposed to. And look, I guess that goes to consistency, and it's not something he was necessarily going to change overnight. But I think that's, if an election happens 2 weeks from now, which it's not, but if an election happens 2 weeks from now, he's set up to rerun the previous campaign. Yep. I don't know where he's going to have to end up if the campaign is 2 or 3 years from now. And I think that's sort of the process to watch, is where he kind of ends up over the next couple of years.
Totally. And I do think that the election result, because it was so strong for the Conservatives, so many gains, even though they lost, it doesn't sound like Pierre Poilievre's taking that as a repudiation of his ideas and his tone. So if that's not how he considers those results, I would imagine the tone just continues the way it is, because there are so many people that felt that he was speaking for them and speaking to them.
Yeah, and I think he is in kind of a unique position as an opposition leader, because he hasn't been, if you look at just sort of percentage of the popular vote, he hasn't been completely repudiated, right? He hasn't. You look at previous opposition leaders who finished, below 35%, below 30%, and it was clear that what they were doing had been completely rejected, or that they would, at least their chances of moving forward were pretty slim. Pierre Poilievre can look at what the vote was in the previous election and say there is enough there in a normal election year to win a majority. And so, the first impulse might be to simply hold on to that vote. The question, I think, becomes, do you want to bank on winning that vote again next time, or do you have to offer something different a few years from now? What will the situation be after 2 or 3 years of a Carney government? Where will the electorate be at? What will the issues be? And that might be hard for them to predict at this moment, but I think that is the question for them, is do they sort of double down on what got them to 41% of the vote this time, or do they decide, actually, we need to change some things to appeal more broadly because we're not going to get necessarily those exact voters again next time?
Okay, let's try and end, if we can, just on some thoughts about cabinet and where that has, what happens next. So there is a cabinet, as we've talked about now, and there's lots of new faces there and secretaries of state ready to spring into action with high expectations, both that the Prime Minister has set and that he has now given to them, David. And that is sort of where the things go next.
And high expectations for change, right? I mean, despite sort of the criticisms just leveled there by the Conservative leader that this is not that different, it is a substantially different cabinet minister, right? 14 brand new ministers, a lot of change in top jobs, a lot of people out entirely. Mark Carney is a different kind of prime minister with a different set of priorities and a different standard of urgency. So the challenge and the proof point here, Rosie, will be to deliver on this and, to also reach out to Alberta and to Saskatchewan. You have ministers, a minister in Alberta, a secretary of state in Saskatchewan, but Mark Carney has to be the national unity minister in this government. He's talked up those roots. He's going to need to lean on them and focus on it while he deals with the external challenge of Donald Trump. He's got to deliver something to satisfy some of those demands in Alberta.
30 seconds to you, Aaron, on what you're watching for next.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a very tight schedule going back to Parliament in the next few weeks. If they try to get a budget out, they have to get a budget out. They have to put a lot of things into that budget and get it through very quickly unless they extend the sitting into the summer. And then I think they don't really get a chance to put their feet up over the summer because not only do they have the Trump situation to deal with, but they have some major promises they're going to have to work on.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Thanks to David Cochrane, to Ashley Burke, to Catherine Cullen, to Aaron Wary, to our panel. The power's gone out here now. That's why you can't see me. So that's a good sign that it's time for us to leave. Prime Minister Carney has picked the team that will work on the promises he made to Canadians to deliver on those promises to build a stronger economy in the face of those unprecedented threats from south of the border. Our coverage continues here on CBC News Network. Probably the lights will be on everywhere else. Oh, they're back. And on Power and Politics tonight. I'm Rosemary Barton. Thank you so much for watching Mark Carney's new cabinet. David, we'll see you at 5 Eastern. Thanks for watching.